I can hear the tolling of the bells. Even though half a day has passed, even though everyone praises me with a smiling faces. I want to close my eyes and grab the back of my head. Over and over and over, can I hear the bells ringing? I'm never Britain like proper human history. There's not a mage nor a fairy, but an entire distinct, imposing version of myself, seemingly a hybrid of human and dragon. Otori Pendragon, the one who united the lords of the island, who defended Britain from foreign invasion, the one who built Chalk Castle of Camelot, an ideal king, chosen by all, loved by all, righteous above all else, radiant above all else. With the 12th Knight of the Round Table, many Lord Soldier and carrying blank in her hands, she was a king who created numbers' future. Truly magnificent. I've never seen anything like her. I don't want to see her. I don't want to be shown her. She's too much. I don't want to believe it. I don't want to acknowledge it. After all, just no equal. Takes no refuge. No one who understands her. None who can confront her. She receives no reward, no goals, no rest. She cannot afford a failure, not even a single mistake. Now from the bottom of my heart, I think no. Just how cruel must it be for everyone to smile and acknowledge a king like that? Morning, I see. The sun rose while we were on the move. I had the most amazing dream. Maybe it was because I rang the pilgrim's bell. Ah. Who want to live like that? It's quite lavish, even with the carriage bouncing around. Sunrise and only a bit further until we reach London. Good thing our return trip didn't hit any snags. Yeah, we traveled under cover of darkness when we went to Norwich, so we wouldn't be seen. They prepared this carriage for our return trip. The Queen might have been animal labor, but there's no real punishment for doing it. I guess it's a trend. Only the clan leaders do it now, but sooner or later everyone's going to be doing it. But why did the Queen ban carriages? Does she just really like horses? There is that, but it's more of a warning to the fairies. If horse-drawn carriage becomes the norm, fairy horses won't be born. We fairies are simple-minded in our country, you know? Once something becomes popular as that sort of thing, we don't want anything else. We were serious about mimicking human culture, and it's already 2017, right? The fact that Red Rabbit and Percival's favorite horse country are doing so well is due to Morgan's concern. I see. So there's no such thing as a mystery means. Copying human society is fine, but as for the fairy ecosystem, or rather, their phylogenetic tree. She won't allow this culture imitation to start pruning off its branches, Oshi. She's shrewd. So, she's not just a tyrant who drains her people of their lifespan once a year. But the fairies in the wood of Wales. You raise a good point. The Queen isn't concerned about the future of fairkind. Oh, Baron. Remember, the fairies in my territory are the forest of the Wales. It is the only land in Britain with the color of autumn. All the fairies driven there are weaklings. Those without a place in the fairy kingdom. Those that fled to escape harsh treatment. Those that were persecuted simply for being told not to spread their evil influence. Insect-type fairies who lost their homes due to Morgan hatred of bugs. Small, simple-minded fairies of low intelligence, unable to enter the society of the fairy kingdom, focus on mimicking human culture. All these fairies scatter, cling together, and die without hope in my forest. That is true. Her Majesty Britain does not suffer the weak or those without worth. She's a ruler who vows not the fairies living in the country, but the country itself. Yeah, but it's not like you're unwanted because you have no worth. Those that have no place to go anymore. Those that can only rot away, hated and forgotten. In the middle of the forest, I was summoned. In a land that won't permit any sort of intervention by proper human history, my surrounding was especially dangerous. I couldn't move my arms and legs, and I had to sleep in it off. If I had been on my own, I would have likely disappeared then and there. Remember when I told you before I had only a cape when I came here? Well, that was a lie. I didn't even have that. It was kinda cold. But it wasn't scary or lonely. A fairy we've never seen before. He's all alone. How sad. Are you sad? But he looks so pretty and kind. Like a prince, like a prince. He's definitely our king. Our king has come. Protect the king. All of us together help the king. They couldn't touch me, but they formed a tight circle around me. Trembling in excitement, waiting for me to open my eyes. What? Don't you perk up when someone helps you out? I used to sound of their voice to stay conscious, and eventually my same ground stabilized to the point where I was able to wake up. That's why I'm so much more invested in Bryn than I probably should be, because they are here. It's ridiculous to think that because they are worthless, they can't do anything. Those helpless ones were the ones to help me. So gotta return the favor. That's why I'm working so hard to roll for Morgan. Same as you, Yuki. I may be powerless and a king of the weak, but I'm not going to be half-assed at it. I'm putting in my full effort, even if it means I can't save anyone. So that's why. Turner. And that is it for the report from Captain Karwas. The enemy has already deployed on the north side, but it is easier to enter from the south. Understood. As planned, we'll return to London with the child prophecy. Take courage to hold his position. It is still too early for an all-out battle. Yes, sir. What's that about, Percival? As expected, the Queen forces have begun their march on London. It is the Storm Army stationed at Oxford, the Fan Clan, led by Wills himself. That was fast. They shouldn't be able to mobilize so quickly. It has only been a day since Norwich bell rang. Are they on forced march because the Queen is demanding some kind of response? But Will's force are made up of nothing but Fan Clan fairies. Essentially, they carry no weapons and fight using only their bodies. That is why they can prepare battle so quickly. In open battle, they have no equal, but they're not as adept at occupation or holding a siege. There is no threat from an army like that assaulting London. Why not simply whittle them down during the siege? And then kill Woodwolves when he does lose patience with waiting and takes to the battlefield himself. Well, what is it, Gareth? Nothing. You just seem different from how you usually are. Ah, do I really? I'm the same as always, haha, maybe I got a little more confident. Nope, be as confident as you can be. After all, you rang the Pilgrim's Bell. From here on, more and more anti-Queen forces will gather under the child prophecy from all over. Atori has every right to be proud of herself. In fact, she's gotten stronger somehow, right? That's right. Just in terms of magical energy, she's probably equal to one of Morgan's finger. I had no idea the Pilgrim Brims had that kind of power. Must be why the clan leaders won't just let you bring them so easily. There are 5 left, right? Ah, but... The Wind clans in Salisbury, in Gloucester, Earth clans in Norwich, and Fang clans in Oxford. That is only 4. Where could the bells of the King and Mir clans be? Leave that to me. The Mir clan's bell is a big question mark, but I found out where the 5th bell was. It is on the edge of Britain, at the base of the burnt-out husk of the World Tree. And city of the ends of the earth, completely destroyed, and now a forbidden zone. The ruined land of Orkney. Wait, hold on. All this stuff about bells is important, but right now we're talking about London. Whitwood's army has already deployed, right? Is it okay to return like this, Percival? Yes, we're heading back. Tori right, the Fang clan isn't cut out for siege warfare. With their current forces, London can probably hold out for 10 days if they just defend. We'll work on countermeasure in the meantime. Whitwood's army is making a camp on the plains about 2 kilometers north of London. He can't perform a siege with his forces alone. If he wants to take the city, he has no choice but to go through the gate and attack the cities itself. So, have a detached force whittle him down. Yes, the one thing we have going for us is that we have a base we can fall back to at any time. We continue our retreat to London, and the forces we sent to liberate Norwich will be divided into 2 groups for London East and West. If we would launch an all-out assault on London, we'll attack his rear and keep him in check. If we get to a chance, we'll attack isolate platoons of his to reduce his strength. We don't have a chance of winning outright with our current strength, but in the defense battle, it could go either way. In the meantime, let's change the state of war a little bit. Through the count, we have Norwich support now, and resupplying doesn't seem to be an issue. But even when we go back to London, it's under siege, right? Is there a secret way into the fortress or some kind of underground passage? Then it would make sense. No, there's nothing like that in London. Or at least we haven't found any. Then what we're gonna do from now on is... Yes, we'll break through Whitwell's lines where they're the thinnest. This will be great, the perfect debut for the all-new Autoria. Damn it, we can't stop them. It's not just Percival, even the human soldiers are moving with unusual ease. Is this the blessing of the child prophecy? It's just like Her Majesty Morgan. We broke in through the enemy platoon and run, push through to London. As soon as East open gate, pull back. I'll be the anchor, and I won't let a single one of them pass. Yuki, I'm leaving a child prophecy to you. Right. Good response. I'll see you back in London. There were a few small battles here and there, but our sides took almost no casualties. Seems that victory is ours today. Great work, everybody. Clocking out for the day. On the other hand, we're still outnumbered. If this drags on, they'll get reinforcements from Camelot. We can't keep playing defensively. Let's not miss our chance to strike. That is for when our own numbers go out, or supplies from Norwich include personnel. Tomorrow, the anti-Queen fairies who helped us in Norwich will join us as volunteer soldiers. We'll assault Whitwell's main camp after that. We'll settle it all in one go, taking them by surprise. Yes, that's the plan. Let us rest and recuperate so we are ready. The men of London will take their night watch, so everyone please go get some rest. North from London, Whitwell's army campsite. Did I hear you correctly? You say that again, Barrowgut. I'm forbidden from going into battle? I'm refrained from attacking London directly? Like how Her Majesty would give such an order. I see through your lies, you filthy human. Not only are you brown-nosing the queen, you aim to take my strategy as well. Whoa, wait a minute there, boss man. I'm not so sure about this myself, alright? It would be nice to take the castle right away, but it is a good chance to gather the rebels all in one place. Obviously a bad move, right? I'd like to raise a complaint with her. Hey, you know what? Why don't you throw in some critique of the queen for me? I'll take your response back to Camelot. Ooh, yeah, I want to hear that too. Come on, whine, little puppy. If you got a problem with Mother, then let her hear. Weren't you busy being shot down by Aura in your own restaurant while Norwich was under attack? That would shock anybody. Don't let Woodwoods fight as he is now. Only you can make Mother go that far. Maybe you need a good luck charm to avoid further trouble, huh? Keep your mouth shut, you brat. Lord Woodwoods, I understand your feeling, but please, I beg you. Phew, 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 phew. Fine, I get it. I'm not going to end up like Bogart. Understood. If that is Her Majesty's will, I will follow her orders. We of the Flame Clans are loyal vassal of Her Majesty. We're different from those Earth Clan fools who dance to Spriggan's tune. Fine, I'll play along with her little siege for now. The child prophecy and the Round Table Army, I was entrusted with the task of disposing of both of them. Having Her Majesty trust is a joyous thing. I should not be upset in the least. But if they march out, that's a different story. We'll have no choice but to hit them at full force. Do you understand that, Beargut? Yes. Yeah, of course. I would prefer that myself. But I can't lend out Tristan to you, alright? She's my bodyguard after all. If it turns into a serious battle, you guys will be slaughtering the Round Table's guys by yourself. You can do that, right? You may be a bit long in the tooth, but you are the head of the Fan Clan after all. What? This won't require me personally. My leads will be more than enough. The child prophecy in the 4-game Magus poses no larger a threat than anyone else. The problem is the one who stood up to Lancelot, that cocky Percival. Well, it is a battle, not a duel. What good is it if he alone survives? If all humans in his fortress die, he'll give up and surrender. Well, that was a waste of time. Woodward was completely spineless. It is like he's not willing to fight himself. Did Mother forbid him from fighting himself? Because he might actually die if he did so. Yeah, he's really lost his nerve. I haven't seen shivers like that since I was scouted by Maresbury. I guess you're that much of a chicken, Woodwoods. Hey, can we go home? We're done with Mother Erin here. I know. Let's stop at Gloucester on the way. It's so much fun there, perhaps even better than the world you're from. Let's check out the Count's shop together, or rob a bank. I'd love to try that. Well, maybe next time. I'll think about it when I have some free time. But you're not doing anything right now. I'm so bored. Well, there's something bugging me about Morgan's order. Don't let Woodwoods fight. Huh, don't you think that sounds backwards? Not backwards, how? Well, let's hang around a little longer, Lady Spino. If we're lucky, we'll get one hell of a show. Wee, that was rough. Woodwood soldier tried to sneak in through the west gate, but we fought them off. What the heck was that with those Spang clan? We are here to deliver food. The gatekeeper almost let them in. Every army has a trick or two like that. But how did you realize it, if none of the fairies on the castle walls even caught on? You could say I got an ear for this sort of thing. I always know where danger lurks somehow. Now that we prevent the surprise attack, let us get back to the operation room. The relief from Norwich should be here any minute now. What do you mean there are no reinforcements from Norwich? Nobody who can fight, no smiths, not a single person will join the Round Table Army. No, I'm just saying they can't fight right now. The Count is trying to pursue them, but The fairies of Norwich are grateful to the child prophecy, but this is completely different. I understand, so that is what they're saying. They just want to protect Norwich. They don't care about anything else. Despite the fact Otori rang the Pilgrim's bell with the determination to save Britain. Even after she saved him twice over now, the fairies of Norwich won't dare to fight the Queen's army. Let alone the other clans. It's not like that. We are willing to fight. But starting war you have no chance of winning is. But that's how it is. If the child prophecy appears, comments from all over will gather. It sounds good, but that is just wishful thinking. Everyone in the Fairy Kingdom has been living under Morgan's thumb for the last 2,000 years. The terror has gone into him, plus there's the Fairy Knights on top of that. Ringing just one bell isn't going to bring in allies. I'm sure laid all the groundwork to bring down the Queen when the chance came. I guess there's really was a limit to what could be done with just gossip. We worked so hard to get this far, yet once we left Norwich, none of it mattered anymore. As long as there is no clear chance of victory, the fairies of Norwich cannot join the Round Table army. That is only natural. Please don't worry about it. Really, lay to this count. The count. We'll manage somehow, so please continue to give us material aid. Yes. Now will you please excuse me. You're not disappointed, Otaria. I thought you'd be taking this the hardest. No, I'm actually quite shocked, but bouncing back is my specialty. Let's do what we can do for now. We'll follow the Oberon's example, where he preserved without even the cloak on his back. You do know that was a metaphor, right? I wasn't actually streaking. If one was not, maybe two will be. Yes, if the second bell rings, perhaps the fairies that chose to wait and see will rise up as well. Please excuse me, I have urgent news, my lord. Word from McNamara in Gloucester, I'll read it aloud. I've confirmed sight of the Queen's army. They are advancing on the force of Wales. They carry the sender Fairy Knight Gawain. This unit is under the Queen's direct orders. We can't stop them. We can't guarantee the safety of the Welsh force. Please take immediate action, that is all. Sorry, I have to go. I'm leaving the rest to you, Percival. There's no point in going by yourself. You're right. If I head off by myself, I might make it in time, but I wouldn't be able to do anything. Would you lend me your strength, Yuki, Otoria? I'm going to save the fairies in Wales. They never had anything to do with me in the first place. I'm the only one who should suffer Morgan's wrath. They helped us as well. Yeah, they sure did. It's been a long time. I forgot about that. First of all, go talk to the fairy horse. Red Rabbit won't be enough by himself. We'll need 4 of them, fully harnessed and up to speed. Count me out since I'll be flying. The 5 of us, Yuki, Otori, Murmurasa, Gareth, and Da Vinci will all go together. I'll arrange it immediately. And there's 6 of us, not 5. I'll be coming along with Kundry. Guess I'm staying behind. Well, it can't be helped. I can't fly all the well right now. We need to keep the carriage as light as possible. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Don't push yourself too hard while we're gone, Happy Nyan. Worry more about yourself. You're going up against a Fairy Knight. A fairy whose true name has been transformed is a tough opponent. Got any sort of plan? Of course, if anything, I've been anticipating this moment. I won't let going get the best of me again. Hey, what a prospering child prophecy. Then there's only one thing left to say. Listen up, whatever it takes, get under her skin once. That's your chance. Uncover the cracks in the armor of her gifted name. In the end, she's just acting like a fairy knight. All you have to do is get her to deny that. Thanks for your straightforward concern and advice. We'll head off. Have a trot. I see it, Wales, but the forest is burning. There's still time, they're probably all hiding themselves. Let us split up, take out the enemies, put out the fires. Toria, Da Vinci, Yuki, this way, come on. We'll take the other side, personal gear, let's go. By the order of Her Majesty, burn. Burn its force of decay to the ground. You scum who named the Fairy King, repent for your sins. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Stop it, stop it. Don't burn the forest. Don't burn Rick or Baron's house. Don't be mean to everyone. Don't be mean to us. It hurts, hurts, hurts. Don't die, don't die, don't die. There are already... There he is, the Fairy Night King. Seize him and drag him before Her Majesty. Is that the child prophecy next to him? No, but when I saw her in Camelot, she didn't have such an absurd magical energy. Ah, you bastards, you bastards. Toria, oh crap, she's remembering Ting Tango. Yuki, go after her. She's completely out of control. If she's not careful, she'll get herself killed here. God, leave it to me. They are running. They are running away after all this. I won't forget this. I won't forget it. They killed them all. Atari, calm down. Let go. They are getting away. I've got to. I've got to make them pay. I'm sorry. I just saw red. It is fine. I'm sorry too. Yes, if they escaped up the trees earlier, maybe. It is useless. We already sweep the area. All that remains is to burn the forest down to the ground. You're half a day too late to save them. This is what you get for ringing the bell, child of prophecy. Fairy Night Gawain. Why did you come here in the first place? Did you leave London in the middle of a standoff with wolves? I don't understand you at all. Your actions are full contradictions. The weak should follow the strong. If they obey, the strong will eventually entrust them with their corpse. If they don't understand that way of things, then they cannot be protected. Child prophecy, forget Magus. If you surrender, here I'll accept. My task is purge wills, not deal with you. But if you're going to fight, then so be it. My flames will burn you and the forest alike to ash. We have to defeat Gawain to protect the forest. It is alright, I'm prepared to fight her. I'll use decoys to counter her eating our magical energy. I want it free, so we can only hold out for so long. Let us finish her off quickly, Yuki. Whoa, we caught a big one here. Not bad, Artoria. What are you doing here, Maramasa? What? I had a bad feeling. I couldn't just leave the girl on her own. Protecting Magus with such choice. Hey, did you think I'd sit back and let you wail on us? Snap out of it, you flat gluttonous knight. You, how dare you mock me? Oh shit, I'd be mocking you. You're a fairy knight, you damn moron. You do nothing but follow Queen's order. You don't even protect the fairies. Calling yourself a knight of the round table is insulting. It is true that Sir Gawain was a humorless honor student, and he regarded the word of king was absolute. But even he wasn't all how blinded with faith like you are. I know you. I've seen your true name on Hector's manifest. Listen well and remember. Your true name is Bargus, the Black Dog Lord, the thundercloud eating Bargus. Enough of your nightly pretense. Face us without your gifted name. Vargas, the black dog fairy from England. The one who heralded disaster in cities, the fairy with shining horns and eye of fire. That is right. That is how I should be in proper human history, isn't it? You shared your accursed knowledge with me. Yeah, my thanks. That helped me calm down. But don't think too highly of yourselves, weaklings. Revealing my true name won't change anything. Sir Gawain, morning light, the number of saint that gives power during the day. It is nothing but a hindrance to a creature of the night like myself. I may be a fairy eating biz, I may have lost my gift, but I'm still a knight. My horn dedicated to Queen is undimmed, and I will use your lives to prove it. Oh wait a minute, we revealed her true name, shouldn't we win? Bakako just got stronger than she was before. This is where you get cold feet? You really just get high off the moment, don't you? No, I know how she feels. I can't gauge Vargas' magical energy. What is going on? Now that her true name has been revealed, the addition to her syngraph should have been vanished, and she should be weakened. It is as if... Ooh. No, we won't retreat. We take down Vargas here. Unless one of the fairy knights are defeated, there will be no rebellion. And it may only been for a short while, but I'm the Lord of Wales, Oberon, King of the Fairies. Atora Yuki, lend me your strength. Let us show the Queen's dog who trampled the spores, the pride of the weak. Setting fire to your forest, slaughtering the defenseless, so it is how the Queen controls her people. You don't deserve to call yourself knights. 2 soldiers with a single first. So they don't just say you're the peak of human ability for nothing, Principal. So, this isn't like you. What happened to your usual composure? You're reasonable despite being huge. Big body and bigger heart is your selling point, right? That is right. I'm the commander, so I should keep a level head. Thank you, Master Muramasa. You brought me back to my senses. There are no more soldiers here. Gareth and I can wrap this up. We'll look for survivors. Master Muramasa, please go to Otoria. You've been worried about her for some time now, haven't you? It's written all over your face. Is that so? Well, sometimes she just lets her feeling get the best of her. Yuki has been through a lot too, but he's still just a kid. You sure it's alright for an old man like me looking after them? Come on now, you don't even look the part. Please take care of them. Aw. Sure, sometimes you can be that kind of guy too, huh? First of all, there's no one here either. No soldiers or forest fairies. So it seems like this is a bust. I found one, but it was too late. Let us circle around the west and head north to where Otoria and the others went. There's a possibility there might be people in need of help on the way. I won't have us come this far without saving anyone at all. First of all, what? Wait! Behind you, the enemy! Get out of the way! Behind, there's nobody there. I can't sense... What is that? You can see it? That is amazing, Gareth. No, what I saw you was in a tough spot. I mean, look at that. It's unnatural. It's a mirror. It is reflecting its surroundings. Ah, it escaped under the shrub. It's getting away. Get it, Principal. On it. Do you have my mirror camouflage shattered? This is a black mark on the name of Pertunes, the Assassin Knight. Well, I've been out of work for 200 years, so I'm quite rusty. It is not a simple blunder. Still a fairy who can see through my invisibility. I'll take your head, girl, as a precaution. I won't let you, you coward. Give me a hand, Gareth. I'm counting on your eyes. Tell me where he is. Please leave it to me. I'll do my best. What was I thinking, calling that a precaution? It has already been decided. Oh, what an awful luck. How could I come across the one person in the world who can catch me? Crucible, he's running off. It looks like he can't turn invisible anymore. Yeah, he's quite bothersome fairy. We've got to be sure to take care of him here. I do not believe my eyes. What is such a renowned knight doing in this panel colony? You should be in London, shouldn't you? No wonder Her Majesty doesn't see you rebel as a threat. You lack the conviction to do what it takes to win. Seriously, it's disgraceful how naive you are, Percival. It is you. Lancelot, the strongest fairy knight in Britain. We defeated Fairy Knight. Yeah, how's that? Now you know the resentment I've held for so many years. You didn't just win on your own, Opera, Murmasa, and not for your Magus. You won only with Yuki's help. Don't get so high and mighty, you brat. Even so, Vargas, we may have forced you to your knee, but I can see that you still have strength and willpower to spare. I suppose we could keep beating on each other, but do you really want to keep at this until we're all dead? We managed to exchange words several times by now, but that doesn't mean we understand everything. You're the type who will listen sincerely to the victor. As such, I'd like to talk to you now. Quite a chatterbox of a servant, aren't you? Fine, I'll listen. We Chaldea have no intention of attacking Britain. And that's because, so long as the fantasy tree is destroyed, this Britain will eventually disappear. I believe that the fate of Britain should rest in the hands of you fairies. Britain will disappear? You are speaking nonsense. Your argument is contradictory to begin with. So long as you assist the child prophecy, you are all enemies of the Fairy Kingdom. That's no different from attacking Britain. That's where you're wrong, Vargas. We were working with the child prophecy to save Britain. Morgan is the aggressor here. She and Barrigat have no intention of saving you fairies. Even if all fairies of land die out, Morgan will just turn a blind eye to the great comedy. Because she's going to make use of it to invade our world. That's why she's did nothing to help Norwich. You know the truth, don't you? This may be Morgan's idea of justice, but her method caused nothing but suffering for the fairies. I suppose so, but I cannot deny this. Then we can work together from now on. Don't even start. You may have a point, but that doesn't mean I can approve of you. Let your guard down and I'll kill you without hesitation. Do not forget what I've done here. Hello, real. However, I have a question for you all as well. You just said you were here to save Britain, but Barrigat says differently. He says that Chaldea has destroyed many worlds while claiming they are in the right. If that's the case, then you should have come here for the same reason. Don't raise your hand against us because we'll destroy ourselves. That is not a reason to save us. I ask you this, Yuki, and your wise and beautiful servant. Putting child prophecy aside, why would you from the outside world protect us? First Norwich and now this, you should have just left the fairies be. That is... We saved it because we wanted to, I guess. Even if this world is gone tomorrow, I won't let that be reason enough for today to be ruined. Take it easy. There is no fight left in you. No, my bad, it's Vargas now, is it? How about we call truce here? I used to fight these guys too, you know? It is not a bad thing to be honest with yourself if you really want to. Marcus, is she turning into a Morse? No, that's not it. What is this? Huh. Name. Don't call my name. On Earth, huh? That guy, he's targeting Vargas. Bakiko protected Yuki. What the hell are you doing? Do you want to die? Why are you trying to save me? No, that is not... What are you doing, Portunes? You're attacking me. I should be the indulgent one, Vargas. Not only did you listen to her nonsense, but you protected Forgan Magus. An obvious treason against Her Majesty. If you have proof otherwise, show it now. Kill the human beside you. It should be easy for you. Just reach around and snap his neck. That is... to return the favor of fearing for my life. Then suffer Her Majesty's punishment. May you sleep in terror, you foolish black dog. Oh shoot, he is getting away. Is this really alright, Vargas? If he gets back to Camelot, won't you be found guilty of treason? It doesn't matter. I was true to myself, that is all. If Her Majesty is gonna pass judgment on me, then as a knight, there's nothing I can do. A traitor who sided with the child prophecy, sweeping of the Autumn Forest, Oberon hiding place is complete. My mission is over. I'm withdrawing. As soon as I get back to the castle, I'll probably be dismissed. And at the same time, I will show that the fairy knight Gawain was defeated in battle. You run, Round Table. Celebrate in the streets to your heart content. Vargas is gone and our fight is over, but... Good, whatever the outcome, the force is finally at peace. Defeating a fairy knight puts a huge feather in her cup. I'm glad at least something good came from all of this. Oberon. But I think I'd like to be alone for now. Sorry, but would you mind heading out to the road ahead of me? It's going to take some time to say goodbye to each and every one of them. Yeah, we'll go around and wait in the carriage. Let's go, Yuki. If we're here then... Yeah. Everyone's safe, I'm relieved. Oh, I don't see Oberon with you. Oberon's going to be late. We'll wait here until dawn. Speaking of, where are Percival and Gareth? We're over here. We had to take a break first. There were no survivors in the southern or western parts of the forest. I'm deeply sorry for my inability to do anything. But you were amazing, Percival. You drove away Lancelot. Lancelot? That bastard was here too? Shh, I screwed up. I should have stayed with Percival. I gotta pay her back for slamming me into the wall of the Great Pit while I'm still here. So there were 2 fairy knights here, and we drove them both off. No Gary exerting things. In truth, it was more like she overlooked us. Once she confirmed the first spire was out, she flew offwards towards Camelot. She's a dragon fairy who soars through the sky. As a human, I have no way of shooting her down. Yeah, we've seen ourselves how vulnerable she is. Her air and mobility is unbelievable, on par with records of Enkidu from Babylonia. Yes, because she's the most graceful fairy in the entire kingdom. But she can't make full use of that mobility in this forest. I think the reason I was able to hold her off was only because we were fighting in an area with so many obstacles. The fact of the matter is you managed to stop her. We've only heard she beat up some alter ego. We don't have a lot of information on Lancelot. Combat data would be a big help. Did you notice anything particular during your fight? Any remarks on the alliance? Yeah, actually. There was nothing worth mentioning. I was on the defensive the whole time. I'm sorry. Isn't that right, Gareth? Well, I guess. So anyway, it was a great fight. Still, I'm a little worried about Oberon. He'll probably recover mentally from this, but... That is a lot of bodies to bury. I should help at least him. Bury? And you know, a burial. What do you only do? Cremation here in Britain. If we leave a corpse alone, it'll decay somehow or other. We've got to make graves for them. Oh, did you not know, Murmusa? You neither, Yuki? Graves in Britain don't disappear when they die. Ah, oh yeah, now that you mention it. I thought something was wrong, but that's not it. Even if they die, their same graves don't dissipate. Yeah, we don't know what fairies in your words are like, but fairies in this Britain stay around when they die. They don't break down, they don't decay, they just change and remain. Human corpses are burned because they rot, but fairy corpses are just left in the land of Britain. Look, you see all those fallen trees? Those are fairies who lost their life force. This Britain is a land littered with bodies of the dead fairies. To think a knight like myself would be forced to retreat in disgrace. There were too many factors I did not foresee. The child prophecy and the Forget Magus should have been holed up in Lendium. Lensa refusing to obey orders, going doing nothing but bringing down the forest. Though she merely the Black Dog Bargus now, I must report her treachery to her majesty. If all that happened, she should be not object to my retreat. But the biggest problem of all is that girl who saw through my camouflage. I would have gotten the truth out of her, but that damn Percival, he had to interfere. Or no matter, I know where they are. As soon as I report to Her Majesty, I'll go to Lendium. What? What? What is... My legs are vanishing. You. Damn you, I know you're foul stench. You're a curse. The stench of the Morris War. Impossible. You should be dead. My queen. I have to tell the queen. Oh. But... The year 400 of the Fountain, the island of Britain in which fantasy is still stood. Match followed Tonliko and Totoro to their camp in the forest to rest. Puzzled by a similar yet different landscape, she recited them the story of everything that had occurred to the best of their ability. In other words, the Fairy Kingdom is the island of Britain that I know. Was that any use? Toniko, could it be this guy is one of those pitiful fellows? Totrot, don't say such rude things. There is no lie in her story. What she just told us seems to be a story from the distant future. Britain, known there as the Fairy Kingdom, Morgan, brought all the clans together. And the child prophecy alongside an invader from proper human history. Excuse me, invader may have been exaggeration. I'm still trying to process all of this, so have some patience. No, it is given that you would think that, so it is alright. Toniko, do you believe me when I say that I'm from the Britain in the future? Yes, I do. I know that what you say is mostly true, but I also feel like I cannot fully believe it. Especially about the child prophecy, was it? The fairy who becomes the next savior, rather than being created for it. Because the simple fact that she exists in the future means, well, it means that I will fail. Hogwash, Toniko will succeed this time. You'll bring peace to Britain. That prophecy from the Miro clan is nonsense. I guess you're right. We'll have to succeed this time. Will you help me, Totoro? You know it. I'm an ally of any girl who does her best. You also have some bad luck, haven't you? So first, I'm going to help Toniko be happy. Mash, was it? I'll help you after that as well, if it's alright with you. Yes, it'll be a pleasure. Happy, Totrot. I'm counting on you. Mash, if you had nowhere else to go, we can protect you, but there is one thing I want you to promise me. If you wish to return to your own time, you must not speak any further of the future, unless you are still here. Because by intervening in the past, the future, as I know it, might be changed. Is that it? Well, that's about right. No matter what you do or say, it will not change the Queen calendar, but here in this fairy calendar, where Fantasy Street still stands, there will be fairies whose fate could be distorted. No matter what I do, there will be no change in the Queen's calendar. Toniko, what do you mean? Come on, you're talking about the future again, aren't you? Ah, you're right. The mention of the Queen calendar is taboo, isn't it? Exactly. This is a measure to safeguard your fate rather than safeguarding ours. When you return in time from whence you came, you mustn't have any knowledge that contradicts what you already know. The greater contradiction, the greater the void in your memory will appear. You don't want to lose your precious memories of yours, do you? In that case, just try not to do anything here that would interfere with the future. But still, Queen Morgan, about her idea of sending the comedy to the past in order to rid herself of it. If you have any clans of comedy of Norwich, those big hands, was it that what you said? Those things would have appeared on the shore. The Knight of London has finally been born, and it's almost ruined everything. We can't ever thank you enough for that, Mash. And thanks to you, and what's his name, Yuki? Our fight here will go down much more smoothly. Your battle, you're referring to the Saber War, right? Is it the one that took place in the year 4000 of the fairy calendar, or is it Summer War that took place in the year 2000? Which period are we even in right now? Huh? Wasn't Summer War in the year 10,000? The only war that happened in the year 2000 was the garden dispute between the Earth and the Wind clans at the time where Britain is still small, wasn't it? Ah, you got it backwards, it seems. For Mass Berserker, the fairy calendar years count backwards from time when it switched over to Queen calendar. So for clarity's sake, let's just refer to everything by how long ago it was from now. The Summer War was 16,000 years ago, or the year 2000 of the fairy calendar, as Master would think of it. That was a great invasion from the Shadow Island. Led by Queen Mab, we exploited for humans as soldier. It was the second time the Northern Fairies waged wars in the south. It was really horrible, wasn't it, Top Rat? Everyone from every clan were all on the verge of dying. What would they have done without Toniko and the Black Knight, right, Black Knight? That's right, Queen Mab was a very powerful fairy. It wasn't just that she had the blessing of Albion, she possessed a primal strength that Southern fairies did not. If Toniko had not stepped in and stalled it for time, all the clans would have been wiped out and then there. But in the end, even though Mab was one step away from winning, she suggested a peace treaty. And as a result of that, Mab took up the vacant position left from the Ring clan and became a great lord up at Northern Orkney. Oh, I see. Thank you for your explanation. By the way, who is this person? This is my bodyguard, Master Black Knight. We've been working together for a long time, haven't we? Yeah, ever since you showed yourself on stage. I've been fighting by your side for over 2,000 years now. It's getting difficult to keep this up, even as our bodies cheat death. Whether you're able to stay in this time or not, please just give it up after this time. Don't worry, it'll work out just fine this time around. What left is the coronation. But I guess you're right. If you can't succeed after that, then nothing else will work. The war between the clans have finally ended. After 10,000 years, a new king has been born in Britain. But to think that the person who would unite the 5 clans is not fairy but a human. It couldn't have been foreseen. Then again, fairies can't even put up with other fairies. Hold on, what are you saying? Britain's king's a human? Yep, exactly. My mate is still complaining about it, saying stuff, I'm more fit to be king of Britain than any human. Mab has their own pride after all, top rock, especially after what happened in the Summer War. Also, let us get back track. Right now, it'll be the year 400 of the Fountain Kingdom from a match point of view. So 400 years from now, Queen Morgan will make her entrance. It's something that I must not think about. I can't help myself. It is true, since Ufer is a human, he will not live for more than another 10 years. Of that, there will be several generations of his heirs, and then 400 years later, Morgan will be queen. How would that work? Even if you don't know, do you, Tonalico? But I think it is a sure thing that conflicts between the clans will cease. After all, in the Fairy Kingdom, I know there are very few conflicts between them. Sorry, talk about the future again. If it's just that, which is within the American era, it is fine. Either way, the future will be a peaceful one, it seems. Britain has always been a land filled with warfare. It's a clan's fault for their territory. If that all ends with our generation, I couldn't be any happier. It is all because we were able to put a dent in the Earth, Wind Clan, and Mir clans with the help of Mirin of the Wind Clan and Ufer allying force. Mab and Kinkan were only ones who we ended in draw against. Wasn't Mab trying for a marriage convenience? Imagine if Mab and Ufer joined force, they'll be unstoppable. But Ufer yearned after Tonalico, so Mab may become rather pitiful. That not at all how it is. Ufer will receive his crown, and I will return to paradise as soon as I ascertain that I received the bow and bell from the clans. I think Ufer and Mab will look great together. I bet the next 100 years will be a time of peace. That is all for after the coronation in London. Tonalico, why won't you just use that cathedral in Salisbury? That place has more history, doesn't it? London may be an impenetrable stronghold, but it is still on a stench of blood. Wars do show up every once in a while. For safety's sakes, I think Salisbury would be the better choice. That is because Salisbury is closer to a great pit. I'm just being aware of that. No one in Britain knows that what is bottom of the great pit. Actually, no one in Britain dares to find out what it is at the bottom of the great pit because their consciences won't let them. I'm the only one who dares to look inside, but the bottom is too deep for me to investigate alone. If there's another person or fairy who could use magecraft or had the strength to encourage. If there was such a person who was not from Britain, who would be willing to collaborate with me, I could investigate. Investigate? What is it, Tonalico? I got yay. Everyone change plans. Let's go to the Great Pit right now. Masha and I will solve the biggest mystery in all Britain. "14. A big rant rings out in the distance. All for 16 years, I heard the pilgrim's bell ring in Ting Tango. It was heard nothing like the real thing's fashion to sound out the child prophecy coming of age and departure. The fairy helmet Ting Tango was located on the coast, north of Cornwall. It was a little more than a footnote like that to Her Majesty and the clan heads. Caster, I got you a new book today. A book equipped among the noble fairies. You will be leaving for the castle at some point after all. Let's start studying it right now. Is this the table right? Incidentally, has your fairy pair matured yet? You'll turn 16 in 2 years, you know? For now, I'm just a little worried about you. You have a very trying journey ahead. Caster, you did a splendid job today. You're truly a diligent, sincere, and efficient girl. You always manage to find what the village lacks, never losing yourself in games. I wish the other fairies would follow your example. Looking after you has been a big help for us. And yet this year, tax collection will be rough. Thanks to you, the village still has a surplus, but... At this rate, Tintangle may be ruined before you even get to turn 16. Oh, I worry so much. Why must he be so? None of them have even the slightest shred of subtlety. Better not live up to old age if it means being so frail. Don't you agree, Caster? You gotta distance yourself from the stuff you don't like. Or is being treated special as a child prophecy what you want? Come play with us. The headman won't care if it's just for a while. They said merchants are coming in by the east road. Maybe we can get some instrument made in Gloucester. I bet they can be convinced to sell one of them if the great child prophecy acted. By the way, have you been growing? The old folks said you're different from us, that you're a fairy who grows up. That is a gross thing to imagine, but probably for the best. With such a measly magical energy capacity, a single black dog would probably kill you. So you need to grow up quickly and protect us. Till then, we'll protect you. Every last one of them had such a thing of high hopes for me. In such a small village where even the next day was, and certainly they put their trust in me. I'm sorry for being weak, for not being strong. The village, I'm sorry, couldn't protect Tintangle. Damn, what possesses this village? They resisted what they knew. It was plainly futile. Had they all gone mad? Forget the fairies of Tintangle. Find a child prophecy. We'll never lay it down if she escapes now. I'll never be able to face Her Majesty Morgan. Voice reloaded like thunder. I had never heard a powerful fairy roar in anger. I was too scared to even put up a fight, so I fled the village alone and in tears. But I really did want to stay in the village too, Grandpa. We made it to Salisbury in half a day's time. This new carriage has a rather comfortable pull to it. Now that the war with Her Majesty has commenced, I have no intention of obeying the speed limits. We should be able to make London by sunset. What do you think? You're fast, alright? Agree, but my butt and back feels like they're in pieces. I may need a breather myself. I think I may have such motion sickness. Then let's take a break at Mike's place. There's something we should discuss. How about you, Percival? I'll press on from here to London. The child prophecy is welcome here, but not so much the commander of the Round Table Army. That is an odd conclusion, Percival. Aren't there rebels in Salisbury? Why can't you just cooperate? No, the Round Table Army and Salisbury rebels are two different groups. You could call difference in discipline. For starters, Aurora is maintaining her stance as leader of a clan allied with the Queen. Any sign of collaborating with the Round Table Army will lead to them being crushed first. Sure, I suppose, but it doesn't feel right to keep quiet at this point, does it? It's the right choice, Master Muramasa. One become of Lady Aurora. Countries say we can make the distance too. You will be returning to London on our heels. Oh lovely child prophecy, oh hopeful child prophecy. Courageous saber Norwich went, the Queen and Camelot shall bend. London to retake, and fairy knights to all a make. Suddenly you're a star, Artoria. Some star. They should make confections shaped like people's faces. This one looks prettier than me, while the Wing Clan are insults personified. Davichi's back. He goes away for a while and shows up 2 weeks later for crying out loud. Never mind, it is over and done with. Have I got new goodies to show you, Da Vinci? I made a brand new menu and made friends with the Wing Clan. I'm even attending human gatherings. It's a handful, but each day's been fun. Good to be back, Mike. Sorry to have worried you. But aren't you spreading yourself too thin with all the new stuff? You're the type who home in on impulse. Don't you think focusing on one thing at a time works better? Hey, you might be right, but that alone couldn't do it for me. Not a bit of it compares to what I learned from you, Da Vinci. Man, I can't reboot you after you put it like that. Sorry, Yuki, I'll be in the kitchen. There's going to be some wacky flavors that I don't exactly like to prevent it fair. Sounds good, take your time. Wajip is sitting in the back. Da Vinci must have made good friends here, though that one's more like a disciple. I tell he's a fairy that Da Vinci met while wandering about. Thanks to that relationship, we have a free reign to use this shop. To the extent of holding secret meetings such as this in the back. Bear, huh? Right, here's where we get serious. Between here and the West Force, you all kept quiet out of consideration for me, right? It's very thoughtful of you, but we can't afford that luxury anymore. In order to rout the army was laying siege to London, I'll be wanting one thing. You will want what? A katana. What would you make me a katana, Muramasa? Huh? I have a reservation about fighting with a tree branch. I'm a boy at heart, you see. And would it be cooler to have a katana of yours, Muramasa? I'd like to wear one in my boat, if you let me. I can't see anyone wearing a blade for looks alone. Not to mention, you can't hand out iron in the first place, can you? Don't worry, it's all for appearance. I never used something so dangerous. That's even worse. You do? Hold your damn fashion samurai horses and I'll make you a bamboo sword. Honestly, Oberon. It's nice to see Oberon back in good spirits, Yuki. Yes, it may sound like a joke, but Oberon seems quite serious about wanting a sword. Goodness, you're stingier than I thought. Back in the woods, you couldn't have won against Vargas without my help. That is another concern entirely. You don't give a sword to someone who doesn't even know how to cut. Just say you were able to handle yourself fine, or was your fight all flash and no form? Be that as it is, well, I tell no lies here. I don't like pain, so I'm a support servant. I didn't want to stand out with a child prophecy nearby. If one of her companions showed up, Tori may have just returned the tingle in the half. I was ready to fade into background until she built more confidence. True, I may have gone back to Tintago. As I said, though that's all I have left to fight for, after losing my mind in the forest. The child prophecy will be guided by the Forged Magus, and not me. There are no more airs to put on. From here on out, I fight for all of you. After Welsh Force went up in flames, my turn in the spotlight may well be coming to an end. Oberon. You guys, Mike just passed on some fresh intelligence. Huh? How'd things get all serious? Did you already hear from the bar customers? Well, nothing. I'm interested. Do tell Da Vinci. Right, there was a refugee who fled here from Norwich. The ferry's there ready for London this morning to join the Round Table Army. Could it be because we beat Gawain? Right, somehow news about Fairy Knight Gawain's defeat has spread all over Britain. Might know one fairy who can propagate gossip as fast as this, but I'll leave that aside. The key thing is that hopes for the child prophecy have come to life. The enemy thinks the Round Table army will stay besieged, but if we can just stop together enough of a force, we can crush woods before Her Majesty's reinforcement arrives. Great, provided we can remobilize from all corners of the land. That's the only way to pull this off. Can we rely on you, Oberon? But of course, you guys already made the grade to begin with. Now then, it is Aurora's turn to keep her word. Let's put off our chests and go claim our reward for saving Norwich. Aurora willing to gave us access to the well. Yes, I was outside the city composing a verse and I could hear it quite well. But I am worried Aurora's position may be in jeopardy now. She insists on telling the queen that somebody broke in and rang the bell while she was away. It's a rather transparent lie, but let us trust Aurora's skill at negotiation for that. Even if the queen ends up seeing her as an enemy, if she can stall long enough for us to defeat Wood's army, we can advance the Round Table's armor to Salisbury, then we can protect her if her queens march her army. Right, and what's more, the second bell has been rung. Even I can tell her pressure is amazing. Power, strength, destructive force, she's powered up in every way. I declare that I am strongest, as I am now not even bargaining against me. Or something like that. Gareth is impressed. Oh, you think so? I don't remember ever saying anything like that, did I? What about you, Oberon Yuki? Do you think I can take on Begako alone? Is that normally impossible? If it was Tristan, you could just scrape by, but Bargus is a strong opponent even without her gifted name. She was more than 10 times stronger than you to begin with. Wouldn't taking her along be suicide? Yeah, no kidding. And I was pretty weak originally anyway. It's true, you've gotten stronger. Yeah, Tori magic secrets well her fairy pattern since she's a fairy. It's clear they are increasing. Both fairies and humans are generally born with these nerves. It is not a case of training them to become stronger, but more like increasing the number of circuits themselves. It is presumed that this is definitely a sign that you're something special. But that makes me wonder, there are two kinds of fairies in the Fairy Kingdom. The ones that don't change from birth, and the ones that change every step of the way. Or so I've heard. I think you're the latter, but still, there aren't many examples of fairies whose ability changed as drastically as yours. But there are those who lose magical energy due to losing their purpose or shine though. I wonder if you experienced that yourself. I like to know myself, but well, maybe it's because I'm the child prophecy. Without that kind of bonus, I wouldn't be doing this. Aha! I see, I have a point. The Magia Record Atoria has to defeat James Morgan. The game was rigged from the start. Well then. Where does your ability rank, Oberon? I didn't get a good chance to see it in the forest, so show me one more time. Didn't I already tell you? I'm not a fighter, also I don't have anyone to. You do, Murmasa is here, Gareth is here, Red Rabbit is also here. The Fidget is here too, and of course Yuki is here too. Right, we're all divided into teams. Let's begin, Oberon. Well, alright. You with me, Yuki? Sorry, man. I don't trust you, you sus. The bell of Salisbury has rung. I cannot declare it yet, but as a leader of Wind Clan, I acknowledge the legitimacy of the child prophecy. When she rings all the bells, the Wind Clan shall rise against the Queen's rule. The war will reach Salisbury eventually. I'm very sorry to ask you, but will you agree to this? We have no exceptions. We can't trust Queen Morgan with the Fairy Kingdom. Every one of us has been waiting with bated breath for a decision, Lady Aurora. Just what you expect from a guard of Salisbury, your loyalty is most gratifying. The child prophecy has return to Lundium, she will soon engage in battle with Woodwolves. When the bell of Oxford is rung, things will change dramatically in the Fairy Kingdom. Continue to prepare your force in case of emergency. Please wait, Lady Koro. We've already organized our force. We can depart for Lundium at any time. Should we not cross swords with Woodwolves to show our power to Salisbury? Watch your tongue. That is not for you to decide. The Fang clan is an honorable clan that has long defended Rin, do you understand? The Wing clan shall not wage war on the Fang clan. The one we should fight are the Witch Morgan, the Earth clan who broke the ban, the Queen, backwards in Camelot, reveling in peaceful lives, and following anti-fairy brand of humans who do not think about their actions. Lady Aurora will only stand as leader when the siege of Camelot becomes a reality. I will not allow you to jeopardize our city safety unnecessarily. Until then, Salisbury will remain neutral, ignore the humans of Lundium. That is... So should the child prophecy be defeated, Salisbury will remain blameless. Though you do understand, I trust there are no objections. Understood. Should the resident of London evacuate, our gates will remain closed. Is that so? I believe that is enough, Koro. Lady Aurora. Certainly it will be difficult to take in a defeated Round Table army. But if they do not participate in the fighting, they should be nothing more than refugees. As a clan head, I cannot abandon those who have no place to go. And if we abandon the weak, then do we have any rights to rise up against Her Majesty? But then we will have to battle the Queen before the child prophecy can complete her cruel image. It'll be alright, there won't be a problem, Kuro. You see, you've seen Return, haven't you? She can protect Lundium now. And Oberon Aruki will with her. Even so, should that Round Table army be defeated? When that happens, we too must stop observing and rise up. For the fairies and humans seeking refuge from Lundium to protect their lives and their freedom. Oh, Lady Aurora, your generosity knows no bounds. Reaching out to them despite how they refuse our aid, the sovereign insists on their own independence. Truly, Lady Aurora is the ideal queen, the one who can bridge the gap between humans and fairies. We of the Liberation Army dedicate our lives to protection of Our Lady and her city. What are you saying, you lesser beings? You can't protect Salisbury or Lady Aurora. No, we can't rely on humans. We have to place all our trust in the child prophecy. The pilgrim bells, please ring them all before we go to war with the Queen. It's only been 2 days. Yeah, but there are busy more people here, aren't there? I know, right? From the east gate to the south, it's been bustling ever since this morning. It's all because you took down a Fury Knight. Even I was surprised by the news. Welcome back, everyone. I wasn't worried, but I'm so glad there wasn't anything serious. Does this crowd mean? Yes, there are new recruits from Norwich, and people wanting refuge in Lundium. Even so, we only took in about half, and the rest we had to send back to Norwich. That's right, they took advantage of the night to sneak in under cover of darkness, but as you might expect, we can only take in so many, you know? Woodwoods has started sending out patrol units, so the rest will come after the battle, won't they? Pepe, you came too? Oh yes, it really feels like a time for the decisive battle, don't you think? Sitting in Norwich, listening to reports alone would feel like such a waste, so I decided to pop on over. Glad you can make it, Pepe. It's nothing. If you want to thank me, you can do that a little later. You see, I have my own agenda too. You could say that I'm using you all as bait. If the defensive battle commences here, you'll be sticking around, won't you, Yuki? In a situation where his target is clearly located, Meru will always make the effort to show up in person. I wonder why that's the case. I'll know where to aim, at least. Unwinding after a tough battle is something I always look forward to. So then, we're all in the same boat. Well, if it's one less thing to worry about, then I'm all for it. Don't get too reckless. If you die here, we'll have to fix up Norwich all over again. Oh my, are you worried about little old me? That makes this whole trip worth it. You're the worst in Spriggan, you moron. My duty is to bodyguard the Chaprosi right now, remember. Yes, let's run with that then. Then as someone who once knew a thing or two about Kaoria, let me share something with you. First of all, Autoria Yuki Da Vinci. Can you come to the operation room? I have a proposal for you concerning what comes after the prophecy. After the prophecy. I'll get straight to the point. This loss was different from the others. It won't disappear even if fantasy has been completely removed. This land has moved far past simply being a divergence from proper human history. A world with the same strength as proper human history, a new human history, no longer a fantasy. Is it ironic that a world of daydreaming fairies would become human history? Even I can't call this Lostbelt anymore. It's more of a lost world at this point. During the attack Olympus, Britain's fantasy was tortured and burned down. But that's not when it ceased functioning. That was much earlier, most probably when Morgan took control of Britain, in the first year of the Queen's calendar. This Lostbelt broke off from fantasy long before the year 2017. It's probably safe to assume that it's not the fantasy tree that's sustained this Lostbelt, but Morgan's action. But how so? If Morgan is defeated, then the Lostbelt will return to normal. I don't think there will be any change from the Grado pruning we've seen up until now. As for Britain itself, the inhabitants are a different matter though. In the other Lostbelts, the fate of its residents was a given. But here it is different. At the very least, spirits born after the change to the Queen's calendar won't disappear if they exit the Lostbelt. Because their existence is the same strength as someone from proper human history. That is the discrepancy I'm talking about. I don't mean immigration. Yeah, a human born in this land can only live here. But if you're a fairy of this land, then it's possible to move over to proper human history. It means there's a possible future together. So, what is he talking about, Damichi? It means after we defeat Morgan, even if this Lostbelt were to disappear, you can save yourselves by fleeing to the outside world. There's still the problem of getting past that wall of light though. Yes, to disappear along with the fairy kingdom, or attempt a new life in proper human history. You're free to make that decision, Otter. No, more than that. You could stop being in Chaprosi and just run away if you wanted. With Kaoria's Stormborder, you could start a whole new life. You sure say some wild stuff, Pepe, and in front of the principal of all people. I can say this because he is here. Percy Boy already knows about proper human history, Lostbelt Kaoria, and the fantasy tree. I also told him about Yuyuki and Otoria. I'm just trying to be fair and clean up all the loose ends by myself. My own way, you know? First of all. Yeah, I don't know much as the rest of you, so I can only make a child's assumption. If Otoria wants to down his status as child prophecy, it'll be a shame, but I think that is fine. You're alright even after creating the Round Table Army? Yes, the Round Table Army was something I built because I wanted to. It's not forced on anyone, nor does it control anyone. Besides, I'm not cut out called anything like its commander. So you don't need to decide your path based on us, Otoria. Even if we don't defeat the Queen, there's a way for the fairies to escape to the outside world. Isn't it just knowing that a huge step forward for the Fairy Kingdom? Yeah, I guess so, but still. I don't think it's that simple. Morgan will never leave UB. If the fairies of Britain are to save, Morgan Le Fay must be defeated. Le Fay? I think it was used to mean fairy in Arthurian lore. It's the same thing as fate in modern Perilous, but there were no fairies here who ever called Morgan that. So Artoria wants to follow the prophecy and defeat Queen Morgan. Maybe then I'll stick around until then. If Barrow was the character here. And just think of me as Suki's meddlesome senpai. Right, that's enough serious talk for now. Oh, and I probably shouldn't have mentioned it, but if Artoria's sticking to the prophecy, then all this was off the record. Saying we might be able to escape to the outside world would be a little demoralizing for rebels, you know? Well then, on to the present matters. The volunteers from Norwich have increased our strength, but they cannot field it quite yet. They may have training to act soldiers, but it takes time to build communication and cooperation among troops. That's for sure. It is reckless to move a unit over 100 without some practical training. So that is no ambushing Whitwell's main force. We'll stay on defensive and strengthen our skills that way. That is the safer option, but we lack the time for it as well. Any reinforcements to Woodwells from the Queen stand to frustrate London defense. As such, we're going to use hand-picked crack troops from my company to show our commitment there. Both Edward and Kentwood act platoons will take a day to discreetly circle behind the enemy lines. Once ready, we will march the company out of London, bolstered by Norwich volunteers. With that confirmation that Woodwell's force has been lured to London, our main force will strike hard at Woodwell's himself from the enemy's rear. The fall of the clan head will rob its fairies their sense of purpose. Such a thing will be their downfall. Begging your pardon, but I have to make use of the vanished present this time. So the decisive battle is tomorrow at night. Yesterday will be the eve of that decisive battle. Our assault force is scheduled to depart London before sunrise. I would ask all of you to remain in London to defend the walls should the worst come to pass. Then you're heading out with them. Your help will be appreciated, but the march will be through the river's upper reach. If you're not used to it, you'll likely completely exhaust on arrival. Okay, loud and clear. We'll be put to best use in the sortie. That was on the Flatland, our domain, Percival. We will handle things here, so put all your force into claiming victory. Yes, thank you, Lady Lavici. Leave it to me. I swear by my Holy Spirit that I shall eliminate Woodwells. Yeah. But look, it's Oberon. Surprised even a smiling blockhead prince like me shows anger when his domain burns down. But it's a little underhanded. One trap in the woods, and Bargas Shanks turned to shreds. Have a try. Oh, it's Yuki. This is a diary. I'm super forgetful, so this is a fun way to keep my days on record. It is you who sought out an empty strategy room. I take it you ran here out of guilt, over the upheaval in the square. You could tell. I could. You're worried about MASH. You stole it away during a fight, but you're sure dwell on that in kind of situation. I told you enough times that you and she will be together again. Yeah, I guaranteed. I couldn't tell you where MASH is or how she's doing. But you have trustworthy friends, as her well as heroic spirits, a proper human history searching for her. All you need to help is Autoria. That's their shortcut back to MASH. Isn't MASH being held captive by Morgan? No one is eavesdropping, right? This might suffice. Yeah, Morgan was the one who spirited MASH away. Beyond that, it becomes a matter that Morgan can't touch. No one just captured Morgan's. All she has to do is send things away as always. But that's not even on the table. You guys are gonna beat Morgan outright. I only have my bride on my mind. After that comes supporting you. After all, what goes better with a joyful bride than a strapping groom? For Mash and my sake alike, I won't let you die. After all, my dream is to send off 100 happy brides. What bride number is Mash? The very first. I don't know about the habitat from your side in proper human history, but my dream is to start with Mash. Oh, and kindly introduce me to any servants of yours struggling with wedding planning, would you? I can tailor any dress to any need. Give me a monster, male or female. Habitat will help anyone with dreams of bridedom. Oh, here you are. Hey, cherry-feared girl. You're talking to me, right? Me, Gareth. So you're named Gareth. It is short, but it sounds brave. I like it. Well, hello. The whole Gareth thing is. I just kind of started going by that name. It's not something anyone gave me. Well, never mind that. Do you have any business with Victoria? You were engulfed by your platoon in the square a while ago. Doesn't a kid have trouble forming up like that? If you wait, I can bring you back. Nah, all the grown-ups are here for the child prophecy in principle. But we want to stand with you, Gareth. With me, but for what? Just come on, with us. The rest are waiting for you. Oh, don't pull me by my hem. I'll fall, okay? Look, Shem bring the charging girl. Well, so many human kids. Did this many escape to London? Isn't the castle smithy? That's right, we're helping out since she's short-handed. Hey, old lady, we brought her. Go on, get it off. Yes, I know. Come here, young lady. The youngster wouldn't quit bothering me to make you a new suit of armor. Helmet armor. Whoa, is this a military shield? Not even the knights in the queen armies have these. No, ma'am. I can't take something this expensive. Besides, this should be a gift for a Turian. It's not for someone like me to wear. Now, no more of that. Are you doubting the eyes of these children? The ones abandoned by Norwish raise most of the money on your behalf. Enough for the child prophecy or for Percival. I was downright charmed seeing you charging into battle with your small body. You really think you're just a someone. But I'm just some random fairy with no clue of my purpose. It's a big deal. Fairies are fairies, aren't they? Who cares about what their job is supposed to be? You protected London. When you first got here, you helped Julie when she was tripped and lost fruit that fell out of Reg. You saved Samara from being captured by Wood soldiers when she was looking out for food. Cuban kids like us aren't much help to anyone. We're lucky to live 6 months. Nobody was around to protect me. But you didn't give a second thought and fought like a crazy. So we wanted to give our thanks. Meru, go ahead. Yes, here you go, Miss Knight. Thank you for saving us so many times. But you're always getting whacked around, so we got real worried. So we asked the old Smith lady to make something to keep you safe. So that I'm kept safe. You all have more scars than I do. See, it makes no difference. To them, what kind of fairy you are. I had nothing left after Norwich, so I came here to find a place to die. I saw I had plenty more to do, as you see, back in active service. I thought at this time we were all born for a specific purpose. Letting someone helping, or being asked for gives oneself a new role. Here you are, Gareth. Come, let's start training. Today, we'll polish that charge, utilizing your rushing power. Your instincts are good as is, so anticipate the movement and... Gareth, what's wrong with you? You don't look well. No, it's nothing. Really, it isn't. Yeah, it was nothing. I didn't have any lofty desire to see Britain or anything else. It just seemed like something simple that anyone could do. I see, yes, there are happy things like that, which can still bring you to tears. I'm glad you had a meeting. This is a big day for you, so let's leave things here. No, I'd rather work harder. Can I work twice as hard? Because I'm a knight of Lundium, there's gotta be more I can do. Another knight letting show her worth. You always know what to say, Gareth. I couldn't be more serious. First of all, you don't have to be so rude just because you're strong. You're right, please excuse me, but Gareth, you don't seem to know the tale. Right, the Knights of London were those who fought the clans during the fair encounter. The human king who brought victory. That was what they called the last knight, who was the saber totally legal consort. I'm sorry, it was me who was rude and disrespectful. That well and good for a knight of Lundium, finer than the Round Table army. You're at least more worthy of the name than I, because you sincerely try to protect this place. I didn't feel right to ask at the time, so I kept quiet. But you didn't mention your fight with Lancelot back in the Wildboris to return letters. Back then. I can read her moves, but I can't defend against them. Is she truly something that human eyes cannot track? Or your skill managed to compensate, then you managed to grow up a little after all. Even so, you can't keep up with me. You never could. Too much difference is basic structure, magical energy, capacity, and time spent. It's time you gave it up. And that won't do either. After all, you never were a boy who took good advice. So it may be pointless, but I'll tell you one thing. Do not use that spear, Percival. It's too much for any human. Could it be that you and Lancelot already know each other? Well... yes, Lancelot is a fellow student who honed her skills along with me. But nothing more. We were only together for a few years. I'm sorry if it's been bothering you. Now I'm merely principal commander of the Round Table army. Lancelot and I are enemies. We've never mercy nor words for one another. Why, I'm sure to trumpet when we next fight. You and everyone else will be lending a hand when that time's come, won't you? I heard so much about your efforts in Norwich. Morgan probably couldn't drive off a moors the size of a castle. That was the power of the Forgan Magus and the Knight of Sheffield. The achievement is mine alone. It's thanks to all of you. The battle just now was astonishing, power like raging storm despite feather-like body. That cowardly Witwos is no match for Lady Otoria's magecraft. Thank you, but my magecraft isn't limitless. Please don't strike out too far ahead if you feel tired. Please fall back at once. May I tell the tale of what happened in Gloucester, Child Prophecy? Not only was Tristan groping, but also given a direct taste of her own medicine. So many fairies have been slain by Tristan without cause, while there is no defying the Queen's daughter. Indeed, fairies all across Britain have been praying for that girl to be brought justice. Wildboris, please strive to next destroy that wicked fairy knight. I will, if the proper opportunity presents itself. Confronting the fairy knight is inevitable. Queen Morgan's daughter will receive her just desserts for her misdeeds. How reliable indeed, truly the undefeated king, the savior of the battlefield. Hooray for the Child Prophecy, hooray for Otoria. Hey. They are not bad people, but they tire me out twice as much as usual. I've forgotten what this felt like not since Tintango. With no trace of confidence in me, I might have been blundered. Ain't that obvious with you? You put on a good show of innocence. The Child Prophecy ought to be used to entertaining. Was it anything like this in your hometown? No, it really wasn't. They must have gotten to you worse than it looked. Normally you'd be biting my head off here. Is it really so debilitating that you don't even have the vigor to snap back at me? Oh no, now I have Meru fencing over me. It's even more ghastly. Well, sorry to have disturbed you then. I'm sure you'll be fine if I just let you be. Sorry, I'm kidding. Really. You actually worry for me, Muramasa. Sorry, I'm kidding, really. You actually worry for me, Muramasa. I didn't mean to bother you, but thanks. Nah, I got tomorrow's battle on my mind more. Having a standard beer looking down isn't any way to bring in victory. I see a pity. But there are really no cause for concern. I've been fighting all day, I'm just a bit tired. And you see, I don't really get along with the people in the Round Table Army. Everyone got their own reasons. For the fairies, or for humans, vengeance against the queen, or just a better tomorrow. Reasons as heavy as that are enough to put off my nerve. After all, the only reason I'm here is because I'm a child prophecy. I like to fight and fighting well, but I guess the idea of being praised for it. You fight well, huh? I don't think anyone great in battle would wish for all that. Yuki still retained a lot of his good charms despite seeking out the Holy Grail. Muramasa, what exactly do you see in that? What the hell's a child prophecy good for, if that's all she wants out of it? This old farts hates to rain on anyone's parade, but if nobody's gonna say it, then I will. Atoria, you're not cut out for fighting, kid. But if I stop here, won't everyone be in danger? So it is okay, everything's fine. I know it's beyond me to try, and I lack confidence in my attempts. I think I can at least succeed at ringing the pilgrim spell tomorrow. I'll do my best as a child prophecy. That is it for Contact at the Border. Oh, what are you doing up at this hour, Yuki? Other than that, then the soldiers on guard duty. It's time for everyone to get their rest. I was about to turn in myself. But if you can't sleep, why don't we chat for a bit? There's still stuff on your mind, isn't there? What was it that humans can't manage? Ah, you mean that. Right, I can't keep it secret forever. That a secret forever. Be right back. You just need that. A human born in the Fairy Kingdom can only exist there. Yep. Still eating a bit. A human born in the Fairy Kingdom can only exist there, is how Pepperoni Chino put it, but I think what he really meant what say was, a human made in Fairy Kingdom cannot exist in the outside world. We've seen a lot of sides to this realm, the prisons hosting humans, that farm being one of them. You understand what that place really is for, right, don't you? A factory for manufacturing humans, right? Right. The huge facility Otori warned us to look away was a huge factory for producing human beings. I thought it'd be more akin to Homokuli, though. But after observing the human denizens of the Fairy Kingdom, I could tell that wasn't the case. The people of the Fairy Kingdom are clones of a single human being made by rearranging their elements. Piling on rearrangement and duplication, maybe hundreds of millions over times over from the first person's raw material. The genealogy here is as rich and varied as that of humanity in our history. Only the humans in the Fairy Kingdom have no ability to reproduce and live with predetermined lifespan. That probably wasn't by design, but caused by limitation of the solar foundation. When I arrived in Salisbury, the first thing that struck me in absence of any elders. There were many old fairies, but no old humans. But how does that determine they can't exist? Yes, this depends on the lifespan back then of the single human they were founded on. The Queen's calendar, which began with Morgan's regime after withering the fantasy tree. The Fairy Kingdom that Morgan rules over can no longer be called a Lostbelt by a lost world. A new compilation event, if you will. The lives here could exist in proper human history. But before that, Britain Fairy Calendar, established after the fantasy tree took root in its place, itself was pretty much a Lostbelt. Life born in a Lostbelt can only exist in a Lostbelt. The throne of heroes crossing the bounds as a higher order phenomenon is a different story, of course. But it isn't a simple thing to be engraved there. Still, it's all speculation, but there are simply no humans native to Britain. The position of fairies and humans have been reversed with the latter force conception. Fairies have become real, and humans have become fantasy. They are what we call fictional. That is why humans from the Fairy Kingdom can't live in the reality, which we call proper human history. Is there a decision how you feel about the state of the humanity here? You might think you can change or stop it, but don't leave the decision to anyone else. Artists may call it illusionary, but it is the only life those here have ever known. Everybody who lives has a limit. A set amount of time to be up and running. Don't grieve because it was short. It may be a little sad, but that is all. What is important is where the goal is and how far towards it ran. And I don't mean distant here, it's about direction and life and meaning of existence. This just goes to affirm that we're dystopia life forms capable of reaching an eventual endpoint. Chatting with you can really wreck the brain. But of course I'm the perfect genius, made by the Renaissance genius. Still, you see the danger when looking at things the opposite way. Humans in the Fairy Kingdom can't leave Britain, but fairies can break free. If Morgan expands her dominion, as she said she would, some of those fairies might try to emerge into proper human history. And if one of them has malice comparable to an evil of humanity, the collapse. Yeah, so I'd like you to take a look at this mural. The one titled Insect of the Abyss. Basically, the legends of the Fairy Kingdom were prophecies left behind the Miro clan. To that end, this mural is very likely a prophecy of a possible future. In Britain, without gods, the six clans stayed a rear of a Greek beast. There were too many ears around earlier, so I kept my mouth shut. This pattern here below the miro. It's not a fairy language, so the fairies here might not comprehend. But these are probably hieroglyphics, older even than ancient Hebrew. Maybe 14,000 years is a language used by prehistoric civilization in proper human history. Or possibly the one who left behind this purpose to use a language only humans in the future could understand. Can you read it? Of course, only one is inscribed. Ternoris, the name of an old Celtic god, and proved there once was a god in this land. Hello, Lady No Name. Why does this always turn on though? Fairy Knight, Lord Lancelot, former Knight Gawain, Lord Burgess. They have both returned from your task of gaining control over the force of Wales. Both Fairy Knights have delivered the report to Her Majesty Queen Morgan. State your report, tell the truth of what had transpired, and only the truth. Your Highness, as you commanded, the Welsh forest has been purged. In the midst of this, we engaged in battle with the Child Prophecy, the Forgotten Maze, and the rebel Oberon. I have lost the gifted name your Majesty bestowed upon me, and I return to my former form as Bargus. Yahahaha, what is the wish Sir Gawain defeated? It's so cute when a puppy comes crawling back home with her tail between her legs. So what? What is your excuse? This is the second time you let the Child Prophecy escape. Your mother won't be so kind to you this time, you know? The mission Her Majesty gave us was a success. The force was cleansed. Bargus ceased combat because it was no longer necessary. Fairy Knight Gawain was not defeated, unlike you, Tristan. Sorry, did you say something? It's hard to tell with that mask of yours. If you want to back talk with me, how about not hiding behind it for once? I'm not backtalking, I'm simply state the facts. Lord Lancelot has shown her face. You say you can only see it during ceremonies. It must be blessed. Hair like strands of silver, golden eyes. Sparkle like crystals, truly the one and only dragon fairy who split the heavens themselves. Lancelot, don't trouble yourself. I don't need you trying to defend me. It's nothing. My mask was a nuisance, so I took it off. It has nothing to do with you. What? Lancelot joined the band of losers? You're not even pretending to be proud of it. What's up with Lancelot? Did something happen? She easily provoked him, but it is different. Your Highness, the truth is that I was defeated. I bemirage the name of Fairy Knight and the trust you have placed in me. Please hand down your judgment. I humbly accept it. Indeed, it is unthinkable that a Fairy Knight will be defeated by the Child Prophecy of all people. I sentence you to confine in your holdings. You must be tired after seizing protecting the Fairy Kingdom for these past 2,000 years. She's been relocated to Manchester. The Black Dog Lord is retiring from the capital. This is our chance. Let's quickly raise a knight to replace her, to be gifted a name of a Fairy Knight. Morons, there is nobody who could possibly fill in her shoe. But are you sure you should just dismiss her, Mother? Won't Woodwills need her as backup? Please wait, Your Majesty. Bargus must atone on the field of battle for her crimes. We're currently receiving reports of a growing insurgency in Lundium. Can't rely on the Fang clan alone. Take Vargas here and send her off to defeat the child prophecy. Don't make me laugh. You think Whitwolves can be defeated by humans? But Lord Whitwolves is already over 1,000 years old. Surely he is no longer able to wage war. Why, such ignorance truly is blessed. I've already dispatched reinforcements to Oxford. They'll meet Whitwolves' armies tomorrow. That'll be some nuisance to bring down Lundium. There's no need to expend Vargas' life. Is that so? As expected, Your Majesty. Such an enlightenment decision. Haha. Vargas, what of night proteins? I received no words from him. I don't suppose he died in battle. Fortune hasn't returned? What happened after that? Night Fortunes and I went separate ways after the forest was purged. I have no knowledge of the current's whereabouts. I see, if you don't know. And perhaps he was defeated by the Forgotten Magus or ran into a pack of Moors. Whatever the case is, he will be presumed dead now, that his report has ceased being delivered. The quality of fairies have fallen. Even knights who once survived the Moors' war have ended up in this mess. Very well, stand down. Officer, looking at your incommode face depresses me. Yes, sir, as you wish. Please excuse my embarrassment. Please wait, Your Majesty. Allow me to make a recommendation. Are you offering up your neck, as sincere as ever, I see. Very well, I shall allow it. It is absolute nonsense, but speak. Sire, I do not think that the Forgotten Magus is an invader here to destroy Britain. He along with the child prophecy purified Norwich of the comedy. Answer Your Majesty's summons, and appeared in Wales to defend the forest. He is a far more trustworthy individual than Nugget, who seeks only to disrupt the harmony of our kingdom. Vargas. The great comedy draws near, so we should not seek fights needlessly. If he is not our enemy, then his knowledge becomes a powerful weapon. Please allow me to enter into negotiation with proper human history. The child prophecy is nothing more than a rebel, but the Forgotten Magus is an ally to us fairy. That's enough. I can no longer dismiss this as nonsense, Vargas. No matter what danger we face, collaborating with the proper human history is out of question. It's indeed as you fear. The fairies who exist now will all be killed by the great comedy. But that is all I have to say. So long as Britain and myself remain safe, that is all that matters. Yes, Your Majesty, your unwavering determination is most amazing. Killed by the Greek comedy, but Camelot will be spared, won't it? Of course it will be. How could she rule Britain by herself? After all, Her Majesty is a fairy. Without us, there is no point in preserving the kingdom. Yeah, you don't know anything about, do you, Vargas? How many times do you need to be told? Mother doesn't care about the fairies. Seeing you all lose or get all flustered, this is the best. If this what a farce is like, I bet the real thing is even better. What is she saying? Does Her Majesty really have no intention of saving the fairies? I see. I get a gist about the Queen's reinforcements. Nothing from me. Depending on how things go, I may take advantage of it. Yuki is the main dish this time. I'm less interested in battle between Mukmos and the Round Table Army. Whoa, now Pepperoncino is in the Lundium? Seriously, had it snuck in? I would have stepped on a huge landmine. I owe you for the tip-off, man. I'll be sure to steer clear of Lundium then. What? We'll have plenty more chances down the road. That was the absolute best. Vargas was shaking all over. I'm back, darling. Hey, listen. Mother did the absolute worst. Hey, was there someone here just now? Oh, you're back early, Lady Spino. Oh, so that's Morgan's infinity mirror, huh? It's like true magic. You couldn't move around so easily back in proper human history. The only ones who could do that are the witches left in the dust by their age. That alone is worth respecting. These fairies don't get how truly horrifying Morgan is. In their hearts, they're laughing at her as a fairy who can't perform the cerements without using magecraft. If I had to say, it's the other way around. She's a cheating monster that can use magecraft on top of being a fairy. This could be called shifting between dimensional connections itself, connecting a parent mirror with a number of child ones. The 12 spirits at the world edge situated on Camelot's main gate. The Great Mountain Field, the tower that covers the island of Britain, the garden where Marin sealed. On top of all that ray shifting without a coffin, something Chaldea has never been able to do. And nobody would have thought she would dispatch the colony so long ago and push step into the past. No, she's more than enough all by herself. Having fairy knights just makes her super broken. I know, right? I know you get it, Barrow. She doesn't even need free fairy knights. Why doesn't Mother just use only me? I told her so many times, I'm the only one who needs to be special. I'm her only daughter, and Mother almost never speaks to me. Hey, Morgan is just embarrassed. You're growing to be every bit the adorable little princess she expected you to be. You know how much she cares for you, right? After all, she gave you one of the Infinity Mirror's child terminals. No matter what happens, no matter where you are, you're always close at hand if Morgan calls. If that's not her showing affection, then what is? Oh, then does she really love me? Am I worthy of being her daughter? Yeah, as an outsider, it's almost sickening Morgan wants you to be free. Who cares what the fairy thinks? Do whatever you want, princess. Of course, the more I hear them scream, the more excited I get. I came to what was battlefield so that I could see all the corpses littering the ground. Too bad my No Phantom's anti-unit though. I'm Joseph Vargas. Could ask Mother to swap, but I don't think Gawain can be used anymore. What is more annoying is that child prophecy, I didn't expect her to take down Vargas. Is the Chaldean Master really that strong enough to defeat a Fairy Knight? That is true. We come this far, so I better seriously evaluate him. Setting aside how he is a magus as a master, he is a first rate. If you think about it, he amassing a ton of experience by now. You couldn't beat Kristaria with time on just luck. He beat that aristocrat, so he's more of a master than I am. A good master should have genuine connection with their servant. The master and servant act as one. It was the strength of the blood that defeated Vargas. Acting as one, no deception, no betrayal. You're a master too, right, Barrow? Do you have a servant already? I wonder. Maybe I just haven't made contract yet. What's that all about? Seriously, you're slacking, Barrow. But this must be fate. Wonderful, wonderful fate. Hey, Barrow, how about I become your servant? Even though I'm a fairy, even though I'm hated, have I met my fated partner? I wonder, can a fairy even be a servant? I'll contract with you if I feel like it, princess. Let's talk about tomorrow's murder together first. I'm just about done with my business in Lundium. There's just one last thing to do. Then also left is built towards the future. I'd like your help with that. The 15th chapter. 2 more left before I catch up. Whoa, all the soldiers are eating together in the plaza. It really does feel like calm before the storm, huh? Yuki and the others are all here too. Weren't you supposed to get started later? Yuki and the others are all here too. Weren't you supposed to get started later? Yeah, but we thought it would be wrong if we were the only ones who got to take a break in the operation room. Have you tried these chenbuns, Habinan? Aren't they tasty? And stuff like that gives me heartburn anyway. Aren't you missing someone? Hey Muramasa, quit looking so sleepy and tell me where Oberon is. Oh, Oberon, come to think of it, I haven't seen him yet. I've been in the workshop since last night working on some minor stuff. But you see, Oberon's always flying all over the place. London isn't exactly the filled to the brim with women, you know? He's that sort of guy. Maybe he snuck off to Salisbury to scoos with Aurora. I want to say he wouldn't do that since he's not a slob like you are. But I can't exactly deny the possibility. You're on the right track there, Muramasa, but you made a mistake. Honestly, Koro is more my type than Aurora is. Speak of the devil, Oberon. Good morning, Oberon. Yeah, morning everybody. Abertrot and Gareth, you two are angels. Don't grow up to be like these two, who gossip about other people's relationship every chance they get. Sorry about that, but you should be more careful with how you act. I'm fine with it. I got my fame from dramas originally anyway. My job is to sell dreams to anyone and everyone who loves stories. Isn't that right, Yuki? Well, maybe so. It's almost midday. Yes, I wonder if Percy Boy and his mere men have come to Ashur yet. To keep Wuwus from finding out, we posted soldiers on the ramparts to show that we're still ready to defend, but now that we set out commandos, our defense here are unmanned. I just hope the standoff lasts until the evening. Wuwus is Fang clan leader. I heard he's cautious and calculating during his position as chief. Refugees from Norwich who fled to Salisbury, volunteers from Norwich. Wuwus knows that our forces are increasing in strength. So unless there's a serious problem, he won't attack the fortress with his current forces. Here comes the trouble. They're coming. They are coming. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Wuwus command unit is heading this way. What is he doing? Has he lost his mind? You should know that he can't take London with just 2 companies. Altari Oberon. I know, we need to move now. We can't hold a fortress in this condition. The archer's arrows bottomed out yesterday. They'll be out of ammo in an hour. Aurelia platoon, take the front. London platoon, hurry up and head out from the east gate. Count, can I trust you to take command of the Norwich volunteers? I'm on it. I'll head out to the west gate and hit what was on his right flank. Most of them will probably turn back though, but it should make it easier for the front and left. If we can buy that time with Gorilla and Landon, then Percy and his men can hit Wuwu's back lines. That's right, if Wuwu was in such a hurry to win, he should take better care of his defense. If we can keep them from entering the fortress, we win, but if they make it through the front gate, we lose. Atari Yuki, cover Aurelia. No, wait, no. You'll be protecting London as the core of the defense. We're off. Our battle formation in front of London has been completed. The Round Table Army has deployed 200 troops from the north gate of London as well as the east and west gate on either side. They are preparing to attack our main camp from their 3 sides. Excellent report, a suitable expression for a human soldier. How do you see the situation as another human being? I permit to express your opinion. Do they seem to be preparing for a skirmish, only to then escape to the castle as before? That is no, I can't put it into words, but these guys seem serious, I guess. It feels like they have no intention of withdrawing. Somehow they have the vigor to do whatever it takes to keep their Lord Wuwu's back. Huh? Hahaha, yes, that is right. Certainly they are buying time. That most likely means Percival is not here. I'm well aware of the fact that we're being attacked by a detached force. After all, if I were him, I would do the same, but he's a day too late. At this very moment, he would have shedded his skin after seeing our campground. His face have been turned pale. And that's not all. When he's rushing over here, he would have come across the reinforcements from Her Majesty the Queen. Even if he can fend off the reinforcement, he'd be in pincher between my main camp and Her Majesty's army. Whatever the case, he cannot return to London as such. The Round Table army without its main force is nothing more than a glasswork. Let's break it head on. Hurry up, advance, let loose on the mismatch from the west gate. It is about time we thin out their numbers on the rampart. Send in the footmen from the scouting unit. Show no mercy, unarmed or otherwise. Same goes for women and children. This is it, to defy the Queen who has been protecting Britain for 2,000 years. Everyone who lives in London is a sinner. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. I seriously wonder why this always happened. Even though I'm not pressing the hotkey. The battlefield is too wide for my enchantment to reach. That unit there isn't covered. This is bad. London units are facing off against a second line of troops. There are siege machine operators among them. Tori must remain here. Muramasa, Yuki. Leave it to me. Yeah, I'll be right back. Once I've cut that paper Mac to pieces, Apertrot, you two, come on. We got a lot on our plate. Give us a hand. It's not my field, but screw it. It is time to get my hands dirty and assist Yuki. That was an awfully out-of-place weapon. Could have been another one of Koan's interferences? That fixing sure is a pain in the ass. She'll conduct her business with anyone and everyone. There's no time for complaint, Muramasa. There are 3 or more of them coming our way. Damn, there's no end to them. There's too few of us. We can't defend the east gate like this. Some of the Fang Clan's troops have jumped over the gate and entered the fortress. Too weak. Without their weapon of Morse toxin, these humans are nothing. Siege operator finds a way to remove the magical energy barrier on the ramparts. There must be a control panel somewhere. Cure anyone who gets in your way into pieces. They were long out of date anyway. We have no further use for them. Well, speak of devil. It seems we have another human faultless running their mouth on our hands, don't we? Hey Brat, where are their headquarters? If you know, tell me, and I'll grant you a swift end. He's coming. What should I do? He's coming. But I have to drive them away. Granny, Yuri, and the others will be next. You are trembling too much to speak. Fine, this is a waste of time. Probably a defective product that was discarded at the farm. How could it survive it until now? You skipped like the rat and then end up in this sum. It makes my insides turn. You're forcing our hands until the end. Get the hell out of here, you disgusting son of a bitch. I'll throw you down the great pit and you'll never be coming out, you idiot. It is Big Sister Gareth. She's so awesome. So cool. Yeah, does the armor and shield you guys gave me look good on me? It suits you perfectly, but you're cool regardless of the armor. Knocking down Queen's Knight, Big Sister Gareth. That is really awesome. Really? I'll finish off any soldier who comes in. So you guys should just run further back. Right, we're counting on you, Lady Knight. Thank you for getting angry and helping out. course, it is a war. There is no choice but to kill others. But it should be the soldier on soldier. Don't you dare touch an unarmed child. If Britain doesn't have an ideal length, then I'll become one. Come on, you cowards. I'll protect all the people of London. No good, we can't push the map. The Round Table troops are holding their ground, but it's becoming too difficult. They've got better soldiers, bigger numbers. We have to retreat into London. Now if we leave now, they will storm the castle and take it over. Then when Percival returns, the Round Table army will be the ones who have besieged the castle. Woodwood has no intention of taking any prisoner to begin with. If we let him through, there will be nothing left to protect. You are right. Well, in that case, we just have to fight to the death. Ooh, I can't believe this. How many more times am I going to have to do this from now on? Stay calm, Artoria. Only after you calm down. There's no way I can calm down like this. You're so accustomed to fighting, yet you can't even keep your cool right away. That is just weird. Look at the grin on Woodwood's face. He's there, in the middle of the squad, looking pompous, and he's even wearing a suit. Ooh, I had with this. I'm gonna chuck a bomb. I can reach him from this isn't. Just watch. You can reach Woodwood from here? Ah. I can reach him, so I can snipe him from here. Woodwood is so confident in his victory that he's coming out to the front lines. No, that is not Woodwood's main force coming. They joined the fray at the front. Yeah, that is Percival troops made it just in time. Haha, that is it. Let us crush them once and for all. After all, they are nothing more than Percival's army. Without him, they are no more than rabble. Hey, the child probably must be trembling right now, as she's cowering in the castle like a fawn. This will atone for the failure at Ting Tango. It's a relief to finally forget about that damn village. Hey, there have been any report from those who stormed the castle earlier? No, nothing has come of yet. I think they might be having trouble finding the child prophecy. Lord Woodwood, what does the child prophecy look like? An evil-looking female fairy about 16 years of age, with an evil look on her face. Is there anything else of note? No, I have not seen the face of a child prophecy. I wasn't allowed to attend the Queen's audience with her. Oh, I see. However, I thought you saw her at Ting Tango. I just said that I have never seen her. I don't even remember seeing so much as back of the child of the prophecy. Whatever, we'll occupy the castle and resolve this ordeal. Continue to assault and annihilate the Round Table's army. Wait, what are those footsteps? I hear they're coming from behind us. The Queen's reinforcements? No, it's something else. The sound of these famous military boots lacking both history and honor. Lord Woodwood. The enemy is attacking. They're attacking from behind. Percival the Round Table has gone behind our main camp. We won't be able to rebuild the main camp. They've really been us in the ass. I don't understand. You said there will be no attacks from behind. It can't be. Have they defeated Her Majesty's reinforcement in such a short period of time? No, it can't be. It can't be. They'd never be able to do such a thing. But the truth of the matter is that they're approaching us complete unscathed. We are complete exhausted from that unreasonable siege, and they have more troops than us. At this rate, we will be surrounded. Lord Woodwood, give us his orders. Please command your plan on the battlefield. A siege? A siege? You want me to expose myself to the horrors of war, you bastard? Aurelia on unlimbism. Then troops circle around the right flank. Second platoon cut through the right flank and circle around to London. First platoon assault the main camp with me and ally the enemy commander before he can reroute his forces. If the child prophecy wants to prove herself a leader, she won't miss this opportunity. We must join forces and crush Woodwood's army. Full Commander Percival. It's Percival just in time. No need to worry about ramparts anymore. It's all about what's being forced now. I heard Percival voice Otoria. I got it. He signaled us to come out to the battlefield. Right now, everyone, are you ready? Of course, the flank clans are still really strong, and if we miss this opportunity, they will retaliate. Let's attack once and settle this, Yuki. We got you completely surrounded. This battle is over, Wuss. This is impossible. How could Percival have made it in time? How did you make it past Her Majesty reinforcements? Did you ally with the King's clan? Reinforcements? I'm not sure what you're referring to, but... You foresaw our prince to attack from behind and took action beforehand. Our strategy was foreseen and we nearly lost the fortress, but everyone managed to hold on until the last minute somehow. That is all there was. Please surrender, Lord Wuss. We'll treat those who surrender respectfully as prisoners of war. Our only quarrel was with the Queen. Shredding fairy blood is not our objective. Impossible. The reinforcement. You didn't come into contact with them? You had to. No. There's no way. It can't. Your Majesty, you can't have abandoned me. This can't possibly be happening. Then we're acting like a gentleman. How dare you mock the trust between Your Majesty and me? Oof. Ah! Phew. Fine then, I'll take care of you humans. Face the true ability was Lord of the Fang clan. I'll shred you into mincemeat. So this is it. It is exactly as I imagined it. No matter how much it accumulates dust or remains dust, battle can only be carried out by a truly powerful fairy. Under Her Majesty, Fairyland Soldier is merely a job given to incompetent. No matter how heavily you outnumber, you can't kill me, the one with true strength. Now then, time to feast. This form is rather bestial, so I hope you're not expecting 5 minutes from me. No good, I can't move. Well, time to get scolded again. Oh? The very power of King, the personification of beautiful wildness, essentially as something we humans should lay our hands on. However, I have my own reason to not die here. Holy Spirit, call to order my actions, my barbarity pass judgment onto them. Holy Spirit, call to order my actions, my barbarity pass judgment onto them.
Sentai no yari o. Ima ichido, watashi ni chikara o. Zei!
Selection Sphere, give me power. Of course I noticed. Oro told me of that spear's power. Oh, she had used it in the Tournament of Robins. It would have been great to see Lancelot brought to her knees. By the way, I was the one who named that tournament. Do you know that pitiful Percival? I had hoped the false bird would bring down the dragon. Now that possibility has passed. That was an illusion. What is it, Gareth? Don't tell me you took an arrow. Let me see. No, I can't see any arrows in her back or head, but something is clearly wrong for her. Gareth, get a hold of yourself. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Betcha, Oberon, thank goodness, you're both alive. No, that's wrong. It was those visions again. Think, Gareth. Think. If you don't do something, everyone's gonna die. Gareth, what are you talking about? Yeah, that is it, Regia. I need your help. You were jealous of Percival and his knight on horseback playing style, right? Then you're a country now. What? Well, time to get scolded again. Oh? The very power of the king, the personification of beautiful wildness. Essentially, it is something we humans should lay our hands on. But if I don't defeat him, I can't save that person. Fang Lord, I'm sorry. Holy Spirit, call to order my actions, my barbarity. Wait, hold it right there. Gareth. No, it is I. And Gareth. Rabbit? Why would the manservant I give to the Aurora turn against me? No, it can't be. It can't be. Aurora, have you even sided with the child prophecy? What? Fools, even iron weapons won't work on me. You should know your difference in a rank as a fairy. Ugh. You worked it after all? First of all, now. Unsert my thanks, Gareth. Holy Spirit, call to order my action. Please pardon them by virtue of my friend's courage.
Sentai no yari o. Imaichido, watashi ni chikara o. Sei!
Spirit's giving me power. This chill, this vertigo, that insolent, unpleasant spirit of selection. You dare judge our clan, abundant voice from paradise. What was special as we can? Yes, Gareth has given us the opening. Let's all bring down Whipwos. Impossible! Impossible! My leader of Fang Clan, Heretic Archduke, will not be laid down by mere humans. Absolutely not. This can't be happening. This is unthinkable. Whipwos is escaping. He's heading for the River of Tears. This is bad. If he gets away, we won't get a second chance. Somebody catch him. No, good. I'm out of breath. I can't do it. Oh, what? He's trying to escape. I can't stop the bleeding. I can't take it anymore. Stay away, you failure, you bastard. Who do you think raised you? It was I chose you. Out of all humans who grow up and pile like trash, I chose you. You were the only sapling with potential to become a warrior. I recommend you on that basis. I know, I owe you who I am to you, and I have no ill will towards you for it. Nonetheless, I will defeat you. The boy who was once scooped up will end the life of his savior. Now, Lord of Oxford, forgive me. Stop, don't kill me, don't kill Britain. Without the Fan Clan, who will defend Britain? Stop! Stop! Farewell, father. You'll surely find recompense in the paradise. Wood's army is routing. The battle's over. All the non-committed can leave their shelters. Sanitation teams assemble at the main gate. The surrendered soldier will be taken to the planet living quarters in the west. Anyone planning to interview them, meet with the Kenwood unit. I repeat, Wood's army is routing. Victory is ours. It's over. Yeah, somehow everyone's safe, thankful. Wait, no, Percival collapsed over there. And isn't moving. He needs treatment. Gareth! Gareth! Get over here with Red Rabbit. We need to get Percival. Woodward died in battle. 20% of the Fan Clan on the battlefield surrendered, and were taken as POWs by the Round Table Army. The rest retreated back to Oxford. Now that Woodward is gone, they probably won't be able to function as an army. Yeah, we crossed our second hurdle through dangerously. With this, our obstacle in itself are almost cleared. What do you think, Count? Right, we've got a foothold for our march on Camelot, don't we? Artoria has rung 2 bells now and drove back Woodward with her friends. On top of that, it's great they are not chasing down the Fan Clan. They are not pursuing the retreating enemies, and they treat their prisoner of war with respect. Round Table Army's slogan: whatever we aiming is for coexistence between fairies and humans. The only thing we condemn is the Queen's rule. They really sucked that up till now. Now the Tower Prophecy has just as much standing as the Queen. Yeah, it's not like we wanted to fight the fairies. We had no choice but to fight Woodward, but the Fan Clan is necessary to keep Britain safe. It's not like the Great Comedy is going to stop at least Norwich. They may be strong, but the Fairy Knights can't be everywhere at once. The Fan Clan's warriors are going to be needed if there's going to be a battle against a huge outbreak of Moors. As soon as the Round Table Army gets reorganized, we can have them occupy Oxford. The question is, who's going to consolidate the Fan Clan at this point? Percival would be the main man for the job, but the Fan Clan won't follow him after he personally killed Woodward. If only Sheffield Lord Burger was still alive. Be finding a candidate for that to me. Artoria become the child of prophecy in both name and action by now. We'll get more collaborators from places besides just Norwich and Salisbury from that now. We'll just have to find someone among them who can understand the Fan Clan's culture and behavior, and has talent to lead. More important is what comes next. We don't have to worry about being attacked from behind now. Do we march on Camelot or go after the remaining bells? When you got an army, you can't move on around so easily. Round Table Armor first 8 to 10. You know, Woodward's fight was kind of annoying if you experienced it, but I already fought him. That's why it's just archived right now. I can hear the sound of the rain. It's annoying just as going if you let him use his MP. Only Uriel can beat him. 2011, Salisbury Cathedral was her home, my birthday that year. A memorable day of celebration when, among many candidates, I received the Spirit selection. The day the Miro clan vanished from Britain, leaving behind the fortune of the Child Prophecy. And the final day when the person I love the most despaired over the thing I love the most. Thank you for waiting, Lady Otoria. Please be at ease. Commander Percival awoke a short time ago. He's surprisingly silent and has no lingering hindrance, expecting a pinnacle of human ability. When I told him you were here, he asked that I bring him to him right away. Oh, thank goodness, for a moment there, I was wondering what we would do. Then let's go celebrate for our victory. Yeah, let's go tell him of the Round Table's army's great victory and congratulate as much as we can. Thanks for taking the trouble to come here, Otoria Yuki. I heard about what happened from the soldiers, unfortunately at class, but the battle wasn't dragged out. There was no pointless in killing everyone, and everyone did well. I'm glad they're sticking to the ideas of the Round Table Army. This should open way to reconciliation with the Fan Clan. Both of you are frozen with your mouths open. Ah, I see. No, I'm not a dead lord. Look, I'm a human, so if I die, that will be it. As you see, I'm already recovering. After all, my only good point is resilience. No, it's just... How can you say you're okay, Percival? Your hair changed color. Something's wrong with my hair? Yeah, it turned black. I can hear the cries of joy from all over the city. It seems the Round Table Army is victorious. Salisbury too is all caught up in the child prophecy craze. Now we can welcome Otoria at any time. But it's such a shame about Woolworths. Oberon requested that I occupy him somehow while Round Table Army marched at Norwich, but I wonder if I went too far. That guy Woolworths, his expression was adorable. It's not your fault. Woolworths lost only because of his lack of ability. You place too much trust in Morgan and faith in him. Such is the overcomers of being born as an A-ray. You shouldn't have taken the abilities of a human so lightly. You mustn't do that, my darling child. You mustn't speak ill of Her Majesty just because we're alone. The Wind Clan has excellent ears. You can never be too sure someone is not eavesdropping. I guess so. If Coral overhears us, she'll scold us again. Where is she? She's always at your side. She's off greeting a messenger from Gloucester. Miriam has some special news for us. Hehe. I'm looking forward to it. Miriam has ever been sensitive to changing trends. I believe she's sponsoring a new event to celebrate the child prophecy victory. And you? Are you going to play along with her? Naturally, she's a dear friend of mine. No matter what happens, I'll be there. You'll be coming as my knight, won't you? I suppose I can't let you go to Gloucester by yourself. Oh, wonderful. Ah, then we'll have to find you some suitable clothes. You'll frighten all the fairies around you if you wear your armor. What do you think of this dress, or perhaps this one? Ah, how adorable. You really haven't changed at all since then. My most precious treasure, the most wonderful princess in Britain. I love you so. Thank you, but you're the most beautiful thing in the world, Aurora. I'm a knight only for you. I'm not in Morgan's service, don't forget that. That's right, you're absolutely right. That makes me so very happy. But I don't think you should say things like that. You're so often misunderstood. You shouldn't praise me such. From now on, Britain will be centered on child prophecy. Please don't mistake who to place your trust in. Your Majesty regime will soon come to an end. I don't care. You are my only star, Aurora. I don't really understand the current trends among fairies, or who they follow. All I want for you to be safe. Will you always be such a child? Or perhaps that means you can give a true evaluation of the child prophecy. Do you think she will become the shining star of Britain, as foretold? Tell me your thoughts, won't you? I beg pardon, my queen. You received an invitation to a ball from Miriam of Gloucester. Huh? She's holding a ball at this time of year? Oh yeah, that's right. She wants to play with the child prophecy now. Her hobbies remain as sick as ever, and her insides are still twisted, huh? Just send it back. The King Clan won't be making an appearance. Why would I ever go to a city full of humans in the first place? Understood. We report from our soldiers watching the south. The Round Table Army and the Child Prophecy have defeated Wood's army. The Round Table Army suffered casualties of about 20% of their total strength, but as they're quickly replenishing forces. They're expected to take only 7 days to regroup and begin their march. I see, so Wood was all bark and no bite after all. Alright, then regardless, that's one less wall between me and Camelot. As soon as the Tiny Corps is complete, we'll cross the southern border and form the Officer Corps. Woohoo! Ahem, pleased to see me. But I can't contain my excitement. The day has finally come when we march on Camelot. All that left is to prepare. It is the continuation of the 1,000-year plan dating back to the previous King Clan. Warn the officer to not get too excited. Well, if you want the greatest most out of the royal punishment, I won't stop you. Are you prepared to be turned into perfect chocolate and screwed on my heels for 1,000 years? My lady, until we receive your blessed order, not a single wing of the northern fairies will move a limb. Did that girl and her friends really beat Hobos? It was an Aerie, much more of a problem than that Fairy Knight's Morgan's strongest guard, the one who defeated even the Morse King, and still. Not bad at all. You got no shortage of enemies, Artoria. You're competing with me for the throne, so this is the least you can do. We're here again. I returned. Did anything happen while I was out, Lady Marin? Yes, the preparation for the banquet are going steadily. I just sent out the invitation to everyone. What about you? It was a sudden job, but I trust there were no problems with it. Just so I haven't let my true nature run wild since Olympus. Questions screamed souls in despair. I was able to fully enjoy it. It seems that Lord Woodwose has passed away as a result, but I had no control of that. The Child Prophecy and the Chaldeans must have cooperated in their usual manner. A corner cat will bite back, after all, though I hate using such a word. More importantly, are you really okay with this? Another clan has dropped out of the game. I suppose so. It's a shame about Woodwose to think he died in battle against a human. But the Fan clan remains in the game. If they made it back to Oxford, they won't be so easily absorbed into the Round Table Army. If what they need is time to rebuild, then I'll gladly provide it for them. They can no longer rely on the Queen for deterrence. Britain's protector, the Fan clan, are all mine. As if I would let the Child Prophecy have them, much less some outsider. Odin, do you mind if I ask for some time off? That information I burned from Oberon. I'd like to pay a visit to the House of the Dragon. Well, I really don't approve, but I suppose it's not my place to say. I was hoping you had more time to talk, but this is the whole reason you came to Britain, wasn't it? As your friend, I can't stand in your way, so stay safe on your journey. But finish it as soon as you can and come back, alright? I'm looking forward to hearing the extraordinary good news. Why, of course, after all, I'm a woman who doesn't call a break just to waste time. I won't die. Who the hell do you think I am? The hero to Archduke Reinek, the hero who defeated the Morse King in the Morse War. I protected Britain with Her Majesty for so long, on the pride of my clan. And yet, in such a meaningless battle. My wounds won't close. Damn you, Percival. No, it was that damn fairy that did this. How could that little girl with spirit do this to me? Could it be? And that wasn't all. Red Rabbit's Aurora's guard. If he's with the Round Table Army. You deserve better, Woopos. We worked so closely together, don't you think I know that? Her Majesty had changed in the last 200 years. She's not just promoting fairy knights. She even adopted a fairy who knows where as her foster daughter and taking human from the outside as her spouse. And yet, all this time I thought you were the most suited for that. This is just too sad for me to step back from. Aurora, is it really true? I thought you hated me. Oh my, why should I hate you? You're a brave warrior who has saved Britain on so many occasions. Among the 6 clan, your blood remains the most pure. There is not a single fairy who doesn't idolize you, but you swore an oath to alliance to the Queen. If a woman such as myself came closer to you, it would open a rift in your relationship with her. But you were the one who truly kept Britain safe. That is what I always thought. Einstein's prophecy was mistaken. Britain's true king is neither her majesty or nor the child prophecy. But was you're worthy of being our king. No, no, Aurora, only you can. Red Rabbit turned a traitor on his own, and now that I think about it, he's always been incomprehensible. Yes, Salisbury, Aurora will shelter me. Now that I'm defeated, Oxford will be occupied, but when my wounds have healed, I'll return to Oxford and destroy the Round Table Army. I'm Woodward's Lord of the Fang clan, and Britain's strongest warrior. Who needs the fairy knights? If I kill them all, Her Majesty will see she has to. Wouldn't that be convenient, Woodwills? How can you expect to show your face to her after losing so badly? Cat, you bastard, what are you doing here? You came here to laugh at me. No, I don't have time for something so inconsequential. You sure are strong, Woodwills. But you're such a dunce right to the very end. That's why Morgan gave up on you, don't you get that? You've outlived your usefulness by now. What? What are you saying, you son of a bitch? No, stop. Don't say anything more. Her Majesty wouldn't. So you do get it. There's only one reason Percival could have struck you from behind, isn't there? There were never any reinforcements to begin with. She never even listened to you. You were seduced by another woman. You were just a hindrance. She took the opportunity to get rid of you, along with the Round Table Army. No, the Queen. The Queen. Now do it, Tristan. You gotta just leave it to me. Ah, we got it. Great work, Lee Spino. I knew you had talent as a witch. I never imagined you'd be able to master my dear old granny cursed arts so easily. Really? I'm happy to hear it, but that felt really gross just now. I don't want to use that mage cup anymore. Well, don't worry. You don't have to. That was just a once-in-a-lifetime secret art. After all, it rots the souls of the one who uses it. Best to let someone else do it for you. Now hand that over, Princess. It's scary how it's props like that, right? Your cute little fingers won't be able to hold on to it forever. Okay, I'm growing fond of this sensation, but here you go. But what is it exactly? A wolf's liver or something? Well, something like that. You know how back in proper human history we had stories about witches who could turn into animals? That's the kind of magecraft that can't be performed on a whim because it has so many prerequisites. But there are shortcuts to everything, like this, you get it? Gather up parts of the creature you want to become, and gobble them up. It's a little gross, but this is the fastest way. Both. Fragment. The Saber Tonico, the stubborn Black Knight Ector, and the Fairy Knight Totrot. And then there was Mash, the marvelous knight with the great shield who arrived from the distant 24,000 in the future. This is a group headed for the Great Pit, and so they travel through Britain, where the conflicts between the clans subsided. It was only the year 400 of the fairy calendar. The coronation in London would take place 6 months from now on. Then it's not that the savior Toniko was reborn over and over, he just lived on for a long time. Yes, after cleansing a comedy, I would hide away in a cave and rest in a coffin. I've been sleeping about 20 years this time, I think. So it's really no wonder people think I died after cleansing a comedy. Why would you do that? After driving away the comedy, wouldn't everyone be thankful and welcome to you? No, they aren't. I'm Castor, the one who chants the voice from paradise. Once the fairies Britain hates me. Having cleansed the comedy, I would be seen as their next cause of disturbance. Therefore, I leave the worldly matters following the comedy into the hands of clan heads and go into hibernation. And when you say hibernating, you mean like hibernating over winter? Like where you barely eat anything and sleep all winter long? Yes, exactly. I can also replenish the magical energy I use to cleanse that comedy 2% with Funstone. But that won't happen this time. Everything in Britain will change when Uther becomes king. This Britain will no longer be a world where its people kill each other without true purpose. The Queen's calendar that I spoke of is proof of that. The calendar had changed, as did the world. That is true. It's true that Fairy Britain was a world completely ruled by a single fairy, but totally legal. Has Britain been in such a state? Also, there was always been conflict between the clans, but I didn't think it was to this extent. Britain land was limited in space. Nowadays, each of the clans has their own territory, but our lands used to be much smaller. The land of Britain is a world formed by piling up the corpses of dead fairies. Fighting and killing was the norm, and every day dozens and dozens of fairies pass away. Britain has taken its current form because of that. The conflict between clans was a fight for limited land, but it was also an act of creating more land. Their mutual hostility and hatred made them feel like that they had the right to kill other fairies. If they hadn't, Britain would have remained narrow and small. That is why. At the very least, I try to prevent all the fairies from being wiped out by a committee while I stay of the conflict between clans. This Britain is an island made from the corpses of fairies. I heard the same from Top Rod. Conflict was necessary to expand their sphere, but existed. That may have been the case, but why was the island Britain small and narrow in the first place? In my world, the island Britain was much bigger. The only thing I can think of is there must have been some sort of difference in the past that required the use of fair corpse. I know I asked myself the same question: how did the island Britain come to be like this? Since I was born 46,000 years ago, to put it, way year 4000 of the fairy calendar, I was never taught anything about the beginning of Britain, which was 10,000 years ago, or the year 12,000 of the fairy calendar. 12,000 years ago. That's around the same time as Olympus divergence point. So there is no history of anything before that. The fairy calendar started 12,000 years ago then. There's no doubt about that. Organic Record said that exact same thing. In the beginning, there was an empty sea, nothing but 6 fairies, a priestess, and a beast. That's wrong. How many times do I have to tell you? If you want to dye it yellow, you need onion skin. In order to prevent color loss, you need salt. Dissolve it in boiling water before applying. I told you this yesterday too. If you don't feel like doing it, then don't bother. You can just tie your enemies up with a string. What was it? What was it? How do I use a string? How do I put on a condom to get used? I don't know. I don't know. I have to do this right, but why am I always like this? Tight rock, were you asleep? What? Oh, you're awake too. Go to sleep. Tomorrow is the day we go to the Grand Pit. I'm on watch duty. I'm totally not practicing or anything. When you say practice, you're practicing to not make a mess with your tools, aren't you? I'm sorry, really. I must have got it all wrong. This is probably... You're assuming something, right? Exactly. An outfit for Tonaliko to wear at the coronation. Tonaliko told people in the city that she didn't need it. So that is why I thought I'd make it for her. Sewing with a thread is the only thing I'm good at, but... I can't. I've been trying to do it for months, but I just can't. Even if I heard something 3 or even 2 days ago, I just forget everything so quickly. I can't do anything that I didn't already know from birth. The Black Knight says that I can't just keep fighting, and that was my role from the beginning. But ever since I saw the pretty dresses in the city, there's been a pain in my chest. For no reason whatsoever, I get so sad and want to cry. I get the feeling that sometimes something very important is missing from me. So if I could make clothes like a human craftsman, maybe I could learn something regarding that. I'm really just an idiot. No matter how much others try to teach me, I can only do what I've always done. I don't know why I don't know. But I want to try. I want to at least try, at least. I really want to do something other than just fighting. I want to do something different. Tot rot. Then what about keeping a diary? It a little forgetful something, but we can use words. We can write down anything we need as a memo. To be honest, I'm a diary person too. I can teach you how to use one. But I can't even write, and I forget everything. I can't write the language of fear either, so let's study together. Don't worry, even if you forget, your body will remember, and you'll write with just muscle memory. Writing is all about taking what is in your head, putting it down on paper. If you can have a conversation, writing it should be no problem. Without a doubt, it is something you're born with knowing. This is a great pit, so Camelot hasn't been built yet. Tonaliko, are you going to go down there? I'm against it. I get a bad feeling from this place. But there's no danger. There aren't any Moors around here. The fairies won't come near us, so we won't get attacked by anti-Lundium organization. Tutrot, you focus on lowering the string, and I'll take care of protect the string with Magia. We will lower Mash down using a string. As long as she doesn't let go up, it'll be fine. Me? Mash is going down the hole? Then I will go too. If Mash goes along, she'll get lonely. You're playing the part of the winch, so you have to stay there. I see, then what am I supposed to do? I'm surprised by initiative, Tortrat, but I'm fine alone. I've done things like this many times, like surveying ruins. I can trust your string. It's like a sturdy wire rope. I'm going to do my best, so help keeping me safe, Tortrat. Of course, you're so brave, Mash. Oh, then over here, Mash. Wrap it once around your waist as a lifeline. Make a foothold for the main thread. Yes, that'll do. Your voice can transmit through the thread, so call us if there's any danger. If your foot slips from the hold, we Ector will hold the lifeline as hard as he can. My enchantment can allow Tot-Rot thread to stretch to 8,000 meters, but we're not necessarily trying to reach all the way down. How deep the Great Pit is and what might be at the bottom. Please let us know if we come close to sea. This trip is just one for reconnaissance, alright? There's no just about it. You're the only one thinking about your progress beyond that. I humbly think you should attack at once if you spot anything dangerous. If it weren't for me and Barnek, your strategy would never succeed. The Black Knight is right. I'm finally seeing it since Smash got here. You're too reckless, Tonaliko. Even against an enemy, there is no blood or tears. Huh? Aren't I just taking things in a stride? It's true that everyone ends up falling over me. After all, no matter how tough fight gets, I always get through it with a smile. I've fallen in a lot of tough times where I started hating myself, but I made it this far with everyone's help. I'm going down then. Navigation is up to you, Tonaliko. One hour since it's setting, now at 7,000 meters. No change in the pit's dimension or any sign of life. But I wonder, is this ash? It is rising from the bottom. So the ash in the atmosphere in the Spring Fairy Kingdom has risen from here. And if there's ash, that means something's burning. Just what is at the bottom? I didn't expect it to be this deep. Can you see the bottom yet, Mash? I mean, dark as it must be. Are you cold down there? Yes, the light from above is gone, but the temperature is warm only. The more I descend, the heavier the air gets. I can breathe thanks to the protection of heroic spirit Galahad. 7,4,000, 7,4,050, no change in dimension. Can you still stretch the line totally equal? We'll have to go down much deeper to see whatever's at the bottom. Wait. Something is in the depths. A glowing red light is... What is that sound? What is going on, Tonalico? Mash, take your foot off the catch. The fret's been infected by the lethal amount of magical elements coming up. It's not just Britain. Is there a curse behind this Lostbelt that's covering the entire planet? That space is not limited, not of this world. You're drawn in if you gaze on it. Maybe Mash. No, she lost consciousness. Hector, pull as hard as you can. Oh no, it's him at the bottom. Denurius. But why? Why has an ancient Celtic god gone to die in a place like that? Huh. Oh, what? Mash finally came to, Tonalico. You big goof. You had me worried, you goof. Cut Rob, please calm down. Last thing I remember, I was descending into a great pit. I'm so sorry. My presumption were all wrong. This is a cathedral in Salisbury. We brought you here after you fell unconscious. You had a terrible curse all over your body when we pulled you out of the pit. My matriarch alone couldn't exorcise it, but with the cleansing power of this land of the Wind Clan, we finally rid of you of the curse. I remember, I fainted at the sight of those flames. Thank you for helping, Tonalico. I'm just sorry for the inconvenience brought about the bad judgment on my part. It's about the fire at the bottom. We can talk about that later. It's a bit of an issue that might take a couple of centuries to fix, never mind decades. Just knowing that such a thing lurking at the bottom of the Great Pit is a good fortune. Thank you for your cooperation. From here on out, after Britain is unified, I'll be consulting with Ufer how to deal with the Great Pit. There you go, ill again, Tonalico. Mash could have died down there. But leaving that aside, there's no thanks or anything I can offer you. I didn't learn any matriarchs that could return you to the future or anything of the sort. Please don't worry about it. I was also interested in the Great Pit. In the Fairy Kingdom, everybody took his presence for granted. But no matter how you look at it, having a giant hole in the center of your island is a bizarre situation. So I was wondering why nobody has investigated. The Great Pit is still there. In the future, it can't be plugged up. So it's that deep. Maybe it's truly bottomless. It can't exactly be sealed like the Spear of Selection. I guess we would have to wait and see for a while. And by Spear of Selection, do you mean the Staff of Selection? I've been meaning to ask you, Tonalico. You're a saver, but you don't have the Staff of Selection with you. Did you lose it somewhere? I don't know about any Staff of Selection, but the Spear of Selection is no longer in my possession. Still bringing along with the ritual tools of selection from my homeland. I watched it ashore with it, me. That one became corrupted by my feelings and turned into a weapon gone bad. So I sealed it away and was given leave to store it in this cathedral. Real shame though. The garden and the spear are Tonalico's super moves. The garden is a bounded field used to lock up incubi, and the spear is a weapon for punishing fairies. But last spring we had a comedy, the fairies acted so selflessly. Tonalico flipped her lid, and the spear inverted. If you don't mind asking, what became bad about it? How do I say it? The sphere strength itself didn't change, but it's like a limiter popped off and made the charging function all wonky. To put it frankly, the sphere selection doesn't draw from a weirder's magic energy, but their lifespan. Two more chapters. Very close. Good morning, everyone. I'm sure you're all tired from the battle yesterday, but there's still a reason I gathered you here so early in the morning. You see, last night, Otori and Yuki received an invitation to a fairy ball, or the Fairium. The invitation was sent by Lady Murren of Gloucester. More importantly, first of all, your body. Yeah, some of my hair has changed color, but rest assured, there are no other changes. It has a nice stylish look about it too. I'd secretly been admiring the Count's own look, but I'm actually rather happy with it. Sorry, my inner thoughts said, well, how embarrassing, it's time for me to grow up. Sorry, back on topic, the invitation's from Lady Murren. Timing on this, you're definitely up to no good, aren't you, Murren? Regardless, what is this Fairium anyway? Can someone give me a little context here? Let me, Gareth, who has always been desired to attend the ball, explain it to you. The Fairium, the story that fairies all around Britain yearn for. Not only clan heads, but other prominent fairies recognized for their service that year to the fairy kingdom are invited to speak at this evening laudation. There are sights never seen before, food never before eaten, dances to music never before heard. It's also the pinnacle high society where most of the dazzling fairy of the year is chosen. Right, Victoria, there isn't a fairy who doesn't long for an invitation to Fairium. Yeah, right, I guess so. I've been longing for it too, haven't I? But you know, with the way everything going at the moment, is it a really good idea for us to be going? I really can't say anything good comes to my mind when I think about it either. You know, this is our chance to ring another bell. In all likelihood, that's probably what Murren is intending to happen by inviting Otoria. Murren's giving us an opportunity. What her end goal is, however, I'm not sure. Right, it is likely Murren always expressing her support for both the Queen and the Child Prophecy. It's only natural that the head of Gloucester should be the one to hold up all, even more so when it's the historic Fairy Ball Fairium. Of course, Otoria and Yuki aren't the only ones invited. Morgan, she'll never leave her throne, but others may come in her stead. Very Knight Tristan and of course Lancelot. There's no reason why we shouldn't see them there. Right, especially since Lancelot is chosen every single year. That bastard. I love to return a favor, but Gloucester is under Murren's rule. Neither side will be able to wage war against each other at the ball, I guess. That's right. It makes this an even greater opportunity. We who rung the bells and defeated what was are considered traitors, and would be forbidden from entering Gloucester. But this would be different. We'll be attending a ball as guests of nobility. What follows should be obvious, no? Sticking out of silly old-fashioned ceremonies and into secret rooms is what Otori does best, right? I knew that is what it's going to come down to. It puts out some of that shady matriarch from this time for sure, right? Don't call it that. And settle. I'll have a carriage prepared for you right away. After all, the ball is tonight. Let's do our best to reach Gloucester by nightfall. Murren, isn't this a little short notice? Phew, we made it. Gloucester, we meet once again. Red Rabbit and Percival have been left to stand guard outside the city. And to make matters worse, there were only 2 invitations, one for Tori and one for Yuki. Each invitation allows for just 1 extra companion. I wonder what's with that. Myself and Division would do. I already met Murin. Gloucester is a battleground of words, not weapons, so having Oberon with us will be great help. But Oberon, you'll be able to sneak in without any issue, won't you? Naturally. I'm glad that we're on the same page, Miramasa. I've got a bit of thing going on with some ladies here in Gloucester. I'll sneak in as one of their companions. I'll break a leg, everyone. I'll be just taking a stroll through town. I'm Gareth, and I'm this way now. I realize I can't go into the ball. And again, I changed my mind, Happy Let's go to the count shop. When we left London, he gave us a reference letter to allow our entry. I hope you two have a ball, Count Pepperon said. It's too clever by half. Ah, the Count's store. I suppose I might be a little bit interested. Alright, let's go. I don't want to have too much fun, but that much will be just fine. Friendship really is a thing of beauty. Now then. Someone's completely frozen on the spot. What do we do, Yuki? Miramasa, we have to carry her in by force. It can't be helped. You're on the right, me on the left. Ooh, I knew it. There is no way I'm going to ball dressed like this, and I don't want to meet anyone I know either, absolutely not. Oh Baron, you're a prince, you go. Go and ring the bell too. And don't forget, bring me some of my Gloucester finest cushion while you're at it. Don't say such selfish things. A child who says things like that is not a child prophecy. There are some fresh blood demonists in this world who would just love to go but can't. You should be ashamed. I don't know. Maybe you're going a little overboard here. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't expecting her to have this much loathing towards the ball. Maybe she has the kind of underlying trauma where you're mistaken for a waiter at a ball once. Could something that miserable ever had happened in the past? But you see, I'm already the face of the round table army. To show up wearing something so shabby is just... In that case, there's even less to worry about. For a warrior, their combat attire is their formal attire. Or would you rather Yuki headed in first? It might be difficult for you to rejoin us once you're inside. You'd be attending the ball with Marissa as your partner. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Wait a moment, I'm going, don't leave me behind. Amazing. It is terrific. Who knew there was a place as amazing as this right next to the auction house? A fairy territory within a fairy territory, truly the mark of an alien common sense. An ultra first class morality marble. After all, the size of buildings, as seen from the outside, and the size of this hall inside don't match. It's quite something accomplishment. Murin is second to none when it comes to building this sort of stuff, isn't she? It is so spectacular that even Notori is beginning to calm down. This is the second time. Here in silence, captivated by my surroundings. So then, where is Murin? She invited us here and doesn't have the damn common courtesy to say hello. Altoria's getting worked up again. We can always count on her to take on the offensive, can't we? Yeah, that's more like it. I don't see the bastard Murin anywhere, do you? You think her first move would be unveiling the child prophecy to get the crowd going, but oh. Ladies and gentlemen, please excuse my interruption. The owner of this establishment, Murin, has yet to make her appearance. Please accept my sincerest apology for the delay. Today's special announcement will be revealed in 1 hour from now. In the meantime, please enjoy the atmosphere. I don't think Marin's anywhere in the ballroom. Auburn doesn't seem to have arrived either. What do we do, Yuki? Shall we sneak into the ball tower already? Yeah, we could. Oh, it seems new guests have arrived. Whoa, everyone's making way for them. What? Huh? Seriously? My. Oh, who was that girl next to Aurora? Aurora's beauty is remarkable, but the fairy next to her is also, well, she's very pretty, isn't she? Huh? Meru was into that kind of ladylike appearance then, huh? No, it's not like that. Like it or hate it, but I'm allowed to give an objective opinion, you know? Barrow and the Fairy Knight Tristan. Well, of course she come, as Morgan's daughter. It is to be expected. Damn it, Marin, is this your plan? You're so damn vindictive. Or are you just a perfectionist setting up all her opposition for a single chance to take each other out? Is this the last of the rivals? Autoria! No, it's nothing. I was wondering if Nugget was here. Oh, thank goodness she's not here. I don't have to put up with her angry attitude or listen to her snide remarks. Good evening, Shadow Prophecy. Congratulations on your victory in London. Coral. Sorry, was I too loud? You see, I'm not really used to this sort of situation. I'm sorry for acting like a country fairy bumpkin. Anyway, thank you for your polite greeting. Fufu, I know how you feel, but you don't have to be so nervous. This hall is under the effect of mirror magic. As such, one cannot see the face of someone they don't know. You don't have to worry about a stranger seeing your face here. There's no need to be so tense. Evenings like these are a rarity. I hope you will take the time to enjoy yourself. Is that so, Coral? So we can be like this too. It's a lot more fun here than in Salisbury, isn't it? No, as an Aura bodyguard, I mustn't allow myself to get carried away. Virgin Mazes, do not forget, despite being invited here, you're still human. Do not speak your opinion so carelessly as you have been doing now. Know your place. Thanks for the heads up. Deep down, part of you is always worried about the humans, right? You were just giving him a warning to stay out of trouble by not doing the same to the other fairies. I have no such intention, presumption, interruption, or bother. I am not like Lady Aurora. I don't like humans, and I don't consider them to be my equals. Really? Aurora, who lets the humans live freely, and you, who impose strict discipline. It appears that to me, you're a lot kinder to humans than I originally thought. Silence. No matter what clan you hail from, or which fairy you are, such slander against Lady Aurora is an insult to the Wind Clan. Horrible. Comparing me to Lady Aurora is just unacceptable. I was foolish enough to try and work with the child of prophecy. This is a worry for distinguished guests. You should be learned civility before you come. That's a little rude. But could I ask you one more question? That fairy who was standing next to Aurora earlier, is she Aurora's bodyguard? Not sure, later. Just give me your friend code. I mean, aside from you, Aurora's right-hand fairy. Yeah, this is JP though. I don't play. The most beautiful fairy stand next to brilliant fairy, Lady Aurora. When she is present, I expect to give up my seat. That's the way of things, even if she's just a repulsive creature who crawled out of the black mud. and up she goes. I'm not sure who's to blame for that. What's the matter, Da Vinci? That wasn't like you. And better luck next time. I always wonder what difference in values between Koro and Aurora. I'd hoped to use this opportunity to get to the bottom of that, but I guess I overdid it a little. A difference in values. What did you say to Koro? She seemed very upset about it. You, the one who was next to Aurora. Oh right, I'm not wearing my armor today, excuse me. I've seen you all a few times now. It's not as if we never met before, but it's my first time I give you my name. I'm Lancelot, the Fair Knight. Welcome to the ball, Otori Yuki. And who is the young lady over there? Do you mind if I ask your name? Yes, of course. I'm Leonardo da Vinci. Nice to meet you, right? Da Vinci? Don't blame me. I was an artist before I was called a technical advisor. Beautiful things are my weakness. You're surprisingly soft-spoken tonight, aren't you? Is your sheep clothing all zipped up? Who are you? Do I know you? I'm the man you threw out of the castle. You stabbed me over and over. You don't remember any of it? Oh, of course, Muramasa. Sorry, I never saw your face or anything. But cutting you down felt amazing. It left such a strong impression on me. Yes, I knew you'd be alive. I had a feeling we'd be able to fight again. So when's the rematch? Will you slice my head off next time? It's going to be so much fun. I'm going to gouge out that patchwork street car of yours like a driving in a steak. Yeah, what's with this girl? She got the same air about her as Oberon. She's a prince type, alright? There's no doubting the power of Lancelot gives her name. I don't suppose you're from Avalon. Well, that is that. Aurora told me to keep a low profile about my origin. Well done on victory, London. Even though we are enemies, I commend you for your good fight. One more thing, I'd like to ask you something. I need to know if anything has happened to Percival. I'm told he's not dead, but... is he good health? Nothing bad has happened to him, right? He's fine, but... who is Percival to you? He's my little brother. I see, you're his sister. I'm sure you're awfully worried about his... wait... Percival's sister? Fair Knight Lancelot. She just told us she was Percival's older sister and left. The type to say whatever's on her mind. Percival never hinted at any such thing. I don't think he was hiding it, more the fact it never came up in the conversation. Is this something generally known in Britain or Ontario? No, not at all. I don't think anyone would believe it if you were to tell them. Lancelot herself told us, so I don't think we have any choice but to believe it. In that case, I guess Percival wants to keep it a secret. If word got out that their commander was Lancelot's brother, you can imagine how it would affect the morale of the Round Table army. But that air-headed Fair Knight just blurted out and exploded the secret. What's with that? Aren't all Fair Knights a bit too free-spoken? Thing is, it's not really a problem. I think you should just keep shut about it. This isn't as though the two are in cahoots, and they wouldn't be meddling in each other's affair. Sure, if it's all the same to you, I'll keep quiet about it. Percival is a human and Lancelot's a fairy, right? How can we be siblings? It's not unheard of for fairies to adopt humans. Maybe Lancelot was an old friend of the fairy who took in Percival. That sounds plausible. It's probably why he didn't want to go anywhere near Salisbury. Could it be the fairy who took in Percival was... oh, there's a human boy. Yeah, you come here. The Fairy Knight says she wants a word. Hurry up and head over to the terrace. Don't make her wait. She called for me? Yeah, you're the only human in this hall, Yuki. What do you think? Where you go? The barrel was just here a moment ago, as long as you guys join me. Naturally, even with Mirren's rule in fact, this is still enemy territory. The Terrence is reserved for private use, so no other fairies will be coming. It's great for secret talks. Elsa left rather suddenly after the big reveal, so maybe she still has other questions to ask. No objections here. To be honest with you, I'd like to have observed her a little longer. The clothes, I mean, obviously her clothes. There might be some reference there to tie things up with. Gig. It was good of you to accept an enemy invitation, not that I could doubt you wouldn't. That dress looks good on you. Of course it does, I am Lord. I'm not so barbaric that I would wear my armor to a formal event. Good evening, Vargas. It's been some time since the Force in the Whales. Since then, we haven't known if you were punished or not. If we're going to talk, perhaps you could explain that first. Vargas, we only speak to Yuki. No, that's not it. She's fascinated by you, Da Vinci. Come on, Vargas. If you got something to say, spit it out. We're on schedule here. I know, I don't have time either. I'll make this brief. Da Vinci, as you said, I have been relieved of my post as guardian of Britain. I'm under house arrest within my homeland. At this rate, I have no reason to attack the child property. I don't feel like making an appearance at this ball either, but I guess you'll be here. So I swallowed my pride and came to talk to you. Is that enough of explanation? Yeah, that works. I didn't mean anything by it, but I just had to be sure, you know? Don't worry about it. It's an insurmountable question. You're a Forgan Magus. A Jetden, after all. Now I have a question for you. I'd like for you to tell me about the outside world, of proper human history as much as you can. Your Majesty has told me what is necessary, but I know none of its inner working or its history. Are you merely arbitrary, savage invaders, or are you harmless visitor here to learn about our own history? That's all. It was a bit of a rush job, but I explained as much as I could. We conquered Lostbelt in order to claim our history and our future. We are not targeting Britain for attack, but in the end, as a Lostbelt, it will have to be pruned. However, that doesn't mean we deny the history of the Lostbelt itself, or the people living in it. The Lostbelt and proper humans may be embroiled in struggle for survival where only one can survive. But that is world versus world, not people versus people. You think that too, don't you, Wiki? Nope. I see, you're an honest one, aren't you? On that note, I like to do fairy exists in proper human history as well. Yes, the condition may be harsh, but in proper human history, fairies still live and breathe in Britain's to the present day. In Ireland, in the island Sky, and across the sea in France. Ireland, Sky, well, I asked you about those places some other time, but... Are there no such thing as colonies? They don't live in fear or being cursed by Moors. Yeah, those don't exist. What a peaceful world. I invite those fairies. Well then, what if we... Oh, never mind. That'd be too good to be true. I heard everything I wanted. I apologize for taking up your time. You could go there, Burgess. How do you know I didn't think that would be an idea that came from you? We understand after talking to you, you probably feel the same way as Yuki. Burgess, you care more about protecting fairies than you do about protecting Britain itself. You serve Morgan because she protects Britain. But if she doesn't want to protect fairies, you have to find another way. As one of them, it's only natural to think of immigration to a peaceful land, to proper human history. But that is impossible. Residents of Lostbelt can't live outside of one. The fairies of this land have no choice but to be consumed as Morgan's tools. That'd be true in the Lostbelt up until now, but not with Britain. We can live in proper human history. The possibility is there, Vargas. There are a few major hurdles to that though, but that is something we can discuss. We only need kind-hearted fairies such as you in the church to unite all fairies. I see. I'll just do my resolve as well. Da Vinci Yuki. I'd like you to visit my estate in Manchester at some point. I'll have proposals for you. If I lack your trust, that is fine. What you told me is more than enough. About time I finally got in. That was Vargas now, wasn't it? She had a very serious error about her. Did you challenge her to a duel? Not quite. I see immigration. I hadn't reconsidered the possibility, but... yeah, it's such a grand idea to put forward. As big as Vargas herself, it's worth considering. I wish I could have been there. So what did you guys say? That is as far as conversation went. It's rather a dangerous topic. After all, we couldn't discuss any further here. She asked us to meet her in Manchester. What do you think, Baron? Manchester, that's a little scary. Vargas territory abides by the rules of survival to the fittest. The weak are fodder for the strong. I'm not talking about the laws of nature. They are all truly believe that from the bottom of their hearts. The weak offer themselves to the strong, and the strong exploit the weak, as a matter of fact. Even the thought of resisting because you don't want to die is futile. Gloucester is a fairy tale where the weak can stand on equal footing with the strong. But Manchester is one where the strong are free to do as they please. I don't mind you going if there's a guarantee that Vargas will not lay a hand on you. Bagako wasn't hostile. For the record, she's a carnivore. Like if she decides, alright, I'm gonna eat you, in the spirit moment, we'll get eaten. More or less, you know how Enzo of the Lord Blacktail goes, right? Vargas had many lovers, yet not a single one of them lasted long. Apparently she eats them alive a day after inviting them into her mansion. Vargas the Black Dog is known throughout Britain as the one who feeds on fairies. She's trying within reason to act like an upper-class fairy, but she always ends up caving in her cavernous nature. She isn't known as a fairy eater for nothing. I can't just let you go on your own. So she's known as Lord Black Dog. I believe Mike also mentioned that. Going to affectionateness, going to bluntness, constantly ravenous, finding love, only to come soon, he said. She didn't seem that fairish to me. Well, not like I know much about fairy habits though. Enough about Vargas. We have our own agenda. The bell tower is just around the corner. We can sneak in from the terrace. Let's wrap this up before the bell will end. Are you ready, Otoria? Oh, well, yeah, I'm not so nervous anymore after all that. Let's go ring the fruit bell, Yuki. But immigration is bold move. You really are thinking big, Burgess. Even though you burned down the forest of wheels. He's plotting revenge. Go towel for the floor. She finally busts up Merlin's magic. That's some lockpicking, alright. Not bad, Otoria. You're just like Nezumi Koso Jiraiya. Somehow I don't feel like that's a compliment. Who are the fairies from proper human history? Speaking of which, I've heard fairies who play pranks, but I never heard of fairies who steal money. I mean, fairies have no need for that. It's just Morgan who went and created a monetary system. Lockpicking techniques blossom as a result of safe being made to store savings in a set. It's hard to open something made with human technology using just various sacrament. As a result, lockpicking came into play. Merlin also said that he told me to learn it because it would be useful on my journey. By the way, I haven't asked you about Merlin yet. Atori said you learned Rangecraft from Merlin. Did he used to live in Tintangle? I never actually met him. I just heard him voice from somewhere when I was alone. The Scary Queen has me in prison, so I can't come meet you. If you're fine with just distant learning, I will teach you. And with that, he taught the basics of Magecraft. That's how I managed to improve my own. I see, the Otori of proper human history was trained as a knight by her adopted father during her waking hours, while Merlin reared her as a king in her sleep, or so it said. And that much is true here as well. Hold on, isn't something oddly nosy in here? The Faerun is just surface level destruction, dazzling as maybe it's still a child's play. This is Gloucester, City of Trents, brands and pleasure. It's not complete without thrill and ruin, excitement and tragedy. We have a very special stage to prepare for you. A battle that will determine the very future of Britain, in addition to decide the true king. Now let's start the main event, dripping with scorn and envy. Whoa, there are a bunch of massive fairies around us. As I thought, I figured this is what happened, Marin. Once more, allow me to introduce you. A splendid man in its gorgeous girl on stage, the royal pair, the pride of our fair kingdom. Her Majesty beloved daughter, Fairy Knight Tristan, and the man who has been made Her Majesty fiancé, Lord Barrowcut. In the other corner, basking in tension is the wind of the revolution to save Britain that Ainzo sung of. Atori the child prophecy, and the foreground Magus, Master Yuki. The feud between Tristan and Tori began right here. And I hear Lord Barrow and Master Yuki share an even deeper connection. There can be no matchup appropriate than this. Now please seek the stage. Should you best Fairy Knight Tristan, the bell, Gloucester, shall acknowledge you, even if I don't. How brilliant, as expected, Lady Marin. You always live up to our expectations. Lady Tristan is serious. That is her time-honored battle fairy form. I know it well. Oh my, Barrowcut, even though I've seen him countless times before, for some reason he's still so dreamy. Those supple yet sturdy limbs, like those of a first-rate dancer. The child prophecy is also bound to have a magnificent figure. After all, we're talking about the fairy who defeated Lord Woodwose. Show us the figure worthy of leading Britain. Oh no, Ataria. She's quietly trying to slip away. There's no choice but to get up on stage. Give it up. Let go of me. I can't give up on me. That is it. Let's kick her onto stage. Once she's on it, it's all the same. Oh, Baron! What should we do, Muramasa? Marin, where's the dresser? There's got to be one, since this is a stage. Oh my, I'm glad to see you're still alive, Muramasa. There is a dresser backstage. What is the matter? Okay, give me a moment here. You can come here for a second. Huh? What are they bowing? What are they bowing out? After all the setup, they're not even going to fight. I mean, of course they flee. This won't end like last time, after all. It's not mage crap only. I came dressed for the occasion, and I have you with me, Barrel. It's a shame I won't be able to cut off those cheeky lips of hers. But seeing them flee already makes me feel better. I even pity them. It's laughable how she's just a lowly fairy, both inside and out, even though she's propped it up as a child prophecy. You won't find someone more pathetic in all of Britain. I wonder. About that. You. Tori, your face, your face. That's right, deep breaths, deep breaths. That's a lot of mouthing off you done, Tristan. What's with that lewd get up? I'm Tori Child Prophecy. In the name of the caster, the one who chants, I have come to ring the pilgrim's bell. I will not hold back if you get my way. I'll smite that happy pride of yours along with those expensive heels. How big words of a bunkum fairy. I'll at least praise you for knowing the vows of these heels. But if you get too cocky, it'll just make you defeat sing more, you know? My symphonies, but I won't be hearing any pleas for your life, okay? Whoa, she's actually thinking she's stronger. That's harsh. I'll tell you right now, I have no sympathy for you. You're used to running back to your castle in tears, aren't you? And this time will be your second time. Not going to happen until you're limb from limb. I'll be damned. Did Tristan just get verbally flattened? I expect someone with chip on their shoulder can be tough. We're finally in a tag team battle. I actually wanted to have a nice chat with you. But I'm going to have it commit after all. This is my first battle as a master. My opponent is a veteran master who overcome countless predicaments. I guess I got something to prove with a challenge. Let's kill one another with a smile go high. Otora wins. Coming off, it's coming off. Wait, stop, mother is going to scold me again. Why are you like that? Why are you always like that? I'm going to be scolded. The very night has fallen. Another night falls after Vargas. Excellent. I to prophecy how true after. We should all bet on child prophecy from now on. But Tristan, I feel like I've seen that fairy before somewhere. Why, no doubt about it, it is her. I saw her 100 years ago at Grey Mokin's mansion. Her real name is Bahamut Sif, Thornton's maidservant, the vampire Bahamut Sif. A vampire, you say? What is Her Majesty even thinking? Oh dear, to think she's been feeding on human blood. No wonder she stinks. She reeks of sewage. How many humans has she sold her body to, I wonder? Her resurrection 100 years ago, Darlington turned into a sea of corpses. She's the reason Darlington fell, and the reason Grandma King became a fairy dead lord. There's no doubt about it. She and Morgans are responsible for the damn vampire. You alone survived. How dare you? No, that is wrong. I. Stop it. Don't badmouth my mother. She did nothing wrong. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with sucking blood from a corpse? What's so wrong about the living dead? How did Darlington turn into a sea of corpse? How if I know? She ran, she fled. Bahava Zip has fled. I knew it, the queen is mad, choosing a lowly fairy like that as her successor. I can't really say I'm happy about this. You can say that again, everyone's a liar, in the end. That's all it amounts to. My goodness, I lost. You really are strong, Yuki. Looks like I can't beat you as a master anymore. So what'd it be? Will you have to labor there over kill me too? Or would you rather finish it with your own hands? As you see, I am unarmed. My bodyguard Baham Sip has also fled. Without a doubt, this is a perfect opportunity, no? Yuki. I can't take his word for it. He's got something else up his sleeve. Is that so? I thought this would be the end, though. I guess not. Man, you're better than Kodak when it comes to sniffing out danger. Looking more and more reliable. I'll take you up on that and take my leave then. As long as Master isn't around, there's no point in playing with you. See you later, Savior and companions. I'll be seeing you in Camelot. True names are revealed now. Yeah, thank you all for coming. I'm glad everyone enjoyed themselves. Really, you're the only one who had fun. That was the tedious show you put on. To think I had to pull out my trump card for that mess. Well, what might you be talking about? Were you in the fight, Muramasa? Whatever, shut up. Damn it, I was hoping to save it for Camelot. By the way, Yuki, thank you very much for this outfit. You've been preparing this for a while, haven't you? In secret. Did you say nothing because you were embarrassed? You're so thoughtful, you know? No, actually... Precious did not say anything. I think it looks so good on you too. Yes, it's very dignified, despite being extravagant. That makes me want to be seen, despite being a shy person. You all seem to have improved your teamwork since you were here last. Oh, are you feeling left out? Well, it's only natural, you being a bug and all. Oh, the contrary. I'm sure I don't know now. How about you, Oberon? Are you perhaps feeling left out as well? A little to tell the truth, I can't believe you had those clothes already. I want our turn debut as a child prophecy to come on later on. And to make a huge show of it in London. Now, this served the same purpose. All the fairies in attendance were nobles, right? Tori defeated Tristan with her own strength. Now she looks part of the child prophecy. The news spread throughout Britain is by itself, and now the third bell has been rung. Murian, does this mean the Wing clan recognized Otoria as a child prophecy? Of course, now that Bell has acknowledged Otoria, there's nothing more for me to say. However, this doesn't change the fact Holster's position. You can thank Tristan for that this time. I didn't offer you to Bell, so that means I'm not rebelling against Her Majesty rule. Please don't get the wrong idea. I will not offer any aid to the Round Table Army. Holster is the town that plays fashion first. Under this rule, fairies and humans are equals, but fundamentally I hate humans, therefore I also hate the Round Table Army. Please pick me enough as not lending any support to you, unless I stand to make a larger profit. I see, so you're saying if there is a big enough problem, you'll switch sides. Could you please not think that everyone you meet is your friend? Muramasa, your way of constantly acting like the main character is really irritating. Oh, he is like... But the host, he's controlling the main character though. The hell are you talking about? He's the protagonist in Fate Stay Night. It's just a host though. Not the heroic spirit though. It's nothing, I'm very busy. Which whatever more you want. I'm going back to being a bookworm. I bought a lot of fair calendar materials off Archelaus from Camelot. Now that Bahamut Sith has learned her lesson and the bell has been rung. Will you please leave now if you have no other business? Where's Koyan's Kaya? Well, Lady Fox, she's away on other business. From my understanding, she's trying to find out what she was looking for. I wish her luck in her endeavors, but she wouldn't need such empty words, would she? Sorry to keep you two waiting. We safely returned from the ball. Unbelievable. I'm not very good at singing, but Arturi is so cool. Your last outfit was very cool too, but this one really suits you. You think so? Yeah, I guess you're right. Your new armor looks awesome as well, Gara. Happening yet? Huh? I know, I was just shocked at Arturi's new outfit, don't worry about it. It's surprising. I guess the fairies of paradise all have the same taste in fashion. Good, glad to see Gareth and Habit Rat didn't run into any trouble either. Well then, let's get out of Gloucester. Percival is waiting for us. When I bought Red Rabbit a souvenir, he seems a bit naive, you know? Awfully sensible of you. I can think of someone who probably learned from your example. Speaking of souvenir, you brought some before you left Gloucester last time, right? I wonder how those fairies are doing. Do you want to go see them, Arturia? You introduce yourself as child prophecy now, and nobody will suspect you. All the fairies from back then. No, it's too late in the day to be doing that. We'll thank them next time. Right, Arturia, you can see them whenever you come back to Gloucester. Yes, I'm empty-handed at the moment, so next chance I'll repay them many times over. Well, time is money. We gotta talk about what we'll do next. I want to confirm something with Oberon. Oh, what's up, Yuki? You stopped in your tracks. Did you forget something? Want to buy some fairy tea? I want to ask some question, Oberon. Sure, ask away. Where were you the night before the battle at Lundium? I see, Bear Great Gut has quite a discerning eye. You got quite a nose for danger, and good instinct to boot, but I suppose you would need them. No point in hiding it now, and since you'd be vaguely aware of what's going on, I'll speak frankly. I was here that night. I came to negotiate for the sake of a victory against Whitwolves. I wasn't talking to Murin. The one I was talking to was your enemy, Koenskaya. I've had constant sense that she had some sort of horrible monster, maybe just disturbing as Morgan. But she can still be used as a poison. No matter how you use it, poison is poison, right? That's how I see it, at least. That's why I used it not on ourselves but on Whitwolves. The Queen would have sent reinforcements to him. That was a given. After all, he's the one her most important warriors. And if those reinforcements came, there would have been no way for Lundium to hold out. Percival definitely became an outstanding knight, but it's easy to make the mistake that everyone else is as capable as you are. Percival loves every member of the Round Table Army, so he constantly overestimates their abilities. Not that it's a bad thing, it's a weakness of his, but it's the strength of the army itself. So while shady business like this has simply become a necessity, Willis could see right through the Round Table Army structure and tactics. The forces we could send out, he would counter them no matter what. So I threw in something he couldn't foresee, something like that doesn't exist in Britain, the poison known as Koenskaya. Nowhere to find what she was looking for. In return for telling where it was, I asked her to intercept the Queen's reinforcements. But she surprised me. I never expect him to vanish completely without a trace. I see. She does have her Gemini beast form. But man, what an underhanded scheme. I feel disgusted with myself. But if this batch of shame is enough to lead us toward a war, I won't hesitate. When it's over, you can punish me with your own hands. We will. We will punish you soon. In the future. That is why you brought it up, isn't it? You could have just said nothing, but as a friend, you couldn't ignore it. The last days of the Edo period. The prepare for the coming era of clans in Satsuma were recruiting talented youths to send them to distant country across the ocean. One such a destination was London, capital of the British Empire, and the most advanced city on earth. That man was not chosen to study abroad. He was born into a poor samurai family, neither the rank or wealth to leave a mark on history. That man was not chosen as a student, but could serve as a sailor on the ship that carried those who were. He couldn't remember why he left his country anymore. Did he not desire to witness changing of times? Did he harbor disgust towards his native culture? Or was it simply to experience the culture of a foreign land he couldn't recall? But the man adored art more than his country, family, and fellows, in a sense more than humanity itself. The one thing he could vaguely remember was the promotion he had when stepping onto the port. His eyes lit up at the world that lay before him. Compared to his hometown, where stagnant, it was hard to believe that this landscape was the same as the planet. The man abandoned his duty as a sailor and ventured through the foreign land with the aid of a map. Time passed like a dream. He wished he could stay longer. Nevertheless, the man was calculating enough to know reality. Dreams must be awoken from, and commitments must be honored. If he returned to the arbor by sunrise, he could go back to his homeland, although he would be punished. Upon conferring, he had enough time he slipped into a third noble's mansion. The art housed within was wondrous, especially the strangeness of the painting, the sight of which took his breath away. As though leaving his heart behind, he slipped out of the mansion in time to make it back to a port at which his ship was docked. It took a day to realize he had wandered into an even stranger land. Send me home, please. Someone, anyone, please let me go back to Changban. The rest of his life was a true adventure. He was captured by the fairies, tasted the bitterness of slavery, then was discarded and set free at the end of his 30th year. Yet the man, not human by fairy kingdom standards, had a life left in his soul. The environment of the fairy kingdom proved it too much for his 55-year-old body, but the man had 3 decades of observing fairies to draw on. He concealed his true self, employed the fairies, acted out of business, set fairy to kill fairy, then dissected and studied them. He made an elixir to show his aging. The effect was minor, but better than nothing. After another 40 years, the external result was a young fairy with an old man in his 90s within. His succession was confined of the Earth Plan. They were oddballs who respected technology but trusting others not for their character but the quality of their goods. At the end of the day, they were bad businessmen. The man became secretary to the one who headed the Earth Clan. The two barely stayed on good terms. They kept a vague friendship. The Earth Clan chief valued the man enough to enter into business together. Spriggan and capless, it was the birth of the first department store in the Fairy Kingdom. Afterwards, the men plotted to kill the head of the Earth Clan. For Norwich further development, and to the other ends, only the partner's name was necessary. There was no one in the Fairy Kingdom who knew the man's original name, probably not even proper human history. Talk about Spriggan. Damn, I can hardly sleep at night, with the torment of orders retaken since yesterday. Between Camelot, London, and Edinburgh, iron weapons are flying out off the shelves. Wolwood's armies are in ruins, the pilgrim bells in Gloucester. Anti-Morgan boys are growing not only among the fairies in the major city, but even in the remote forest village. After all, this is the result of 2,000 years of rule. I can hard to begin to imagine what Her Majesty's motives must be. Her Majesty Morgan is a great ruler, but rabble cannot comprehend her achievements. Too few could measure the extent to which Her Majesty had acted. Those who live in the city cannot see past their homes, rather they cannot see the foundation upon which their city lies. That's surprising. From the way you talk, one might think you want Morgan to rule. Not at all, I'm simply discussing the facts. The opinion of the public, as well as yours truly, or that Her Majesty ought to take a rest. I speak not of Queen being evil, but that her regime has gone on for too long. Her Majesty had created a fine kingdom, but its values are antique. She's 2,000 years after all. The fairies have long since improved their values after many generations. Standing policy to keep harmony with nature and continue to shepherd humanity, it will keep this island small. Nothing dies harder than always. Obsolete parts has to be replaced. Naturally, I have no need to consider whether I should be king. In the proper human history I once lived, England was a land ruled by a queen. A queen is the only one suitable to stand on the throne. This kingdom don't agree. Then who would you like to be queen next? If there needs to be a new ruler, I hope to see a random figure who loves her people. One more beautiful than others, surpassed only by her wickedness and oblivious to her own stupidity. That is one worth supporting. I've had a belly full of serving crafty leaders. I know who you mean. You and I might just get along fine. But she's got real dull eyes. She'll never defeat Morgan, much less seize the throne. Indeed, there's only one person a judge capable of defeating Morgan. They were discovered earlier by soldiers who had been monitoring the battlefields. It's only a matter of when to put them into play. I am glad for my time in England. Anyone is unfamiliar with the rule of allowing the use of captured pieces. One doesn't gain secret weapon by birth, but through developing while fighting. To only speak of a game, I had no one with which to play a century. Overlooked, oh look, the Queen's daughter shown mercy. Even though Bear was helping me, and this time I even got serious. And yet, why couldn't I win? I'm Mother's only daughter, so why? I'm the only daughter she'll ever need, and the only one who can use magecraft. If I just had my own personal magecraft worthy of the Queen's daughter. Ah. When it ends, victory is mine. I'll just borrow the garden off of Mother's throne. So this is the chapter I'm previously last off. Almost there. This is the chapter I was previously on, along with the fragment. Percival, we're back! Oh good, I'm glad you're all okay. And great work, Arteria. It seems sounds of pilgrim bells has echoed throughout Britain. As a knight rider under exclusive contract with all of you, I'm deeply moved as well. By the way, did you get me a souvenir? In case you've forgotten, all of us fairy horse had a rough job roofing everyone from London to Gloucester. Of course, here you go, some hair tonic and suntan oil. We got them from some shady back alley shop. Because of Arteria's success the last time we were there, they're selling a lot of magic items at the moment. These are some of them. Hair tonic for a horse is a bit. No need to hide it, we know you're a very style-conscious fairy who cares a lot about fashion. And as you see, Arteria has changed her looks too. The truth is, you did too, right? You're a wonderful man, Oberon. Dodgy back alley shop. How very romantic. Alright, now that Red Rabbit is in good mood, let's go back to London. Next is Oxford Bell. When the fourth one rings, it'll be finally be all out war. Yeah, but before that, hold on a minute. We've got other things to take care of first. I'd like to discuss our plans for the future, so let's go someplace else. A secret discussion. Then should we go to that forest off the main highway? Sorry, bad choice. It's a Moor stand. Fairies, please stand back. Leave this to us of the Round Table Army. Our concern is not needed. Moors will never be able to touch my body. Behold, my boiling flesh. I am Red Rabbit, the flying horse flame. Lord Percival, Lord Gareth, now is the time for the Round Table Knights to show their true strength. I meant to order which we ring the Prugrin's bell. The one in Oxford can be rung at any time. We don't know where it is, and Wu was no longer in the picture. So before that, I propose we head for Orkney. Right now, Morgan's eyes are fixed on Oxford. She shouldn't be paying attention to the north. I see, you're certainly right, and we have to go to Orkney regardless. We also have a chance now that Queen's army hasn't been dispatched. That we're not out of the woods yet. If we head for an Orkney, the Queen army will be dispatched to pursue us, and we'll run into Noggera's armies as well. Wouldn't it be safer to move the Round Table over towards Camelot and then head there guarded by the troops? If we move with our army, so will Noggera. She declared herself Arcturus or whatever and thinks the whole child prophecy thing is an errand. If a term is split publicly, she will have no choice but to interfere due to her position as queen. But Northern fairies are power we need to wage war on Morgan. I'd rather not fight them if we can avoid it. Am I right, Principal Artoria? Yes, I would very much like to forge an alliance with the Northern fairies. Not to oppose the queen, but as fellow Britons. Unfortunately, we can't even sit down and discuss it. We've sent Edward several times, but not JP-rKyECtnz, or so it's more like. Oh, that's more or less the case. I agree with Da Vinci. I think Orne is a good choice for the fourth bell. On the way back, let's stop by JP-rKyECtnz's main camp. I'm sure we can negotiate with her now. Since you're a genuine child prophecy now, the chocolate queen can't ignore Artoria anymore. But how can we make it all the way to Orkney without being spotted? When I go through the Lakes District, the northwestern part of Britain is all wetlands covered in forests and fog. The terrain is unsuited for marches and is full of moors. Neither JP-rKyECtnz nor the Queen armies will even go near it. Naturally, it's a more dangerous route than using the main roads, but that works, doesn't it? Let's do it. We're a small party, we're better suited for fending off moors than dodging an entire army anyway. Well, that's certainly true. What do you think, Yuki? If we can move in secret, all the better. I see, it's decided then. I'm not a fan of separating you from the army, but you guys have been an elite bunch from the start. You probably won't have any trouble getting through the Lake District. Good luck, guys. You're not coming along, Oberon? No, I'm not. The Round Table Army is in the middle of a huge expansion. I can't take my eyes off it now. Powering up the child prophecy using pilgrim roads is important, but we also need strength from the army. I have to secure Oxford Bell for that, and I want Principal at the Round Table's army's head. London will be a little understaffed, but if we can secure Oxford, I'd say London will have fulfilled its role by now. The Queen's army will have no reason to send troops to occupy it. And it's settled. Artoria, Yuki, Muramasa, Da Vinci, Gare, have a trot. You six will head for Orkney Bell by way of the Lake District. Very Rabbit, can I ask you to lend your aid to them? Leave the trip to the Lake District to me. Once you enter then, you won't be able to use a carriage. I'll see you off there, and then I could see myself in Edinburgh as a wandering knight. You'll all stop by there on your way back, won't you? We'll meet back up there. What a tidy plan. You're surprisingly capable, you know that. What were you doing as a valet in Aurora's service? You could have gone far if you served under Woodwolves. Aha, as you see, I am like the wind, so the Wind Clan city suits me better. We set flames just a second ago. Then we'll return to London with Oberon. Please wait, I'll go back too. I'm sorry, Artoria. I know it's selfish for me to say as a child prophecy person, but I'm not sure one more person like myself will make much of a difference. So there's something I can do. I can't leave the people of London behind. You don't need to apologize, Gareth. You found the place where you belong. Don't worry, I'll have Yuki, Da Vinci, and Muramasa with me. I'll miss you, but we'll see each other again soon. When we meet in London again, we'll both have grown a little more. Yeah, I'll be listening for the bell to ring. Well, we're off. Yeah, have a safe trip. The coast up there is full of ash and pretty dang cold. Veer, Blanca, and Nora cross the sea, so I can't tell you anything about Orkney. But there's no way it can be worse than the Russian Lostbelt you guys went through. One, look after Artoria. As much as she put up a brave face, she's still a wreck on the inside. Yeah, I know. It looks like I handed out a bit of unnecessary advice. If you can see through that, then I can send you off without any worries. Right, then. Once Orkney and Oxford Bell rings, there'll be no more sitting around. Where could the 6th bell be? We'll find out somehow. And then, the decisive battle with Morgan, our odds of winning are slim, though. Moreover, I don't get the feeling that taking her out will solve everything. There's something in Britain that's cursed all living things. What is it exactly? We don't know, but listen, Yuki, we still don't know enough about Britain's history. Orking may have some kind of clue about how this world came to be. Knowing that might give us the key to Morgan's defeat. I can hear the tolling of the bells. For the past 16 years, I've heard my own voice call out to me in complete and changing dream. It's all we can do right now. I think it will definitely be useful for something. But please take it, I'm begging you. Yes, I'll gladly keep it safe. The child prophecy will definitely be overjoyed to hear that. I see. Yeah, of course. Everyone be sure to keep the child safe. I didn't really want to take it, did I? Everything they offered was junk in the eyes of the upper class fairy, who was seen as a heap of worthless trash. But to them, trying to live day by day, these things were indispensable treasures. I could see it. I could see their feelings and their future. The feelings they clung so tightly, the joy of believing something more. Those tearful eyes of gratitude, as if they were saying we're happy to be alive, even if life had been trying. And then the next morning it would be gone, all of it. Next time I visit Gloucester, there was nowhere to be found. They didn't have much time left, so they had never put their hopes in the child prophecy. They wanted to live on for longer, but even more than that, they wanted to help the child prophecy, so they offered up all they had left. So really, seriously, give me a break. Yeah, really, give me a break. Why does that always use the expression? In a familiar Britain, in an unfamiliar world. On the outskirts of the desert town, the figure of a square, a young boy stands under the setting sun. A girl, me, who was raised as a boy. The girl, Otoria, holds a sword of selection, even though no one told her to do so. In a Britain where destruction is foregone conclusion akin to human sacrifice. People will wholly entrust you with the hope that all will be well in the end. At the same time, they will wholly curse you for all that goes wrong. There'll be nothing good about it, honestly. It'll be nothing but hardship, won't it? Behind her stands Amigas with a kind face. Don't do it, he reproves her. Think long and hard before you make your decision. The very moment you pull it out, your life will no longer be that of a human. That's right, think well. No. There is no need to think about it, considering something like this was laughable, isn't it? If the world should come to an end, everyone should shoulder that responsibility. Everybody should curse everyone. And it should all come to an end impartially. And yet why? Many people were smiling. As such, I cannot think this was a mistake. That was the result. Despite having restored people's cities and a country, she was also shy by the people and knights alike. Never knowing joy, crushed it, bearing the weight of the other desires. In the end, she saw everything she had built to fall to ruin, friends tearing each other into pieces. In the end, she died alone, as all the others died before her. It is absurd. It's absurd. It's absurd. Take advantage of the situation and disregard it forever. Just forget it all. It's as easy as you would after you've done enjoying a story. Why would you go that far? Why would you decide to go that far? There was no reason at all for you to become king. You just had the strength to do so. I just don't understand. Looking at her life, my life, this way, there is no way I can see it as a noble in the slightest. After all, you could have left it all to someone else, couldn't you? The worst word came spilling out. She was facing away from me, but gently looked back and said, "You were right. I was hoping there was someone better suited for this." Then why? Why did you do it? Well, you know that better than anyone else, don't you? We traveled north along the main road all night, and it's almost noon now. Everyone, at this base, we will reach the edge of the lake straight before nightfall. I'll be bidding you farewell there for a short notice while, but please don't forget about me. Well, actually, I'd like to make a small detour. Could you change course and head west on the highway? Manchester is that way, right? I'd like to stop by there before we head to the Lake District. Manchester is Sparkus' domain. Is that alright, Yuki? It can't be helped. You're a dog person too? Then what about Muramasa? Hello, Momo. Are you surprised? You didn't think it would be come to this when Da Vinci suggested going to Orkney. Oh well, I'm sorry, I didn't see this coming. Habitat, did you pick up on this? Da Vinci asked me about it when we boarded the carriage. She said we should make a detour before Orkney, if that was okay. Even having none knew I'm supposed to be the leader here, and yet... Sorry, if I ask you have disagreed immediately, and even if you didn't say it, it'd be on your face. Vargas is still a fairy knight loyal to the queen. I didn't want Percival or Oberon to hear this about this. Well, if we said that we would be going into enemy territory, it would be cause Percival unnecessary worry. And Oberon wouldn't have liked after his forest was burned to the ground. Manchester is a nice place. It's rather ideal fairy town and opposite to Oxford, which was becoming overrun with restaurants. In Gloucester, there is a rule against fighting, but in Manchester, everybody generally hate violence. Even though the rule there is survival of the fittest. Haha, there are some rather subtle difference between your definition of that and Vargas. But seeing is believing. If that's the case, I shall make a magnificent turn and towards Manchester. The place is peace itself, a wild garden. Under no circumstance will there be a fight. Trust the words of me, Red Rabbit. Well, now I know there's going to be one. Manchester Main Street. Stopping by a bar for a short visit. Strong looking tourists. I can't help myself get them. Wild fairy attacked us. Ah! I've dreamed of this act countless times before. I'm sobbing as I do. The one I call my lover is being delicious, delightful, joyful, painful, sorrowful, despairing. Repetition is a natural part of life. In the wild, in order to survive, we have to seek out love and become one with others. The love of the wild. This rule is my pride. Even among the Fan Clan, I am especially gifted in body and soul. If you were born strong, you have the duty to protect and rule over the weak. I have to be strong. In order to be strong, I have to eat the strong, I think it says. You see, my rule is correct. My love is only for the strong. Eat what you love and become one with the wild. I was born with such principle. To protect Britain, to protect the weak, I need to continue to eat the strong. But in truth, the truth is, You're crying again. Hey, come here. It's alright, let it out. Tell me what happened to you today. Was it something difficult, something sad? If I had to do it with me, I'll laugh. If it was about someone else, I'll get mad. Whatever it is, tell me how you feel. It's okay, no matter how shameful it was, I won't hate you for it. A boy seemed to be on the verge of collapse, a voice that seemed like it would be lost any day now. He, the weakest creature I ever known, protected my broken heart. Hey, when you have a rough time, you should talk about something you like. How about your beloved Knights of the Round Table? The flotsam that washed ashore in the chain link, showy, prideful, and rather lonesome. The story of those gallant knights you so adore. They didn't do it because they were forced to. They did it because they were born that way. Lordly, prideful, they protected the weak, enacted justice. Even though it was a story from another world, I adored them. I'm sure a base fairy such as myself could never measure up to them. Whenever I voiced such complaints, he would smile softly. Look at the garden. The flowers you planted are coming in beautifully. You put in a new one for me today, since I can't walk. You're very kind, thank you. I pray the day comes when the pain in your heart may be eased. That's right, she truly loves others, living her life by devouring her lovers. Hoping that this time she herself won't fall prey to her cravings. She is at her limit, she would reach it long ago. I don't know how many times she has tried to ease the burden on herself, but she's the responsible one who cannot accept the end that came to be, so to atone for the sins for devouring her lovers. She has continued to maintain the peace in Britain, all the while concealing her shattered feelings. She's incredibly admirable, that's why I want to help her. It's far too sad that you, the most upstanding of fairies, would end your life. Let's form a contract, Vargas. It's far too early in the story for you to fall under this curse. You sus. Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry about this, sir and madams. I'll give these morons a proper scolding later, so please let it slide. They're just a bunch of trend-chasing fools. You know how there are rumors of Camelot is preparing for war. Well, these guys decided they wanted to play soldiers too. Up until now, they were content with tabletop games, but listen. They are really strong fairies and humans, you know? I thought it'd be a lot of fun. You idiot, we're in the midst of welcoming Lord Vargas back, remember? All of us would have lost our heads for breaking the rules had there been any casualties. You should be thankful of these guys' strength and open minds. Also, I'm not serving you any more drinks. What? No fair. Just when we got our hands on a human alcohol. Well, after that, will you care to amend your assertion, Red Rabbit? How strange. Manchester was a city full of smiling faces, kindness, and now violence. It's not violence, the rule of Manchester's survival of the fittest. You followed us from the terror. My name is Jenny. I was born here just recently. No wonder. So you don't know much about Manchester, Jenny. Do you know where the city lords lives? Lord Burgess lives over there. Look all the way at the end of the main street. Yeah, you can definitely see it. That huge mansion with the magnificent garden. So I thought Manchester would be a city housing mostly of the Fang clan, but I guess there are even fairies like you here as well. Are there fairies of the Earth clan here as well? I wonder. We don't see much of them. There are lots of humans though, about half humans, half fairies. There's nothing but fairies roaming around, though are there really that many humans? As a survival of fittest, the weak have to be protected by the strong. It protects me too. Lord Burgess is just strict but kind and fun. Survival of fittest, I see. I kinda got that from Burgess' attitude. But that doesn't mean the strong eat the weak, does it? Yeah, she's always been like that. The strong eats only the strong. The weak are worthy of being eaten. They deserve protection. That's what she says. May as well ask now. I'll tell you, are you and Vargas childhood friends? How can you think something like that? I mean, Vargas had no idea who I was, right? She doesn't know me, and I don't know her. Yeah, I don't know the first thing about Vargas. Huh, if you're looking for Vargas, you should just ask me. She's at home right now. They say she got a new lover, so she comes home often. Everyone in town is so happy. She acts like a fairy knight, but she's the only one who gets herself a lover. A Vargas lover, you say? Nay, I can't say anything before out of fear. Well, rumors are rumors. She never mentioned it, so we should take it with a grain of salt. Even if it's true, they're living as husband and wife, you know? If they're okay with it, then what's the problem? Even if it's done of law, crime is still crime. It's a fair kingdom. After each law is absolute. Anyway, we come this far, so we may as well meet with Vargas. You can wait here if you're afraid, Red Rabbit. We're only the ones who have to talk to her. No, I accompany you this far, so I'll come as well. I cannot help being the idol of men and women of all ages is the price of fame. Should the need arise, I will use my flesh to buy time for your all escape. No, I shall become a wall. Delicious meat. Now to the Hall of the Demonic Lord. The horrible, very devouring black dog is a match for me. Welcome to Manchester, everybody. I didn't think you would come to me in less than a day. Beautiful. Who could call you a proposal? This is the form of a noble, no, a true king. I really feel as though I've been overtaking the final corner of the race. Thank you very much. Where is this bang from, exactly? Ignore him, he's just a pack of horses. He doesn't understand that he's not the main character. Happy Nan, can you take him for a walk? You got it, come on. Let's go into the garden, Red Rabbit. There's a fun looking clearing for you. Oh, that's called a padlock habit trot. A clan fairies mansion sure is nice. So many facilities they don't even use. You are wearing dress today too. I just got home myself. I haven't had time to change. Well, whatever the case, I'm pleased you're showing us without frisking us. I know you don't feel like fighting. We can safely talk in, Vargas. No, I bear no enmity towards you, but I am more than willing to fight. Behold. What do you think you're doing, Vargas? This has nothing to do with you. Could I ask you to please stay out of it for this? Master Chaldea, Yuki, and servant Leonardo da Vinci. It may be selfish to me, but I challenge you. Once more, will you show me that power, please? You want to see Chaldea power yourself, don't you, Vargas? I see you want to take measure of Chaldea's power before talking to us. You're saying that unless we can defeat you without the child prostate help, you won't place your trust in us. I am, and more than that, Yuki has piqued my incredulity. How far can a human go against a fairy? No. Prove to me that your victories weren't simple flukes. Just when I thought the battle's over. Oh, this Gunuchi is amazing. Seems like you can't go wrong with potatoes, no matter the world. These oysters are great too. I was a little unsure when they served them on a huge plate covered in ice. But I get it now. And so they stay delicious. Everybody, don't be fooled by this amazing looking food. This isn't a big deal at all. The meat pie in the center of the table, as big as Scarab's shield, is a good representation of Black Coast humanity. She's opposite trying to break everyone's focus. Well, I won't fall for it. So she says, shoving meat pie into her mouth. Oh no, it's good. The battle and cooking are finished, so I had a change of clothes. Unfortunately, I'm currently under house arrest, so I gave the cooks some time off. I made all this, so I'm happy you enjoyed it. I'm sorry, it's all so simple. Vargas homemade. That's right, it's no big deal. After all, I just use the wheat as basic ingredient. grit into wood and stove and imitate human cooking methods. It's nothing like the real thing in Camelot. This is just a hobby of mine. You're surprising homie. For how look, oh great fairy knight. It must be hard to act as lord when you have to work in your own kitchens. Isn't it only natural for someone looking for a maid to be good at household chores? Thanks for Mio, now onto the main point. Right, now that we come this far, there's nothing left but to get down to brass tacks. I want to protect inhabitants of Britain. It was for that reason I swore my horn to the Queen. However, Her Majesty has no such intentions, and actually seems to be seeking out the great calamity. What she treasures is not Britain inhabitants, but the kingdom itself. Therefore, child prophecy. If you ring Pilgrim's bell, and truly aim to save Britain, then I will lend my strength to your endeavors. The battle for Camelot cannot be avoided, so I too will raise the flag of rebellion against the Queen. You're serious. That's all well and good, but what happened to your pride as a knight? You destroyed that farm and burned down the forest of Wales. You've been so faithful to Queen's orders, and now you're going to join our side? Yes, from here on I will join you. You can put me on trial for my crimes after battle for Camelot. I will accept any punishment and expect no pardon. First, I would like for you to promise me something. Yukitomo, you mentioned that immigration was possible. If that is the truth, and you have the magnanimity to accept fairies, will you please consider letting them immigrate? Your Majesty had told me that Britain is what is known as a spell. A transcendent world that would dissipate the face of pure human history. Suppose this Britain is a world that should not be. Why do you think this is, Vargas? You yearn to Britain, yet you deny its existence. Is that contradiction? That's because more than anything else, we're afraid of this land. That's probably why, ask any fairy, they'll give you the same answer. In any case, under Her Majesty rule, all fairies die out by the end of the year. I don't know how the regime of the child prophecy would change the way things are, but if there are any fairies who wish to relocate to the outside world, I ask you to accept them. Even this Britain may come to disappear. I have no greater hope than the fairies born here being able to live in your world. I like the opinion of my technical advisor. Right, it's a very interesting proposition. We don't really have a reason to turn you down. The Storm Border can accept up to 500 refugees. Relocation will have to wait until after we solve the problem of Earth's bleach state. But there's no problem with you living the border. That was the original purpose anyway. Call it a Noah's Ark or sort. There's only a few ships in proper human history whose purpose is to preserve life forms for the future. 500, huh? Though that's only a fraction of them. You okay with that, Vargas? Yes, better than being able to say none. It's fine. With that promise, no. If my wish is honored, I shall be glad to bear the shame of being labeled as a traitor. Though I'm sure the Rios are going to despise me for it. Even if it's only mine, how could one bearing the name of Knight of Round Table be traitor lord? Gawain would probably scold you, but also praise you for it. Yes, of course, I'd be scolded first. But are you really okay with this? Think of your position. You're placing your trust in your enemies. I am. It is as you said, Yuki. If the world were gone tomorrow, I won't let that ruin today. Those words resonate with me. I should do all I can now before concerning myself with the future. Guess that's how it would be. Though I can't say I don't like it when you look like that. I'll tell Oberon about this later. Fairy Knight Vargas is cooperating with the Child of Prophecy and will play an active role in the battle for the Camelot. Once the battle for the castle begins, you must absolutely not attack Round Table Army. What else? We will neutralize whatever Queen soldiers you see if the mood strikes you. Those are my own instructions to you. Do you have anything to say, Vargas? You didn't tell me open gates to the castle from inside. There is no need for you to concern yourself with mine. I suddenly don't trust you enough to rely on you on anything else. I will knock down that gate with my trusted friends. You just fight what's in front of you. I see, if my words turn out to be false, you would be locked in a stalemate. Then that is correct response. Still, you're more unforgiving than I imagined you would be. But probably won't come to that. By the way, sorry to change the subject. What was the answer if I can? Could you introduce us to your lover, Vargas? Yeah, that caught my interest too. We've heard about it outside. That you're always coming back to Manchester since you got a new lover here. Well, not always, but as much as I can. And we're not in sort of relation like that. It's just a human boy I'll be watching over. I Burgers only love the strong. There's no way I could take someone with no strength, no vitality, and no future prospect as my lover. Is that so? They said love is blind. Can you fall in love with someone who doesn't live up to your standards? Yeah, but I don't like that. Human culture in proper human history is true and enlightening. But that has nothing to do with it. Idleness is weak and sickly right now. He's recuperating in a room in quiet wing of the mansion. When I told him about Yuki, his eyes lit up and he wanted to meet you, but he hasn't stopped coughing lately. It's a symptom of the great calmly, and medicine has become difficult to acquire. I'm sorry, but he needs to rest now. However, after Battle of Camelot, I'd like for you to return to meet him. I don't know if I'll be able to return here, but I'm sure you'll become great friends. I see. Sorry for the insensitive remarks. You never did want to protect just fairies, did you? Of course not. Uneducated humans are disciplined, but that's just for fundamental survival skills in Britain. Fairies and humans are one and the same. I don't see a distinction between them. After all, protecting the fairies means protecting the humans as well. Well, this was a fruitful discussion. It was worth making a detour to Manchester. Seems like it was a nice break for a tour as well. Must have been fun for her to talk with a fairy she shares a connection with, huh? And she got to munch on a pie the whole time. No, it's the exact opposite. This is exhausting than acting as a trap proxy for the Round Table Army. Well, now you're all done making friends. Let's hurry up and go. We got to reach Lake District before the sun sets. Lake District, I see you're going to Orkney. There aren't as many Moors up north, but they are much stronger individually. The ones lurking in Lake District are all-powerful individual. Tread with caution. Thanks for the warning. Vargas, you look like something's bothering you. Yeah, during the meal, you taught me about the relationship between master and servant. Her Majesty has given me some knowledge of servants. Spiritual body drawn from compiled records of human history that exists outside from the throne of heroes. They are summoned by master and used in times of crisis. The servant stays with one master and leaves when the master dies out. Am I correct this far? Yeah, what of it? Don't you think it's strange? What about it? That servant will obey a master weaker than himself. No. I've had that concern since the beginning, but the problem I'm referring to concerns Barrowgut. That man said that the Queen Morgan was a servant he summoned. But Her Majesty has never referred to him as the master. And what's more, Barrowgut only arrived here a few months ago. Her Majesty Morgan is a great fairy who lives for 2,000 years. Doesn't add up, even before Barrowgut arrived here. Her Majesty was very much alive. Or is it possible to summon someone who already exists as a servant? Tell the truth, that's been bothering me too. Summoning the future state with someone who is alive in the present. While we take into account your experience with extremely twisted, complex personal history, there is precedent for that. Proper human history, Morgan was pure spirit with 3 personas, though I can't say it is impossible. But if that were the case, there would be 2 Morgans in this kingdom. Have you witnessed anything like that or heard any rumors? No, there's only one of Her Majesty, and she is not servant. She is without a fairy. After 200 years of service, I can assure you of that. That's why I want to ask you, that man from proper human history. Is Barrowgut truly Her Majesty Master? Situation change has been confirmed. The toll has been paid. I propose to you this, the chosen, and present to you this, the discarded. If you desire glory, choose revival. If you desire idleness, choose eternal sleep. It is all the same to a god. All the same, huh? Cruel to put life and death on those terms. Being alive means a lot of work. Being dead means no more trouble. I like keeping everything simple. Extra baggage stops you from carrying on the way you want. Glory or power, the future of mankind, or just wanting to be a good person. I'm not special enough to be stressed out over all that. Hey, alien god, mate, I've got one question for you to answer. I asked if there's any things in the world which I would find important. There was an immediate answer expected of God. Hey Kristaria, you came back to life too, mate. Man, that's a relief. I was sure I'd end up first. I mean, this alien god stuff, talk about negating human history. Why not only be music for the ears of me? Pepperoni or David, right? Not necessary, I'm just greedy as anyone else. Creating new history for mankind is very tempting. For a potion, I'd be mad to turn it down. No shit, you're showing your true colors with time. But you were always the type who say the most outlandish things. You've got a much better smile on your face now. Really, that gets me right in the heart. I'm gonna be king of the earth and leave humanity to perish. When you're bulking from the pressure, playing the nice guy is exactly when to decide to deal with yourself. Has your impression of me changed that much? No, and that's what makes me glad. I mean, you were already a madman before. But I came to realize that everyone in 18 misunderstood me in different ways. Don't be so down. You're making a good impression of me now. So Wulan, what do you have in mind for me? You're the team leader. I'm finally getting hangs of things. This is what being one of concealed character is all about, right? Well, you're chosen for emergency during the singular reparation missions. And you were aware of the secret details regarding the great command spell, the Serious Light, like how to force it to take effect. The singularities that was eventually appear were realized to be 7 key points in human history. And Serious Lights were decisive factors for preserving the human order. That was a secret between me and Maris Billy. I guess you've been clued in too now. Did the alien god fill you in? It's really piling more trouble on me. So what is your move? Like you figure out I'm hired gun who cleans up traitor to the cause? Am I quietly to be killed off to keep teamwork coaptic? No, I like to hire your ruthlessness. Everyone on Team A will eventually be revived. And each of us assigned to a Lostbelt. Then the alien god would hand us each a ticket to become king of the world, provided we cultivate a fantasy tree. I want you to tear up this ticket of yours. It's given in battlefield enemies, so why keep it? But keep it secret, discreetly maintain the facade that you're trying to succeed. Wait, hold on, you want me to screw over the alien god? I'm just discarding my ticket to rule the world? You'll be in charge of the island of Britain. I chose for you in advance. It's your homeland, isn't it? Don't you think you're asking too much? Not even Mara's ready to charge to this extent. Is that so? Well, there's no turning back now. Filled you in on this much. If you refuse, I'm afraid you have to die here. Not exactly fair. It's not like I have any choice. Thank you for consent, Meru. You're the only one I can could turn this for this. I don't know the current state of Britain's Lostbelt, but the land is a cornerstone for the world of magecraft. There is no predicting what will happen if the alien god moves to inhabit something from that island. I like to nip the Lostbelt and but before it can grow too maturely, the details will be up to you, but in short. You want to your hands kept clean as ever. Okay, roger that. He wasn't interested in a race, being king of the earth to begin with. This could be much more fun. Nevertheless, we have a deal. Don't forget my compensation, Wulan. After you become king of earth, I'll get my fill of spoil, okay? And there's really not a goddamn thing here. Sure, you got a phantasm of beasts and fairies and other dangerous crap prowling around as they see fit. But this is supposed to be a threat to his new human's history? I have no idea how Wulan read the situation. No, his face was dead certain. Did he have some way of known to us of knowing London was gonna be bad news? All the same, it makes my job easier. I can get rid of the fantasy tree without any real opposition. And to that end, I'll summon the servant. Much obliged, Meru. We characters have guaranteed to summon one servant of our choice. The seer slices free pitching thing to be marked with no sense of making use of it. Only question is what kind of servant to call for. Okay, that's obvious enough. I've only got one condition here. If need be, I want someone who can demolish this world. Ruler, servant, Fairy Queen Morgan has answered your summons. Here to the witches of the end, are you my master? Man, slept great. It was a good decision to stop here before heading back to New Darlington. Oops, my darling consort must have pressing business alone on her throne. So Morgan, aren't you taking things too seriously here? The fantasy tree is withered, and our greatest enemy, Krishtaria, lies dead. The alien god failed to make the vessel it wanted. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. We're going to win this thing. So why don't you relax already? Chaldea and the child prophecy are no match for you, are they? Meaningless and never recognized as enemies to begin with. The humans who once expelled me, the island of Britain, which denies me my fair kingdom. Proper human history itself, so to speak, is my enemy. There's no time to yield the throne until it has been overthrown. Rokat, I hold you responsible for Bahamut's disgrace in Gloucester. If you cannot babysit one child, I shall have to reconsider your treatment as my husband and standing as my master. Inform Bahamut that she will have no more chances. I've over-indulged as a queen's daughter. It's time she learns some dignity. But of course she'd be happy to hear that from you. But it's a lost cause, isn't it? You don't love anyone, do you? Even keeping a successor unfathomable. Bloody hell, Bahamut is yet another horrible woman I'm stuck with. Oh. Last one. Then I can continue with my present. This was where last off. Since the discovery of the Great Pit, Mash and Tony Lico began investigating ruins in various parts of Britain. Solely guided by the legends passed down by the Mir clan, and Miro left behind the Rain clan. With that came a grand adventure searching east to west for books left behind by humans. They encountered Moors and were attacked by the anti-London fairies. And they ran into trouble fighting a big monster because Tony Lico wins. But it's all good memories, now it's over, since Mash carried herself so well and looked so cool. Hey Mash, didn't you call me a funny name when we first met? Yes, I said. You looked like someone I met before, Tot Rod. So I just made a mistake, I'm sorry. Someone just like me? I'm shocked what she's like. I only spent a short time with her, but she's a very wonderful person. She was brave and dependable and kind, and she fashioned a lot of clothes in her workshop. Her name is Habitra. She's a fairy of happiness who sends off brides. I didn't know the future had someone like that. You're right, the name is pretty similar. Maybe she's using pseudonym, just like Tonalico is. True name concealment. That would do, Mash. You're probably not to say too much, remember. I'm sorry, I just wanted Top Rock to be happy. I see, your intentions were good, sorry. Still, sending off brides is a great thing. I wish I could live that. Let's just make note of that conversation. Their venture to uncover the secrets of ruins lasted 5 months. None of it amounted to anything, but the two patients worked their way back through Britain's history. And so they arrived at the priestess prophecy. The first prophecy of ruin, uttered in Britain, and cursed up by the first human, the priestess of a forgotten god. She predicted spring, summer, fall, and winter war. The winter war hadn't happened yet. In the end, I still have no idea what it refers to. The only things we took away from the investigation were fun memories. I read this many times to the point of irritation, but the year 400 of the Valkyrie calendar. The coronation at Millennium, which would decide Britain's destiny, is only a few days away. It's time for Lady Toniko to return to the castle. Soon is done. Hooray! Now we just need an embroidered motive. Purple rose for Toniko and blue for Mash will do nicely. Let's see, well done. I find no fault in this. You think our crybaby top rat would master this so quickly? Crafts are truly fascinating. In our embroidering decoration on the chest area, Toniko is to be a queen, so let's go with something lustrous. See what selection of beads to create a pattern of the world tree. Give it here like this. Whoa, what's with your hands, dexterity? Were you once a maiden, Black Knight? Tabra has completely changed, hasn't she? It's thanks to you, Mash. We've been together for centuries, and I never knew she had that side to her. It's really no good. All I know is fighting. I never even noticed how my friends who supported me suffered. No, I only act in the moment. The coronation has moved Totrat to embrace her suing. She said she'd make a dress fine enough for her, the greatest fairy in Britain. So I'm sure that she would have become a great tailor even without me. Totally illegal. Alright, let's talk about my true feeling for a moment. Mash, I'm not the savior I've been made out to be. I just want to preserve Britain, I know. I'm not going to try to save every fairy anymore, and I don't want people to protect the humans either. Huh? But you managed to protect them so far. Why did you change of heart? That may be true. For 3,600 years, I cleansed the colony every century, and the great colony each millennium. I said before that I sleep in coffin, leaving what comes after to the fairies. That's not the case. Every time I'm hunted and persecuted after the fact by the fairies. There was never a time I could be at peace. Each time I had to run and resume sleeping. In the beginning, I must have had desire to build a land of the ideals. But all that is gone now. If you work twice as hard and resolve to do better, next time you got twice as many stones thrown at you. Imprisonment, crucifixion, beheading, drowning, immolation, poisoning is about the only thing remaining on the list. So I'd stop holding out any hope for the fairies. My new companions are Totrat, the Black Knights, and Rhyneck. As for Ufer, it's too soon to say. They're no different than important tools to me. I will protect Britain only for my own sake, because this is the only place I belong. To this end, I will unite the fairies and give humans the right to build their own kingdom. That is the rule kind Britain I seek. It's a story not permitted in proper human history. I am Tonliko, the witch. I was never savored to begin with. But even then, not one of them was there for you. A fairy who believed in you, who understood you. There wasn't a single fairy you want to save? No, not one. That's why we're in this mess. Mash, I don't know what kind of power or whom you were sent from the Queen's calendar. Since if I knew, it will affect the future. I keep wavering whether I should be their destroyer or saver. It doesn't really mean anything now. It is like favorite calendar, the history of the fantasy tree. As long as that tree remains, it doesn't change the fact anything can happen in the Lostbelt. Each time an element is added, history will adjust in real time. The world with the fantasy tree doesn't have to keep consistent. Morgan used the water mirror to send Kamui to the fairy calendar. Because no matter how the fairy calendar history changes as a result, the certain beginning of the Queen's calendar has already been set in stone. A world with fantasy tree allows for a certain amount of discrepancy. Is that what you mean? Yes, that is why I'm here. It's fine to be vague as far as the fairy calendar goes. When you mentioned the Queen's calendar, I had an inkling feeling what the future holds. All the magic energy in the fantasy tree may have been used to change the Lostbelt into a singularity. Won't know the purpose for such a choice until the time comes. Mash, you can only exist until the end of the fairy calendar. Whether you're alive or dead, you will cease to exist in 400 years when the Queen's calendar comes to be. You understand that, don't you? Yes, in the year 2017, Queen calendar came to Britain. Since I didn't exist prior to that, it may be that when the fantasy withers. Honestly, no matter how flexible the fairy calendar is in regards to being modified, how does one come up with a crazy idea of sending your unsolvable problem to die off here? On top of that, it's not Kamui but a lone servant that's sent for disposal. That's disgraceful beyond your words. So I'll fire back. It's the responsibility of those who are concerned to send you back to the future where you belong. Are you sure more important? Is that possible? It might be. As long as history doesn't repeat contradiction before the Norwich comedy of 2017 in the Queen's calendar. How do you feel about being locked away in the furthest reaches where no one will find you? Oh, section 18 was it? See if there's any annoying bosses. That can sure continue. There's the fantasy tree. This is the Lake District. River is much larger than compared to those we've seen already. Here in Britain, it withered 2,000 years ago, and then a few months ago. Morgan set it on fire in order to do the same to the fantasy tree in Olympus. Hey Yuki, the girl is not looking well. Something must be up. Is this your first time here, Otoria? Huh? Oh yes, I thought the Lake District would be like this. The view is beautiful as I heard. Quiet, followed by more quiet. Man, is she bad at dodging questions? You're still worried about what happened, what Margaret said, aren't you? Wouldn't it be better to just be out with it instead of worrying all by yourself? Is Barrow really Morgan's master? That's a big question, but more to the point. Everything else relies on if Morgan herself is a servant or not. I admit the contradiction has me at my wit's end. Both Yuki and I had to revise our knowledge again and again since arriving in this world. At first I thought that Morgan was the Lostbelt king. Yep. If she's been ruling the Fairy King since for 2,000 years, she can't be anything but the Lostbelt king. But then we met Morgan and Barrow at Camelot. Barrow called himself her master, and she didn't deny it, did she? Morgan ain't Barrow's master, yet Barrow was Morgan's master. It's an enigma I can't help with. Can't you work out a hypothesis, Da Vinci? There's way too little intel to work with. If Holmes were here, he'd be linking interference from his reasoning to form a deduction of his own. It got me worried. Sorry, how about with you? There's one thing, maybe. I heard you explain the servant and master system. And plenty regarding what Claudia has been doing, but... Look, I don't want to think about this anymore. If that were all true, then there's simply no way. There's no way you can defeat her, or rather, you don't even want to fight a fairy like that, am I right? Paparot, Trot. It's okay, if you don't want to put up a fight, is there any need to go on the offensive? Claudia was Morgan Rinka Emina. The child prophecy is to ring the 6 spells. I heard Einzel's songs about the child prophecy a bunch of times in London. There's nothing in it says you have to slay the queen. But she herself said defeat me. I guess she did. No sense trusting anything after that. Ooh, she just wants everyone else to be her enemy. Still, my only interest is in reuniting with Nash and Yuki, so I'll leave it at that. You'll suffocate from trying to meet expectation of everyone around you. Sometimes you gotta say, I don't care, stupid. Not chit-chat, a bunch of wild Moors are coming right for us. You remember Vargas' advice, Yuki? Well, good. No more being sloppy. From here on out, you're the center of our formation. Why the Avengers? A giant snake.
火の粉に火薬の匂い好き放題扱ってあげましょう火の粉に火薬の匂い
ありがとう。
目によく目を背けないでいいでしょう私の足元で許しを請います落ちよロードレスキャメロット逃がすのアコーラ
Ow!
多くに
The double pin is beast in the card.
僕だってやればできるさ。椅子に座ってるだけが王様じゃないとも。
That last one seemed weird. Yeah, she's around here somewhere. Is she on vacation or something? It'll take us a whole day to make it through the lake district and reach Northern Shore. We're about halfway there. Let's look for the forest to set up camp before the sun goes down. By the way, are you familiar with this area, Habitat? You're from up north, aren't you? Well, I guess. I'm familiar with this place because it hasn't changed as much as the south has. Why, Deviji? You want a Happy Nun history lesson? We didn't hear much about the Lake District in the south. It'd be a big help if you could be so kind as to indulge us. Alright then, but only until the sun sets. A long time ago, Britain used to be much smaller. Everything you see now was underwater. And the world of Britain was the only land. At least that's what the fairies thought as they moved to expand the island. Once they reached the point where Manchester lies, they came to notice a forest on the shore opposite. What they saw was this place. A lake district of the British Lostbelt, a forest sprung from the middle of the sea. And the one who prospered thanks to the forest's blessing were none other than the Northern Fairies. Northern Fairies? Wait, you mean Nugget's ancestors? Yep, the 6 clans in the Northern Fairies are different lineage. This was the year 6000 of this fairy calendar. That would be about 8,000 years ago now. It was here that Britain's first war erupted, a battle between the fairies of the north and south. Nowadays it is just known as the Spring War. The Northern Fairies invaded the land of the Southern ones, and so they crossed the sea and invaded their land. The clan had decided the Southern Fairies were individually much stronger than those of the North. Back then there were no humans among the Northern Fairies. They could only be found in the South. Consequently, the war ended with the victory of the Southern Fairies. Is said to have complete massacre. After all, any new generation Northern Fairies that appeared was killed on the spot. Their bodies, those fallen trees, filled the sea all the way to the Lake District. And so the Northern Fairies were slain to the point that no new generation of them would ever come to be. So what happened to them after that? They went extinct, or everybody so thought, yet they're alive and well today. Their chief was far more expressive fairy than any who led the 6 clans. Though they weren't the 6 clans back then. After she escaped, the Queen of the North abandoned the Lake District and created the Western Island, alone in the Sea of Emptiness. The Western Island has become something of a legend, unseen but existing. It became the final hope of the fairies sentenced to exile from Britain. Knowing that the North and self-clash it once again in Summer War. But that has nothing to do with the Lake District, so we'll just forget about it. After that first battle, the Spring War, Sylvan Fairies took over the Lake District and developed it further. Eventually, this became the home of the Mir clan, and in the northernmost part lived the Rain clan. Both built their capitals here and prospered, as you see. However, they eventually fell into ruin. You don't say. Well, if you look at it from the outside, it's weird for a country to last more than 10,000 years, isn't it? Morgan Fair Kingdom has endured for over 2,000 years, hasn't it? Well, I don't know if I call it thriving, since they are not exactly making any progress. The Rain Clan, I see. Rain Sky is always twilled, but it rains. It's only natural there will be fairies who controls the weather. But how did the Rain Clan die out? Was it a natural occurrence? Well, I'll tell you once we get to Orkney. Either way, they died off along with the capital. That was in the year 4000 of the fairy calendar. About 6,000 years ago. I get it, so that's why Ireland is nowhere to be found. The Northern Fairies have to be Irish. And the only one of them to survive the Spring War was their queen. The Western Island is gone. What does that mean? Isn't it obvious? The Northern Fairies all moved back to Britain. The island was made so that Mab could protect people, and following that, she invaded in order to return to the island to herself. That was the Summer War, when the Saber, Tonolico, and the First Fairy Knight were active back in the year 2000 of the fairy calendar. The Northern Fairies leader, Queen Mab, was really strong. Since the failure of the Spring War had coexisted with humans of the Western Island for about 4,000 years. The Southern Fairies saw humans as nothing more than tools who give us entertainment. But the Northern Fairies built their civilization with them as partners. The Southern Fairies had numbers on their side, but the difference in strength was obvious. Queen Mab was on the mind to wipe out all the Southern Fairies in revenge for the Spring War. But Tonolico appeared to meditate, and peace was achieved. Because of that, the Northern Fairies were welcomed as a king clan, and claimed the northern part of the Britons as their territory. That's when the 6 clans you are all familiar with came to be. You know what happened next? The reason the Northern and Southern Fairies have such bad relation even after the switch to Queen Clan is because of all that. I see, fair history. All you need to remember is that the clans were killing each other in the later half of the fairy calendar, right before it switched to Queen calendar. You know anything related to 14,000 years ago, the beginning of the fairy calendar? I don't. There shouldn't be any records left related to the time of creation. Tonolico and the First Fairy Knight tried their absolute best to find some, but all they found out was the story of the 6 fairies. By 6 fairies you mean? Yukitomo Creek, yeah. It is the story of that miro. I only vaguely remember, but if it's that good enough, I'll tell you before you go to sleep. It's better suited as a bedtime story anyway. This sure has a lot of arrows. Not this thing again.
ロードレスキャメロット。死になさい。召し上げましょう。多くの命を。
Why is there more ghosts?
さて、どこから釣ったあんたに終わらないように、日向火薬のにつき放題に預かってあげましょう。くらよく言いました。この私が。それは絶えず見た滅びのよう。最果てにありながらトリガースの形、ロードレスキャメル。内側から国家に。
No! He didn't die.
無駄ですよ。無駄ですよ。好き放題に預かってあげましょう。日向の火薬の匂い。いいでしょう。この私が逃がすのみ。
Third one.
手に入る。ほう、いい判断。あくまで華麗に。慈悲、神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望もなくなる人。通るにあたわず。逃がすのみ。ぴょんぴょんぴょん。無駄ですよ。無駄ですよ。無駄ですよ。
Too bad he got guts.
式を通してあげるの。簡単に終わらないように。
さて、ここからだ。
くらいい判断です。それは絶えず見た滅びのよう。最果てにありながらトリガースの形、ロードレスキャメラ。モルゴー。生きている者がいれば私の社に愛玩の折にてたっぷり分からせますので。
Yeah, this place is perfect. Everyone, that's it for today. Let's set up camp. Alright, I'll get some water. I'll head up the mountain to gather some wood. Or maybe I'll just gather firewood from around here instead. I'll submit a report to the border. I'm tired. I'm just gonna lie here. Then I'll set up a bounded field to ward off beasts and insects. Setting up camp is fun no matter where you are. You bet all hands on deck. I thought we defeated them all. Oh, that hit the spot. Yeah, I think we should hit the sky. I don't think there's any dangerous creature in this world, so... Wait, I promised to tell you about the 6 berries. Alright, sorry, Happy Night, go ahead. Don't worry, I'll listen. This is an important story after all. Let's see, where was that? Here, page 150 of the history according to Happy Night. At the end was the sea. At the beginning was the sea. As the falling star passed, all the earth became a stream. This is a story from long ago. When the 6 berry went outside, they found the whole world had turned into a sea. There was no dirt, no rocks, no fish, no birds. Naturally, the mountains and forests that they loved so much were also gone. The 6 berry were distressed. They thought about going back. How pitiful is that the world turned to this. Just then, a tremendous shadow arose from the sea. There's a huge body covered in fluffy, bushy hair. On its shoulder sat an animal that should have no longer existed. The animal called a fluffy thing Cinerus. Cinerus and the animal made friends with the 6 fairies. The empty sea was boring and difficult to live in. But Cinerus helped back the waves so that the 6 clans could live in comfort. However, because Cinerus was a god, the animal said he needed offerings. The 6 fairies gave their joy to Cinerus. The 6 fairies gave their pleas to Cinerus. The ocean without waves is nice, but we still miss the land. Their wishes was granted. The festival came to an end. The god grew tired and went to sleep. The 6 fairies revered Cinerus and treasured what he left behind. This is how Britain came to be, the salvation of the original 6. And that's the end. What do you think? You learned anything, Otor? Whoa, happy I learned a lot. Good for you. She's talking in her sleep. Is she pretending to listen? Everyone else too. Muramasa, Da Vinci, Yuki. It's alright. I'm sleeping, studying. You can't learn anything in your dreams. But that was really informative. Not just about the ancestor of the 6 clans, but that giant beast on the Miro seems like Cinerus was real after all. What do you think the animal riding on Cinerus was? Could it have been a human? I think so too. A god needs a spokeswoman. After all, most likely the human was Cinerus' priestess. They were probably akin, some form of medium, conveying the god words to the people. I see, so you had gods, priestess, and fairies all together at brilliant creation. And now there is neither god nor priestess, only fairies and humans fashioned by them. There's more to this. Could this place be what Morgan's trying to keep hidden? Maybe once they switch it to the Queen's calendar, oral tradition of God completely disappeared. I got one more question though. The ancestor of the 6 clans were gifted by the land of Cinerus is what it seems. So who made this source in the Lake District, the land of the Northern Fairies? I know the answer to that. The fairies born during the Queen's calendar don't know this, and it was kept secret by the Mirror's clan. But there's the corpse of a creature hidden in the Lake District. It didn't matter that the world turned into a lifeless sea and started anew. It's one thing that didn't decompose and eventually grew into this force. Albion of the Boundary, last of the dragons. The land of the Northern Fairies was formed from the remains of the dragon that had failed to return to paradise to Avalon. And that's all from last night. Thanks, Yuki, and sorry those off last night, Habinyan. It's fine, I don't care anymore. You said it's fine. Even if it's bedtime story yourself anyway. And thanks to that, I slept really well. I haven't dreamt like that in a long time. So how awesome is this Albion thing exactly? In proper human history, archaeology is the name given to Britain by a prehistoric civilization. In the world of magic, it's known as the Age of Gods Dragon, or the last pure-blooded dragon. You're asking how awesome something like that is. How can I put this? You could say a servant, a heroic work is being that stands at the pinnacle of humanity in terms of spiritual power. But servants can be ranked according to the scale of their saint graphs. Superhuman even by heroic standards, the special of special, if you would. We call those grands, so Albion is like a grand of dragons, I guess. It's been around since the creation of Earth. It's probably accumulated 4.6 billion years of worth of knowledge. A primary super being different from gods, shaped by human cognition and discovered through religion. But humans are pretty special, you know? It only took them a few 100,000 years to analyze, learn, and extrapolate what it took 4.6 billion years to accumulate. As a single life form, there is no consensus, but as a species, humanity is the clear victor. Looks like the strongest being on Earth is all talk, huh? You said it. I can always count on you for that, even if you're my enemy. Always glad to be helped. Glad to have you too, even if we're not on the same side. What an odd friendship. They would see each other as enemy. How strange. I know men have always been like that, haven't they? Oh no, another ghost. They keep appearing, those ghosts.
いいでしょう。アサシネイト承りました。
Wait, that's a bait. Okay, just one hit. One hit, one turn.
はち切れそうでしょ。はい、エメージェンスサービスです。まあ大胆。あくまでいいでしょう。展開しましょう。ばらまきましょう。慈悲神戸を垂れよ。恐怖は希望も何人通るにあたわず。動かないの。
Oh, this ghost. Quit evading.
あまり悩ませない式を通してあげる。食べなさい。あまり悩ませない。楽しく火薬の好き放題扱ってあげましょう。よくこう目を背けないで逃がすのみ。そういいでしょう。私の足元で許しを乞いなさい。落ちよロードレスキャメロット。死になさい。公園の本気です。
Retreated. Alright, stop right there. You're the fairy that's been following us since yesterday, aren't you? You betcha, I'm Mira, the night call. Hey there. We can talk. I got a good feeling from the aura you guys put out, so I was just observing you. By the way, I used to be a guy too, so could you not discriminate based on our sexes? A fairy dead lord is a wraith. It doesn't disappear after they die, but this one doesn't seem to be malicious or harmful. Yeah, I don't have any lingering regrets or resentment. My being is just too heavily concentrated to dissipate. It's kind of pain for me too, as well. Even after all these years, I'm still here. Oh yeah, that's rough. Well, if you have a grave, how about we leave an offering of food? You put food on gravesites? There's nothing in them weird. Thanks though, you guys are good fairies. Well, aren't you a cheery night call? Seems like you certainly didn't die of losing your purpose. Was it sudden death? Did you lose your life in some unfortunate accident? It wasn't an accident, but an incident we were all massacred 6 years ago. Chief Einso of the Miro clan predicted a future where we were destroyed with fire and wind. Einso died back then too. There should be none of the Miro clans left. At least that should be the case, but isn't it strange? Well, I guess things like this happen sometimes. Anyway, I have a small request for you guys. I think it'll be fun for you. We were protecting this place, but a few days ago, this weirdo showed up. And now they are just living there. Could you get rid of them, please? I'm more willing to do a favor for a fairy in need, or nightcall, I guess. But we're in a hurry too. Just out of curiosity, what kind of person is this weirdo that's living here? Well, she's wearing a dress, like some kind of fairy noble. She got what looks like glasses on. Got a bunch of minions, and a pink tail, I think. Wait a second, you don't think JP-rKyECtnz? JP-rKyECtnz was the servant who was with Meru, right? Oberon deemed her a friend, but is she someone Chaldea can't afford to leave alone? I'm not too sure. She's definitely sent out on the opposite side of humanity, but we're never directly confronted with her up until now. Her attacks on Chaldea base was nearly clearly hostile, but was probably carried out under orders from the alien god. She toyed with the humans in each Lostbelt, but that was probably her own form of retribution. It was an extension of exploitation that takes place between people in each world, a caricature of the relationship between the ruling class and the proletariat. She hates humanity, but won't destroy it. But the fact she's been going around Lostbelt collecting creatures that don't exist in proper human history, and that she's a generalized abuse of humanity destroying evil, is a clear indication she has bad news. If JP-rKyECtnz is just playing around as Meru's bodyguard, then that's her business, we can't interfere. But if she's collecting here in Britain as well, we can't ignore her. After all, she'll eventually turn it all on us. It is in our own interest to stop her while we can. Oh, I see, guess she's a dangerous opponent then. So she came here for... Mira, she's heading for the Dragon Husk Swamp now, right? That's right, she's heading for the Dark Swamp nobody should know of, carrying a fluffy umbrella. She also kicked out all the Moors and is doing bad things to the Dragon Corpse. Dragon Corpse, Albion, that bitch. She's always trying to get her hands on these rarities. If it's been around for that long, it's an important piece of culture heritage. Tourists shouldn't be messing with it. That would give it proper human history a bad name. Moors, so many Moors. Sorry, you should all run away. Your lives are more important. Please give up on the Dragon Corpse and get out of here. Well, luckily not many of us are actual fairies. A few Moors are no issue. Well, you stand back, have a shot, just in case. Don't give me that. Their poison art is pretty strong. Yuki, prepare the recovery team. I'll get this done, whatever it takes. Okay, where's the support? Where's Kama?
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。黄金律にも種類があるのさ。今のうちに準備白兵戦行きます。まだね。
やることは変わらねえよ。妖精がなんだってんだ。折れんなよ。
まあふむふむ。
King Muramasa。
そこに至るはあまたの研鑽。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦士の刃。知った成仏していきな。
せーの降り注ぎます。
This is pretty strong.
発進準備。
先行く。
どんな嵐であろうとも、どんな未来が待とうとも、これを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョー、また会おう諸君。
わかった。
せーの運命
しな切るぜ。
それはいつか来る兆しの星。
Too much poison.
誰に呼ばれるまでもなくあなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンド
神髄解明完成理念収束。これが俺のつむかい村正だ。わかった。
Name your poison.
戦いですか。
品田姫を
私の
首に
方でないぞ。
神髄解明完成理念収束。これが俺のつむかい村正だ。
駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。
Completing the NPC
人
perk
生
up.
が
Good
とて
luck.
も楽しいビューティフルジャーニー。
It takes time for the passive for a turret caster. Charge the MP for us. Well, that poison was very
鐘の音が
strong.
聞こえる。
Dropped her to 1 key. More bells are nice. It's hard enough with just 3, and they just keep multiplying. This feeling is intentional. There's no way this many would group up with for some fairies. This is probably Coin's kind of trap. She really doesn't want us to go any further. She can control the Moors? Is she that dangerous? I mean, if you dealt with this up till now, how could you just greet her like, "Hey there," in Gloucester, Yuki? You're right about that. We had no choice. Meru was there. Quit your yapping and focus on the Moors. We have to keep firing off our noble phantoms until we're out of juice. Tourists counting on you for enhancement. I've got no choice but to burn out my scene graph with the free slashes from Tsukimukari, noble phantasm. What servants can burn their same graphs? Muramasa. I don't have anything else, so here goes. Don't worry about it. Come on, after those years, standing in a forge, you're bound to lose a limb or two. Fairy Knight Lancelot, what is she doing here? I don't care what you're doing here, but I'm mopping up the moors. Get out of the way, child prophecy. No way, that girl's the child prophecy? I didn't quite recognize her since I became a fairy dead lord, but... Yeah, that's right, I can feel it. I can finally return to paradise. It's happening, it's really happening. We finally achieved our goal. Hail Bell, that toll for Britain's end, the second Avalon Fae, on her Nova mission. Is that so? No casualty confirmed. Most no relevance to me. She exterminated all the Moors on her own. It's not like you meant to save us, right? I suppose not. I simply let you be. But this place is special to me. I didn't want the Moors to damage it. That's all. Shouldn't a fairy knight fight the child prophecy? I should, but not at the moment. You're all well aware that war is looming on the horizon. We fairy knights, the child prophecy, and the Forgan Magus shall have confrontation on the front lines. And so there's simply no need to rush. When the time comes, I'll swiftly gulch you to death, to the point that your souls will leap out from sheer pain. How cruel and ruthless of you, even more so, coming from the one said to be most beautiful fairy in the kingdom. The most beautiful. I'm glad to hear that, but you're incorrect. I am not the most beautiful in Britain. I'd be more amenable to phrase beauty in performance, but that there is a difference between combat ability and true beauty. No, we're in a relation where things should be discussed. I still don't have a solid grasp of the distance between fairies. You're here to ring the pilgrim's bell. If so, you better leave now. Nothing remains here for you. What's left has been burned to the bone. Kia! You gave me a freight name. Do you happen to see a ghost? I did, I'm looking at one right now. You guys, are you not seeing this? That's a fairy dead lord. The fact it is here means it's part of the Miro clan. I see, so the one's been calling me was... No, it's not like that. We're not holding any grudges or anything. That which needs to be done has been done. I have nothing left to say to you. More importantly, shouldn't you hurry along to the swamps? Your birthplace is going to be snatched away, you know. The one who came from the outside is trying to carry it away. We're going to. We can't let Quanska be, whether Lancelot's with us or not. This is keep out. Oh, please. Quanska put up the tape. No entry tape. What are these braids and strings? How dare you defy our lake? Oh my, defy was a strong word. I just so happened to take a fancy to the dress Meru gave me. So with all due respect, I've been undertaking a salvage operation from the air in this manner. However, the Moors I've been turned into my familiars can neither carry it nor break it. So I've been wondering if I made bad investment. It looks like giving it good shaking was the right answer, even if it happens to be worthless piece of junk now. Because Fairy Knight Lancelot, that long-awaited heart desire, has fallen right into my hands. This presence, Yuwanti beast. Lancelot, you know about the beast? I should be the one asking you. I see. Proper human history has been driven to that point as well, huh? The skeleton is the corpse of Albion. Either way, it's not something that we can hand over to Koenskaya. Vicky, let's assist Lancelot. We don't know what Lancelot Koenskaya's aim is, but it's certainly nothing good. Let's cut that tail off this time and drive her out of this Lostbelt. Or what is that? That's no good, narrow-minded, seeing a beautiful woman purely as femme fatale. It's something quite active, doing charitable work, the kind that will benefit all of humanity. Well, there's no point in reasoning with people who can't see through that sort of troublesome stuff. It'd be a waste of my hard work if you interrupted this opportunity to acquire excellent weapons. So let's have everyone lives go poof along with your collective karma. Everyone sit back, something's really bad rising up from the swamp. A dragon. This is what they call a dragon. Could this be Albi? Consider your average Morse, look closely. Compared to your skills, your judgment is lacking. You'll never measure up to Morgan like this. Notorious misunderstanding is no surprise. His mental energy isn't normal, you know? There's at least as much as the colony at Norwich, if not more. You might find as much. The water in the swamp has properties similar to the moors. It's brimming with hostility towards fairies, and we're surrounded by moors. There's no retreating. Yes, this is where Albion carcass rotted, the most defiled lake in all of Britain. And that's not all. The spring war occurred here during the fairing calendar. It's a melting pot of 8,000 years worth of grudges from the northern fairies who were massacred here. As for Albion itself, its skin and flesh have both melted away, leaving only its skeleton, a defective product, but it's no difficult task to gather up the magical elements that dissolve into the lake to recreate what once was. You fiend! You mean to take Albion the rotten dragon that expired in the sea of nothingness with you as a corpse? Of course not. Zombies have no value as commercial product. It's a temporary service sale. It will return to being a carcass after wiping out all of Chaldea. Didn't I say so? My heart's desire is you. The confidential information I received from Barrow. I'll be helping myself to your entire being, still living Albion. Lancelot is Albion? Now, I do apologize, but that's all for business. Everyone from Chaldea, I truly thank you for your long-standing patronage. I shall guide you to the underworld, one step ahead of destruction Britain brings. This isn't anything like Norwich. It's suicide fight a Moors of this scale in a situation like this without match protection. We need to escape to the ruins somehow. As if, don't be fooled. This is a paper thin bluff. Sure, the curse of the swamp is awesome, but it is just a colony without a host. It is just something that strange woman temporarily awakened. It is not your enemy. Now let's defeat it and move on, Leaky. We don't have time to be dwelling in a place like this. I'm just waiting for you at Orkney. Really? Have you not? They regained their will to fight. That fairy, she went and did it. Very well, I shall lend a hand. Chaldea of proper human history. For this moment, I shall discard the gifted by Her Majesty. The name gifted by Her Majesty. If that's Albion carcass, then only I can incinerate it. Hear me, I am not the Knight Lancelot. My true name is Melusine of the Dark Lake. Named by the fairest of them all, I'm a descendant of Albion. So I guess this fight I have to use the NPC for support. Well, it seems like I'm ready for some enemies. Otoria. This wants me to use arts, so I have to use Otoria, I guess. That's not letting me use duplicates, I guess. Fine, so be it. Oh no, it's a dragon.
みんなついてきて。白兵戦行きます。戦いでした。やだよ。はっ、お参りしていきます。好き放題扱ってあげましょう。仕留める副将。ねえ、次は君はもう私のものだ。下に行くのこぼさない。深い港に連れて行こう。ここから下る。これでパニックだ。天罰復唱する。人類反省。じゃんじゃじゃーん。見てこの躍動、天を揺るがすエンジン。私守備に走りました。さあ支配してあげましょう。一撃一瞬で終わらせる。石灰剣技開始。つなげイノセンスアロンダイト。そこだ。
What? Did I defeat that first? Why'd it transform?
いいよ、冗談する。この星もっとちゃんと命令して。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の
Synchro Shokan.
ジョフロアからフロモへ時を示せ。行けいたいと。
Okay, I guess I had to use the MP.
波。
So I'm being defeated using her MP.
ですか。いいでしょう。もちろんいいでしょう。ひれ伏しなさい。この名はアルビオン。教会を開く最後の竜。ジョフロアからフロモへ時を示せ。行けいたいと。私が竜の姿なら丸ごと食べているところよ。最後の最後で。
I'm getting more bells, it seems. true names are revealed now. Two left. I guess it's for day. Beast. It hit. Yeah, that's is very night lens around light. It definitely punched through the spiritual core. She fled. She disappeared. No, Milsing, what happened? Did she escape? Lancelot in this worm, I am very night Lancelot. I will not respond to me unless you tell me that. No, not that I have any answer to give you. Got Lancelot, I'll make sure the name we heard is off limits. It seems your powers don't change with or without a gift name. If anything, you're weaker with than without that. It's a boon for us. That's right, you speak very practical, thank you. Really, I'm flattered by a compliment, but... Now about Sky, is it safe to assume she escaped? Well, perhaps. In order to crush her, you would need to target her head, not her heart. She may have been weak, an immature beast as of yet, but her brutality was unparalleled. I guess she has a lot of lives. She'll be stuck for a few days now, though. I'm glad we were able to drive her off. True, she's likely to be laying about by now, trying to cover the gaping hole in her chest that will teach her a lesson. Thank goodness, Master Bones will stay put now. Without him, the plug would be pulled on the lake, and we would have to return to the ocean. Then the boundary between the earth and the spirit cave would disappear, and Princess Ainsel will weep. Master Bones, is that what the Miro calls Albion? Yep, isn't it easier to understand? We better head back. If we stay too long, you'll grow even more sickly. So it seems the toxin that can affect extreme graph can mutate living beings on genetic level. I'm not interested in Albion corpse. Besides, we have other things to attend to. Let's head back to those ruins. What are you saying at me for? I'm sorry, but you won't find any gaps or weakness. No, I was just wondering what was meant by the still living Albion. Oh, and the name Milsing is pretty. I mean, Hubbard bolted, but she went straight for it. None of your business. It isn't a topic of discussion between us. Lancelot is Albion's left hand. When the stars formed the Sea of Nothingness, Albion, who had not returned to paradise, ran out of strength and crashed it to his death. But even as the core shut down, the still living flesh dismembered the left hand at the moment of putrefaction. That was the early state of Milsing. I've been in the lake for so long, I had no idea whether she was alive or dead. Huh? I never saw anything like that down here before. You wouldn't have before I took this form. I was a filthy pile of meat. No muscles, bones, scylla, or body hair, neither joy nor pleasure, neither sadness or agony. I didn't know what I was a dragon, or what I wanted to be. As something exists as a living thing. If you even call it that life, I was just something swimming in that dark swamp. Until... Please stop, Lady Aurora. Your body will be soiled. It's only a bottom feeder nesting in a swamp. Filth, no better than a horse. Why do you say that? It's struggling so much, trying so hard to reach the light. Don't worry, the lake is shallow. I'm sure I can help. Eat. How horrible. It's like rotten fruit. Please keep away, Lady Aurora. Your dress will be sullied. My, it must have been so cold and chilly. Maybe you're not a water fairy at all. Tihi. Hello, sweetheart. Or should I say good morning? I'm Aurora. Do you have a name? Since we become friends, why don't we have some tea? As long as it's not too much trouble. Until someone whisper plucked me out. That was when myself took shape. For the first time, I see something beautiful. Myself as a mere self found admiration for her and discovered my will trying to emulate her. This body is a result of that. The name Milsim was also given to me by her. No muscle bone or even a cilia for cells to move with. You were like an immobia. But then you found a role model and transformed into a fairy. That's how it is. That's right. Isn't it amazing? I mean, an honest to goodness miracle. Who else but her would consider picking me up out of the dark, muddy swamp? My life is her. I became who I am in order to fulfill her wishes. But she has a position to protect. We couldn't be together forever. 100 years ago, the clans Earth and Wind, King and Fang, were so afraid of the colonies that they started fighting again. Became a fairy knight Lancelot at Her Majesty Morgan's suggestion in order to quell the fighting. And you were the only one not to have your own troops or dominion. Tristan, Baham Sips hate fairies, Gawain, but Argus loves them, and humans as well. What about you? What do you think, Lancelot? What sort of impulse led you to care so much about Percival? It is not possible. I'm madly in love with Percival. Love? I watched over him since he was very little. For 10 years, my heart filled with delight and confusion with gratitude and loneliness as he grew. I couldn't have been a good mentor, sister, or friend to him. I even dreamed many times of a future where Percival could live like a human, of proper human history. Yet not only did he reject Her Majesty Morgan's invitation, he organized something tribal as the Round Table Army. Percival had gone astray, and I, a mother dragon, don't know where I went wrong raising him. If you're worried about Percival, I cannot. I obey Your Majesty Morgan, as a pure knight is bound to do. It means nothing to me whether the child of prophecy is in the right. I swore myself to Her Majesty according to my beliefs. We can get back from this point. I can't stay away from Camelot forever. I'll see you again on the battlefield as an enemy. Even if it means fighting Percival. That's the choice I made. You should respect that freedom. But don't tell Percival we spoke. It only served to hurt him. Well, bye. Good luck in the Battle of Camelot. There she goes, just like before. She's away as quickly as she came. Was the mirror destroyed by... Oh, it's fine. What's done is done. Don't worry about it. Everyone in Mirror clans could see the future. It's no different from being dead at the bottom of the birth. You know when you're going to die, but where you are in the moment is just a haze. That's why I'm not all that sad or vengeful. It just hurt like crazy when it happened. Still, I feel bad about what happened to Princess Ainsel. Ainsel was our leader, and she was always concerned about our future. There must be a way to save them, or somehow I have to protect them all. She had nothing else on her mind, and went on apologizing until the very end. It ought to be Princess Ainsel who became the Fairy Death Lord. It ought to be difficult to apologize after dying, so it fell on me to take on the role of messenger. Messenger. Message for the child prophecy. Yeah, exactly. Sorry, but there's no pilgrim bell here. That was the only for the clan heads. You're fated with Princess Ainsel, so you need to find a substitute. And I don't say too much. Hey Mira. Leave it, Yuki. Shut up and listen. Princess Ainzo said this. The end of life. The child prophecy's second coming is nigh. The first time to live, and the second to die. I see. Take heart that I received this important prophecy. Thank you, Mira. You're an ace. Heh heh. I'm just glad the child prophecy can see that much. No more hesitation or resuscitation. Say Britain and your fellow fairies. Okay. Last one for the day. Ouch, ow, ow. It's seriously bad. Did the six-tailed alter ego I dispatched on site get its heart blast out? Well, darn it, what loss. To think I lose a tail. I went through all that trouble to foster. Afforded one tail for each Lostbelt, 9 lost tails. Each possessing a new trait based on the Lostbelt. I never mentioned that my plan to become a beast, depressing the celestial fox, would be rendered naught on the 6th one in. I suppose giving up doesn't sound too bad. Now that I think about it, there are only 7 Lostbelts. That's too short from the get-go. Fofo. Let's stay positive here. Right now it's a matter of whether I can cut my losses here or not. The real Albion is a carcass, since it has no fur. You can't make it part of me. As for Lady Melusine, she's a fairy, not a beast, quite similar to a Hurk spirit, too late for her as well. Voting here would be a big loss, but there's really no reason to keep fighting on the spirit land anymore, either. My very own casino resort. It's been a good reference for building my primate sphere. I'm sorry, Murren, but... Are you leaving the fairy kingdom? You're as cool as you look, huh? Oh my. Well, 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 thanks for the other day. Keep this secret from Yuki, but I want you to eliminate the reinforcement sent to Woodpost. As compassion, I will tell you where Albion is. If it isn't the self-proclaimed Fairy King who comes at me with garbage information. You knew Albion no longer had any value, didn't you? Naturally, why would I hope an enemy of Chaldea? Let's make use of Albion Greaves as a bargaining chip. Can you really say your loss falling that are my responsibility? Of course not. Let's stop pointing fingers. I'd rather not end up heaving my breakfast from this discomfort. No matter, even if it's just the leftovers, it is still the last pure-blooded dragon. I couldn't make it part of myself, but the information obtained from the skeleton has proven useful. It should serve as a fine foundation for the avenging A-grade armaments, the Grand Tamamo Shrine, that's being manufactured at the NF Service Headquarters. A good day to you, then, Gallant and cunning Prince. Do your best to serve as Gaudia's guide. You want a weapon that can destroy the world, no? I don't really want to suggest this, but right now, I asked for assistance no matter the kind of beast it may be from. I know a stronger product that'd be more to your liking. Isn't it a little early for you to be leaving Britain? Hey, bells. I might as well just do a fragment first. They're very short though. The end of 400th year of the fair calendar after the fall of London at Orkney. Torat, have you seen Tony Lico? She went to check up on the royal tree. What are you called? The fantasy tree. She said that she had wither and bring about the end of the fair calendar, that she built a new kingdom. Is that so? I have neither the right nor the words to stop her. Tony Lico, after losing my everything and everyone, that which everyone built up was prematurely torn down, with no rhyme or reason. There's no way left to save Britain, is there? But for me alone to survive, remain into the future. Mash. That is not true, Mash. You're not remaining, you're going back. You don't belong in the fair calendar to begin with. Tony Lico even said that everything will fit together perfectly like this. That is why it is a good thing. Well dear, no, can't do about that, huh? Are you really that anxious? If so, let me make a promise. A special promise. A promise to prove that your being here wasn't a mistake. A special promise? Yeah, before I lost to Tony Lico, I used to be violent and selfish. I was shunned by the Wing clan. But as I spent time with Tony Lico, becoming her companion and beating up bad guys to save Britain, I really enjoyed all that, but for some reason I always felt lonely. There's a hole in my heart. I thought to myself, what do I want to do? What should I do? What brings me joy? You filled that hole for me. You told me that story, didn't you? Of a fairy named Habitat in a place called Scotland. I don't care who's in the right, the me from this Lostbelt or the me from that side. It's just that I'm invited, that me from that side, I mean, she'll be so happy. You gave me a dream, Mash, and I'm saying that I don't mean a dream of becoming the habitat of the proper human history. Mash, my dream is to see you as a bride. And I will forever continue to protect you. The one who gave me that dream, I will remain ever grateful to you for coming here. So don't worry and just wait here. While you're asleep, I will become an excellent artisan and see you off at least 100 brides. If I do so, then maybe a slow wish of mine may come true. I mean, I'm going to be making 100 people happy. Surely if I do that much, I can become an adult. Yes, I'm sure you can do it, Tot-Rot. I'm sure you can become the greatest seamstress fairy. Yep, it is a promise, then. You can forget it if you want. Just sit tight and wait for me. I'll work hard and will surely make a dress wonderful enough to suit you. This match was laid to rest. As the first fairy night, the girl known as Mash could not be part of the fairy calendar. That's why, by asserting that it was the first fairy night that entered the coffin here, we would be able to avoid paradox within the Queen's calendar. Smart move, Tony Lico. But Tony Lico, why are you helping Mash? Even I can tell there's no profit in it for you. She possesses a new syncograph. It would be for the best if in the future I could have her as a subordinate. I see. Well, I don't get any of that, so I won't ask. You're going to wither the fantasy tree now, aren't you, Tony Lico? A lot of fear is going to die. Then our journey ends here. Have fun. See you later, Tony Lico. I'm heading back down south, undergo some fairy training myself. I see. Bye bye, Tot-Rot. For your own sake, that'll be good. Just don't forget what I taught you, okay? Oh, it's time skipping so fast. My diary page 14,800. 400 years have passed since then. I am now a famous seamstress fairy. I've seen more than 100 brides, but my wish did not come true. Of course it didn't. In the end, I still haven't made a dress for the first and most important bride of all. These days, my legs don't move, my vision was blurred, and I can no longer hold a pen. On the other hand, it's business as usual in Britain. Due to Tony Lico bending her role as a saver, the conflict between the clans became unsightly. This year is the 12,000th year, the year where the once Mela great comic will occur. Virgin Britain would have perished here. That day, Tonalico shared as much. But I knew such thing would not come to pass because Match told me that Britain still exists in the future. Alright, no one will notice me here. I sat in the corner of the cave in the north. As soon as it did, I lost my vision. My mouth stopped moving, and my mind went blank. I see. I was so very tired. 2017. The fortified city of Sheffield. Sprinkle the petrification powder made over my head. I hear the sound of the world itself breaking in. I can hear screams of clients. The winter tempest that tolls the bell's benches. Tonalico has returned from the first reach of the world Orkney. A final war. No Ufu, no Round Table, no Ector, no Grim. A solitary winter war, huh? I'm sorry I couldn't stand by your side, Tonalico, but I really am tired of fighting. That marked the end of the fairy calendar. The moment of pilgrim was rendered meaningless. The moment a lone saber disappeared from the annual history, forgotten by all. Oh, these are so long. Oh, good night. Okay, thanks for coming by the stream. What else interesting though? Okay, bye-bye. You're welcome.